Well, hello, everyone, and welcome to Spirit and Salt, episode number 12. A little bit of housekeeping right up top. Our dearest Marisco will tonight and for the next foreseeable future of episodes be a little bit late to our episodes, a couple of hours late. Has some changes at his work, so he'll be with us when he can. You may see his beautiful face there in the Discords, but he's just listening for now. But he'll start talking just as soon as he can. For now, let's do a little recap. Last time on Spirit and Salt, you guys were in the Underdark, making your way down towards Hallowhive for a number of reasons. Several of you had reasons to go there. Patches needed to go to Hallowhive to rendezvous with an associate with Santi Silenziosi named Karis and pick up some shipment that he's supposed to take to Don Vittorio Cremini. Boss was in pursuit of his colleague Philord Grimm, who he hasn't seen since everything that happened in the Scriptorium, who he was originally looking for in Daybreak City, and then learned from Olga Sinclair that Philord had moved on to Hallowhive at her suggestion to continue researching what he came to Daybreak City to research. And a couple people have just kind of like Cadence and Bones have basically just agreed to help Boss out in exchange for his help with their own errands later. Likewise, Marble was just kind of along for the ride because Cadence was, and has also kind of always wanted to see this place, I believe.
It's just like a really long date.
Yeah, just a long date, little road trip together. Mm-hmm. Let's see, and then also notably, Marisco wants to meet with the author Raul Nicosi. This alchemist / chef author who has written a cookbook that he wants to kind of pick his brain about and sort of try to get out of his creative slump in cooking. And Ghost, being a friend of Raul's and a native of Hallowhive, had agreed to sort of just escort you guys all down here. So away you went from Prospect down towards Hallowhive, accompanied by Norbu, your Agtupa guide, and accompanied by young Timothy Crimple, a little boy that you had agreed to sort of essentially escort for pay, who is going to move on with his studies at the Citadel. So, with all of that, you were trekking through the Underdark, you fought some harrowing monsters, started a rock slide briefly, dug your way through some worm tunnels, and after all of that harrowing day of travel, had arrived finally at the entrance to Hallowhive, this giant spiraling staircase, decorated with reliefs showing sort of the history of the Xanthian sort of legend of how Hallowhive became started. And we left off right as you guys had essentially arrived at the gates and could see off in the distance sunshine shining, the light of the lamp at the end of this long hall. However, it was guarded, and you guys had begun some discussions about what to do with all of your stuff. Ghost had cast an invisible item spell on Boss's Vox Ethereum original edition and stuck it in a bag of holding. And I don't know I think you guys had discussed maybe doing a few more things preparatory before moving on, so we'll pick up right there. Before we do, inspirations. One for Marble, for making an ice bunker to fight behind, only for everyone to immediately disregard it and climb over.
Yeah!
And then one for Patches, who's not at the table at the moment, for his really cool use of object reading to find out the past of those travelers that you guys were debating what to do about. With that, let's move on back down here.
Could I just throw in something really quick?
Of course.
Between sessions, as I'm like doing any of my prep work, I every time forget that Timothy Cripple exists. And then we get to the table and you mention his name.
And there he is.
I'm elated with joy again.
I never forget.
Every time. I just I forgot about him.
Just a little ray of sunshine in all of our lives.
I love him so much.
I assumed this was a character, and I think you said this before, but you assumed you didn't know that we were going to latch on to this little guy.
Like, I just threw a couple of NPCs on that train with like 2 sentences about them. I figured you guys were going to latch on to somebody, but yeah, this was a throwaway.
The Australian crocodile.
And now here he is. And also for now, here you guys are. You are in this little chamber at the bottom of a spiral staircase, standing before a doorway that has the 7 commandments of the Xanthian Church emblazoned above them. Ghost has just put an invisible Vox Ethereum book into his bag of holding. Is anybody else doing anything preparatory before walking through these doors?
Can we recap something else real quick?
Yeah, of course.
I was holding that ring that we took off the fallen soldier.
Yes. Oh yeah, that was something discussed between sessions too. Is Ghosts, as we discussed, I'll narrate this a little bit for our friends at home. We talked a bit in chat between sessions. You take a look at this ring that was recovered on one of these bodies. It's this black ring with like silver fang motif, like silver teeth along the edges of it. And seeing the ring itself and also seeing the magic that it did when Boss tried to just use it without really knowing what it would do. It's summoned this big shadowy like maw that tried to like snap at an enemy near him. This is giving you big time Devorator's energy. You have a reasonable inkling that this is essentially cult related, that this is a relic of the Devorators, this cult that worships them all.
Oh, that's right. We did discuss that. I said I was going to leave it behind.
Yeah, you guys discussed maybe leaving it behind. I think you guys had not quite landed on what to do with it yet. So we'll pick up as you guys discuss that. You have this ring in your hand. Go ahead, Marble.
Which of the 2 was this on?
It was on the bigger beetle, like warrior guy. He had
warrior
both.
Guy who was the escort.
Yes, and he had both of these magic items. There's a dagger and there's a ring.
Did we identify the dagger?
You've not identified either yet. Boss wildly just tried the ring out, and you still don't totally know what it does. But
Gotcha. I no longer have identify, so that's all on...
It's a ghost problem.
Yeah, I figured he's a ritual.
Well, I mean, I would say this with just what like Ghost could assume from what he saw, like physically on the ring, and like with the action, like the actual reaction from the ring's casting. I think we discussed, like I said, I would be happy to leave it behind here and just like hide it. And if we were to come back out this way, try to recover it. But if not, just say "Stay la vie."
The complication with that, and I'll let Ghost speak for himself here, but the thing that had come up is that Ghost is pretty insistent that these items need to be taken to the clutch. That basically he told you last session that the Xanthian Church and the, not just the church, but the culture of Hallowhive believes that when a person dies, they are reincarnated and their soul is moved on to a young grub. And then that grub, whatever, they're placed with the possessions of all of the recently deceased. And if they gravitate towards certain possessions, they're believed to be that soul reincarnated, which is all just to say that like a person's possessions are kind of like ritual significance in Hallowhive. So I'll kick that conversation over to Ghost, but there's reason I think Ghost like wants to get these items back to Hallowhive, but I will leave that to you, Ghost. What do you have to say about the ring, Ghost?
I think that it would be best to leave it, whether it's of significance or not. I think that attempting to move that through specifically would be more trouble than it's worth.
This is also what I was feeling. I think if we try to take this thing in, being of cultish significance, this could be a problem for our entrance, and this is why I feel it might be best that we hide this item before entering Halawife?
Yes. Perhaps just stuff it under a rock or something.
This is my thoughts.
Marvel, do you have something wrong?
Yeah. How many possessions of a creature need to be brought there? Because I'm assuming that they own more than just what they're wearing. So what objects are seen as significant?
Honestly, Ghost, you would be aware that it's like the thing that the widows at the Clutch would like the most is something of significance to the person, something that mattered to them, because it presumably will matter to their soul as it reincarnates as well. But if a person doesn't have anything besides the shirt on their back, they would take the shirt on their back. But yeah, basically just whatever their most valued or important to them possession might be.
Identifying an item without the identify spells, it's an hour of just like...
Correct. It takes an hour of studying an item to learn its properties just by looking at it.
Gotcha. Okay. I can look at the dagger later.
Yep. For now, it sounds like you guys are leaving the ring behind. I'll say, just for the sake of someone not having to climb another 100 flights of stairs, that you guys had this conversation before going down all these staircases, and you've left it kind of back up in the Underdark under a rock somewhere. Unless you want to leave it right here at the gates, I'll leave that to you guys.
I was going to say, I assume that...
That's true. Patches, you're you're probably the best person for this.
Yeah.
Patches, go ahead and roll me, let's call this I think a sleight of hand or investigation check, or even perception, to find a good spot to hide a thing. And you can apply your Mafia lore to that. I'm guessing perception is probably your best out of those. Okay. Yeah. Perception plus, and at level 5, because the lore bonus is higher now, so plus 3 for your lore bonus.
Can you also apply movie for no reason?
Absolutely not. Yeah. Thank you for asking.
27.
27 is brilliant. On a 27, to avoid the hassle of having this thing hidden any further than you need to have it hidden, you kind of walk around the walls of this sort of circular chamber that you're in and like test bricks and find one that's come a little bit loose, and you can kind of pull it out and stick the ring behind there and put it back in and make it look smooth and hide it well. So you're confident that you've hidden this where it will not be found until you return. So with the ring hidden and with Boss's Voxotherium turned invisible and put into a bag of holding, are there any other sort of precautions you're taking before just walking up to these guards?
I don't have the dagger, or...
Say, where is the dagger? I guess that's a good question.
I was holding the dagger, maybe.
So you had gathered the items, but I don't know where they currently are.
Let's say I was holding the dagger.
Okay, sure. Dagger's with you.
I don't know what to do with this either. Does anybody want to take this?
I would
stow this.
Wouldn't mind looking at it.
We can identify it, see what it does. I defer to the local custom. If it is meant to go back to the widows or whatever it's called, then we should not disturb their culture, even if we disagree with it. But that is Ghost's decision to make, not mine. I'm not from here.
And Ghost, does this dagger appear to be an item that may be involved with the same cult?
At least on the surface, it doesn't appear to be.
I would be okay with telling the truth then, and just telling them that this was with the body.
Yep. The bodies, by the way,
I
are...
believe that would be best.
Just by point of recap, the bodies are... One is still whole and shoved into a bag of holding. The other is quartered and also in a bag of holding. So that is also...
The beetle is quartered, I believe.
I believe that's correct.
Let's just turn the dagger in.
Okay.
If they let us keep us, they let us keep it. But I did not come here to plunder.
Sounds good. With that, you guys make your last little preparations, and you kind of push these double doors open. As described last time, you can kind of see off in the distance the resplendent light of the lamp shining in at the end of this tunnel. But between you and that, there is a gate where a couple of individuals are posted. There is... Norbu, by the way, kind of follows you in still to this point. He'll at least get you through the gates before he leaves you. There is one sort of heavily armored looking like ant Thrycreen, kind of tall but skinny, with bright white armor with a little bit of sort of like gold trim, maybe not truly gold, but at least gold painted trim. And accompanied by this priestly-looking figure, hard to tell what the species even is. The body is almost completely covered. The hood, it's all a white robe with sort of, again, like yellow and gold accoutrement. The hood is pulled up over the head, and there is a sheet that covers the opening of the hood, such that you cannot see the face. And on that hood is emblazoned the holy symbol of the Xanthian Church, the sort of seven-pointed sunburst. as you approach, they sort of stand at attention and sort of step in front of the gate. The priest kind of, actually it's not the priest, the knight kind of steps forward to you, Ghost, being the one sort of leading the pack. And says, state your business. He says this to you all telepathically in your minds.
We all have individual business. Meeting with some associates, as well as young Master Crimple over here is heading to the Citadel.
Hello, I like your armor. It's very nice. Shiny. Is that the lamp back there? That light coming in?
We also have some business with the clutch, with the widows.
Very well. There are a series of questions that we will ask before you will be able to enter Hallowhive. The security measures have been enhanced in the last weeks, as I'm sure you are aware. He kind of looks at you, Ghost, so able to easily clock that you are from around here, at least appear to be. He kind of nods back at the priest, and the priest reaches into a side alcove on this hallway where there's a little candle on a silver tray. And you see the priest holds this candle on a tray, and you see wind being blown onto it as if they've sort of blown into it, and it alights. The candle lights. The wick comes to life with fire. This is clearly some sort of magical candle that he has lit. And he has, while the priest is holding this candle, the knight gets out a book, like a ledger book and an ink pen. And he says to your group all telepathically, state your names and nationalities.
Mr. Wilhelm of Hallowhive.
Timothy Crimple. Norbu doesn't participate in this, and the knight doesn't seem to expect him to. He recognizes Norbu.
Samadai.
As you say that, you watch the candle of the priest. The flame changes from a natural orange color to a bright red, and then it changes back to orange again. The knight focuses on you telepathically. I encourage you to give us the truth.
My name is Basamajik Fayada.
And your nationality?
Lord Tahar-Saman.
He writes these down in his ledger book, and you see the candle just flickers a nice orange.
I'm trying to think where I've
you would think of your nationality as being of Seoul, as the country you've lived in since you've been here, but
my.
Who can say? Where Tamrius was from what?
I'm trying to think
what was the name of the country he was from?
I have to go back 3 campaigns.
The continent was Andalin.
Andalin?
But also would have been the country.
Yeah, you would probably say Andalin, or you could also say fucking Patches was in several countries in Age of Awakening too. Yeah. You're from, in your mind, the Celestiarum.
I guess I didn't know if they were taking nationality as where I'm from.
It'd be where you're coming from, essentially.
Oh, okay, cool.
Less stamp on your passport, sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
I guess I'll go to Cadence.
Yes. Cadence Amato, Soul.
Okay. Marble.
Marble Pendleton, Soul.
Okay.
Monticello Unstoppable, Prexum.
Okay.
The Patches and the Sola.
You're relieved to see the candle does not change color when you say you're from Seoul. He looks at his ledger book. You see he's written down your names and nationalities, and he has a list of questions that he's reading off of. The next question that he reads off says, state once again the purpose of your visit to Hallowhive. And he goes through you one by one to state your purpose in Hallowhive. I'll start with Ghost.
Escorting my companions and just returning to check up on returning home, essentially.
All right. And then he goes to Bones.
Paid mercenary escorts. I'm a bodyguard.
Okay. Boss.
I am seeking a former colleague, someone that I must speak with immediately about an incident that occurred at our former place of study.
Okay. You see that he's scrutinizing you closely as the one who has lied about your name. But he looks back at the candle, and the candle never changes color. It's content that you've told him the truth.
I mean, is there any other? I mean, is this the priest that is like giving me body posture?
You can make an insight check.
Is she popular?
16.
16. There's no change in posture from the priest. It's hard to read body language because literally the face is covered. And also, Threadgreen are kind of hard to read in that way anyway. But, like, he seems to be less checking the priest and more checking the candle. Literally, like, he asks you this question telepathically, and as you answer, him and the priest both look at the candle. They don't look at you while you answer.
I mean, Boss is a very forthright person. I think to kind of try to negate some of the ill will that comes, let's speak to it. Mm-hmm. And say, I do apologize for the misdirection of my name. There is a lot of turmoil surrounding me as of late, and I am worried that this may have followed me. This is partially why I look for the colleague of mine to alert him of the nature of what has happened.
They watch the candle as you speak and seem content by that.
It's not my intention to mislead you.
He responds, if you answer the remaining questions honestly, there will not be a problem. Cadence.
I'm here to help him find his contact.
Content with that, Marble?
Tourism?
Very well. Content with that. And then Patches, he comes to you last.
I'm here to meet the priestess of the church.
All right. I'm going to have them make a perception check. And you make one too, Patches, if you wish to.
Is Patches in the candle?
The candle based
10. You don't notice it, and...
Can I use passive?
Yeah, what's your passive?
It'd be 17.
17, okay. Still, you don't notice anything, and they don't notice anything either. Does anyone have a passive perception above 20, or 20 or higher, I should say?
I've got 20.
Okay. Boss and Cadence, when Patches says that he's here to meet a priestess of the church, you see just the very faintest, like at the center of the candle, a very faint little red flicker, but it's so brief and so faint that they don't quite spot it. There's just a tiny bit of mistruth in what Patches has said because he knows this person is not really a priestess. She is masquerading as a priestess, but it's close enough that this truth is close enough to the truth that they don't notice it. But what you do both pick up is that this candle, essentially, the more flagrant and direct your lie is, the brighter the red flash is going to be. The next question that the knight asks, having gone through that one, is, do your belongings include any crystal-based arcane technology, ether salt, gemstones, or precious minerals? And I think, unless anyone, tell me if you're going to lie about this, but if everyone answers that question honestly, I think nearly all of you have at least one of these things in your possessions.
Yeah.
I don't know if I do.
The guns?
Shift weave, maybe my tent?
Your tent is not a crystal-based tech,
Am I the only person who has
so
it?
you for sure have ether salt in your possessions.
I just
But
have
almost nobody
it's
else
just the
would.
engine. I left all the eighth subs.
Yep.
Do the guns count in this?
The guns, no, that's perfectly mundane. Guns are just like guns in real life.
I assume some of the radiant equipment.
Radio is for sure crystal-based technology.
The only other thing I think I might have is the Eagle Island.
Mm-hmm. As several of you answer that you do have such possessions as your item, he says, any such materials must remain in your bags for the entirety of your visit to Hallowhive. You are forbidden from the utilization, sale, or trade of any such items. Do you understand? It has each of you.
Yeah, so this is not, I mean, how's this including purchasing?
He says the exchange of gold, silver, and copper is permissible. Nothing else.
Isn't our money marks though? So isn't it just paper?
Yours is, yes. Hallowhive doesn't deal in paper marks. But you can ask Ghost about this. You might find people who want them.
Question. So
Yes.
like, Arcanotech that isn't crystal based.
Yeah.
That's not illegal.
Nope.
Okay.
Doesn't seem to be worried
So-
about that. Yep, they just don't like crystal stuff. The next question that he asks after giving you that affirmation is, do you have any form of allegiance to the Devorators? And he goes through you one by one.
No.
I believe everyone answers no to that.
Who?
The candle remains who. He says
That's me. I'm pretty sure that's the mall.
yeah, that's the mall worship.
Oh, okay.
Cult. Yes. He then asks, as you guys give a quick no to that, says, do you have the intention of promoting or engaging in demon worship or Devorator's ideology?
No.
No.
Demon worship?
Don't look at me.
Maybe. Totally.
I don't know.
Why should I?
I don't know. Are you?
Let me answer your question with a question. The next question he asks is, do you have the intention of engaging in public demonstrations or of spreading any form of propaganda or other heretical material regarding the Xanthian Church or the government of Hallowhive?
Yes.
No.
No.
What is considered?
That's the wrong answer.
Wrong answer.
I'll say no, but then I'll say no, but then I will ask.
Yeah,
what is-
they see that you say no, and it remains honest.
I don't know the rules. I just want to make sure I don't accidentally do it.
He kind of gives you also kind of a little bit of a non-committal answer, but he says to you telepathically, there has been an increase in public demonstrations and civil unrest in the past weeks. We cannot have outsiders visiting Hallowhive for the purpose of stoking further unrest. If that is your purpose in the city, then you must leave.
Understood.
He then says, do you have the intention of making public statements regarding the eclipse, including speculations about its causes or nature?
Intentions is what he says?
Do you have the intention of making public statements regarding the eclipse, including speculations about the causes or nature?
No.
No, this is not the thing.
No.
No.
Cadence, just since you asked, how honest is that? Because I
I
don't
don't
know.
intend to,
Sure.
but I do want to figure out what the fuck is going on with this lamp.
I'm assuming public statements would be like,
He seems-
projecting it to people.
He seems to be in the same vein of don't go start a riot about
Right.
the eclipse, which I assume is
plan on
not
starting a riot.
He used the word statement,
right.
not like
questions.
Walk through that door and immediately start being like, the world is ending. The world is ending.
Right. He then closes the book and just says from memory, during your visit, you are forbidden from looking directly at the lamp, from engaging in public speculation about the eclipse, or from participating in any form of public demonstration. Do you understand?
Yes.
other live arts. Do they have public arts, theater,
Yes, there are arts to
cultures?
observe, yes.
Okay. These are not live demonstration?
To be clear, if you are intending to, are you putting on some sort of artistic demonstration during your visit?
No intention. I'm sorry. This is my first time to your beautiful city, and I want to understand my parameters.
I understand, and I do apologize for our heightened state at the moment. If your intention is to put on some sort of artistic demonstration, I would refrain from that for the time being. There may be such demonstrations that you are welcome to attend or visit, but at the moment, they would not be encouraged.
This is understood.
With that, for what's worth, Ghost, this whole thing that you've just gone through is new to you. This did not happen when you left last time. This was not happening to people arriving here when you left. But nonetheless, they seem content with your answers. The only flagrant lie was Boss's name, and he explained himself satisfactorily enough. And with that,
Oh, quick question. I was waiting until the end of the scene. The Xanthian priests, I assume that there are more of these around Hallowhive, right? And
yeah.
They'll be of different sizes as Dykreen are.
certainly, yeah.
I assume at one point in time I might be able to find one that fits Boss. Is that
Could happen, certainly, yeah.
Okay.
There's not a ton of Thrycreen as big as you, but they there are big Goliath beetle Thrycreen and stuff that, yeah, it's possible.
And also, Ghost is as tall as me standing up.
Yeah, totally, absolutely, yep. And also it bears noting, and we'll get into some of this too, but not everyone in Hallowhive is Thrycreen either. There's a few other species here, though they're not, but it's mostly Thrycreen. But with that, the priest kind of nods at the knight, and they lift the candle up to the front of their hood again, and they blow, and the flame goes out, and they go and set it back over in that alcove. And then the knight produces some keys and opens up the gate. It says, "We welcome you to Hallowhive.
Immediately.
We walk in the light of the lamp, travelers."
My eyes.
And with that, I know that you jest, but you guys walk down the end of this hall.
How do you not look at it?
Yeah. You just told you, don't look at it. And
Same
now
way
it's
you
all I
just
can think about.
Look at the sun when you walk out the door.
Sometimes I look at the sun. I gotta see where it's at in the sky.
True.
You guys step out from darkness into the brilliant light of day, and into a city that indeed has never known darkness. You find yourself, as you step out of this tunnel, into... What? Oh.
It has no darkness. The eclipse happened.
True.
Never.
It's still a little dark. A little bit of darkness.
Is that what
Yeah,
they put in their
it's a big
tagline?
problem for them right now. Yeah.
We immediately say that. Oh my god, they have no darkness.
Yeah, walk up the eclipse.
You're all immediately killed.
I bet this place looks crazy in the dark.
As you step out of this tunnel, you find yourself on cobblestone streets that move through tall stone buildings organized in neat rows, bustling with life and movement and industry, and all of it illuminated in brilliant amber light by the lamp, which hangs above the city some thousands of feet above. The air here is humid and warm. You realize now, though you had grown somewhat accustomed to it, just how cold you've been for the last 2 days as you feel the warmth of sunlight wash over you for the first time in about 48 hours. There's a low kind of mist that clings to all the streets. You can hear rushing water not too far away from the subterranean river that runs through the city. What do you guys do right away? You guys have arrived in Hallowhive. Boss, you got a hand raise.
So I look to Ghost, and I want to see, is Ghost paying like full reverence to the fact that he should not look at the lamp? He has no interest in looking at the lamp?
He has no interest in looking directly at it in the way that we don't look directly at the sun typically.
Right, like you walked into the room and you continue on as if nothing changed, like you understand this place, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
I feel like I look at the lamp.
Yeah.
Like just like, I mean, the quickest like
Yeah. Ghost, like, it's suddenly, as you step into this place and you simply cannot resist the urge to at least just like glance up. And when you do, like, you aren't immediately tackled by priests or anything. No one sees you do it. It's a brief turn up of your head. You're not like walking around gawking. But you see this bright orange. It looks like the sun. It's a jarring thing to see it that close to you, but see what looks like something that has the brightness and warmth of the sun. It is such a foreign and bizarre thing that suddenly the way that Ghost looked every time he walked out of a building in Daybreak City makes sense to you. Imagine how foreign and strange the sky would look to someone that this is their normal, Ghost walks out into this door the way that you walk out of the door of a building.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
But they can't look up. They can't see the top ceiling without being.
You can't.
I'm just joking.
As you like look up and you don't look directly at the lamp, but kind of look around. You are in a cavern that stretches farther than you can see in every direction. This cavern is a total of 100 square miles, and you can. It's at its tallest point, like maybe 2,000 to 3,000 feet, which is very high. Yeah.
Enough for a plane.
Yeah, a plane could actually fly at that altitude. Yeah. In theory.
Here?
What's that?
Are there planes here?
There are no planes here. There are no planes anywhere in the world.
They're bats.
There are bats.
There.
But yeah, you do see like the shadows here are strange where like there's a stalactite hanging from the ceiling and the lamp casts a shadow that just stretches in darkness forever beyond it and never moves. That little patch of stone has never seen light. Patches, go ahead.
So you said it feels like the sun,
Yeah.
Does it feel like natural sunlight or does it feel like kind of like radiant?
Give me like a perception check.
23.
It feels like walking under sunlight. It feels like the sun. Yep. And as kind of discussed, Ghost, you know this, I don't know if anyone else would, but like in terms of like magic, in terms of things that are only affected by sunlight, this light is sunlight. It is true sunlight.
And does the the rock that the sunlight is cast upon like give a different energy? Is there something, I don't know, like does it seem like normal rock under normal?
Yeah, it kind of seems like a rock in the sun. It's a thing that it's hard to even describe because you're seeing under full light of sun the inside of a cave. You know what I mean? It's a bizarre thing to try to visualize, but yeah, no, it just looks like a rock in the sun. It looks honestly, there's parts of it that look not unlike to you, especially the spires. And there are in fact there are these huge I forget what they're called, stalagnates that go all the way floor to ceiling, that are like the size of the spires at home, like towers of big rock, and you see that there's like holes dug into them and little homes built into them, kind of like anthills.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, they seem to support the structure of this giant cave. Go ahead.
One other thing I want to ask about the water.
Mm-hmm.
With the sunlight hitting the water, I mean, do we see normal-ish, like, water life, like fishes?
Yeah, as you kind of go by the river, you see it is not the
Like,
kind
not like
of
cave fish. It's like real.
it's kind of a weird like in between actually. Like it's not the kind of fish you would see on the surface. It's like it's like cave fish that have had 700 years to evolve for sunlight. You know what I mean? So some of them like they have sort of like cave fish anatomy, but they still have some like surface adaptations sort of to them.
Starting to actually develop eyes and stuff.
Yeah. And go ahead, boss. Or I'm sorry, not boss. Marvel.
Does it look like it? There is like rain here, or is it like all the plants like air plants where they just pulled the moisture out of the air?
It's a combination of both. It's very high humidity in here that you can tell.
With the constant sunlight, all the rocks will be warm and not cool.
Yeah. Yes, you see some like.
When it rains up on the surface, water seeps down, and then we get very large raindrops dripping from the stalactites.
Yep, that is absolutely true. It like seeps down through, and in addition to that, like there's low-hanging mist right now that you know slowly makes its way to the ceiling, condensates, and then drips back down, and sort of like a ever ongoing water cycle. And then if it's like raining especially hard in this, and the rainy season's on the surface, this river rises a little bit down here, and things get a little more moist down here. They have seasons because the surface has seasons, although they're not quite the same.
Yeah, caves are notoriously the same temperature all year round.
Yeah. This one is too, because it's always the same temperature the lamp goes off. Go ahead, Patches.
So how bright is it? Are we talking like bright sunny day? Is it kind of like
It's like bright sunny day. Yeah.
wearing sunglasses?
You don't see anybody in sunglasses. You think they should probably adapt that technology? That seems like a good idea.
I'm going to find a booth set of sunglasses and also have a
get
special on
rich.
eclipse glasses.
Yes. Let's do it. Eclipse
To
glasses.
sell anything based on crystals.
Oh, sunglasses
No,
are
he's going to actually sell things based on the eclipse. He's going to go with both things. He's selling
I'm
eclipse
selling
glasses.
eclipse glasses, yeah.
I see.
That way, if it happens again, everyone's prepared for it. They can stare at it. And well, but it's not lit, so
Right.
look at it.
It's good.
I got to know my market.
As you guys move through the streets, they are not as packed as the thoroughfares of Matanak, but they are nonetheless filled with people, the majority of whom are Thrycreen bug folk. Most of them are ant-like humanoids, but there's some centipedes and spiders and beetles. And then besides the Thrycreen, you also see some kobolds and some shisk, some strange pale-skinned dwarves with black eyes, even some myconid, like mushroom folk, though they are not as partial to the lamp's light. They tend to prefer their shaded dens in the distant fungal canyon. And yeah, there's just like, as you move through the streets a little bit, looking at the river and the strange wildlife and the strange light along the ceiling, there's just an alien feeling to this place. You feel like you're standing outdoors under brilliant sunlight, but the air is so still. There's no wind, not even the slightest breeze. You look up, and where you expect to see the sky, you see the ceiling and its colossal sort of shadows being cast by the lamp's light. You can see also the other unnerving thing about being here is that there are like hundreds of people everywhere, but everything is outwardly like kind of eerily silent. You hear like chittering and people moving and walking, but the only speech is in telepathy. So besides the rare exception of someone doing like a telepathic shout for all to hear, mostly you hear silence around you.
Just
despite,
us talking.
Yeah, despite hundreds of people being here. And you do see, as you move through the city, that you are getting like looks from every single person. You guys stand out like an absolute sore thumb here. There are very, very, very few outsiders in Hollow Hive.
Yeah, I was wondering how quiet it was down here.
Yeah, it's eerily quiet. It's eerily quiet because of the lack of talking and how incongruous that is with how many people are all around you. And it's also eerily quiet because you feel like you're outside, but there's no movement of air. There's no wind blowing. There's no breeze.
I think Boss feels so unnerved by that fact right there that he stops even trying to talk and walks as quietly as possible. Oh, actually, I don't have to worry about that. My boots make me quiet when I walk. So
Yeah, there you go.
I'm absolutely silent.
Yeah.
Marvel's just like looking at everything, probably not really paying attention to which way he's going. He's just trying to stay near the group.
Yeah, you guys see like strange forms of wildlife that look like they're, comparable to Underdark creatures that have kind of adapted to surface sun a little bit. So there's like a lot of reptiles that are like cold-blooded and are just basking on hot rocks near the river, and weird like bats that have started to grow feathers and stuff like that.
Are there any stones down here I don't recognize at all?
Give me a nature check.
You should take some. You should grab some and take them. Yeah.
Yep.
Everyone put a piece of amber in your pocket.
The hell's nature? Oh, 14.
14? Yeah, you look around and find some, some rock formations that you've not seen before. And I know you're being a little tongue-in-cheek, but there's nothing, you could grab a rock. Ghost, Boss could grab a rock if he wanted to.
I was joking. I assumed I could just take a pebble.
Yeah. You reach down kind of at the river's edge and grab a little pebble and pick it up.
Drop it in my pocket.
Yeah.
Do I know, where did we come up from?
So it's a little bit hard to totally jive. It's hard to draw a cave in Incarnate. You guys came out from over here on the east side of the city. You're coming out from like that tunnel over there. Okay. And Ghost, I'll kind of mark some of the landmarks here because you know what all these places are. There is over to the east of the city this large, resplendent palace made of white stone with sort of like gold-capped towers. That is the Golden Palace. That is where the Queen of Hallowhive's like residence is, sort of their royal palace. You guys can all see off the distance, probably the thing that you're gawking at, Marble, I would imagine. There is a massive, what looks like a clock tower, but there is no like clock face. It's like hundreds of hourglasses that are turning and turning and turning in a very complicated kind of dance. It's called the Sand Tower that sort of demarks where with the time of day and the date in a place that has no like day-night cycle to keep track of that.
Let that alone. It would be funny if they had a giant sundial.
It would be funny.
Just
It's always 5 o'clock somewhere.
Central to the city at its absolute center, there is a massive ziggurat that sits directly under the lamp. This is the Sanctum of Light. It is the like holy temple of Hallowhive. Ghost, or not Ghost, Patches, that this is allegedly where your contact is working, masquerading as a priest. And then off on the west end of the city, you can't quite see it probably from where you are right now. Actually, you maybe can. The city's not that big. You see the towers of the Citadel are off to the west end of the city. I'm trying to reveal it. It's not working. So those are kind of the landmarks of this city, Ghost. As you sort of look around, you know where all these things are.
Do I know where the clubhouse is? And
yes.
Where the clutch is?
Yes. So in this stalagnate on the north side of the city near the Citadel, again, Incarnate doesn't have a way to do a floor-to-ceiling stalagnate. That thing actually does not end at the top. It goes all the way to the ceiling of this cavern. Within these sort of tunnels of that stalagnate there, that is where the Society of Enlightenment's, the Society of Enlightenment's sort of base is, the place where you guys go. And then near the Sanctum of Light, kind of off to the west of it, is the clutch. You can't, again, quite see it from where you are right now, but there is essentially this big, pit built into the base of a stalagnate with sort of a small little, for all intents and purposes, it kind of looks like an orphanage, though it's just where all of the children of Hallowhive are born.
in the pit.
In the pit. Yeah, Ghost can explain as much of this as he wishes to, but yeah, the bodies of the dead are thrown into this pit, and the eggs are laid on the bodies, and they sort of feed on them until they're large enough to be moved on to the next stage of seeing what items they gravitate towards.
They just lay them and leave them.
That's pretty metal.
It's metal as hell. I would like to go above table for a second and say that nearly every bit of this is Drake. He came up with all this dope ass shit. So Drake's the best.
Straight Drake?
Straight Drake. We all know him.
At least some of this I stole from Standard D&D. Repurposed to my own bastardization.
Right, for sure. As of right now, you guys are standing basically right over here. You've kind of, I think, made your way over towards the river and the sand tower as you're kind of just walking and taking a look at things. Again, surrounded by kind of hundreds of people. Ghost, give me an insight check. I'm going to use Ghost's token to mark where everybody is.
20.
Nice.
Nice. To the rest of you, this place is already so alien and bizarre that I don't think you would even notice this. But for you, Ghost, it's very clear that something is amiss in the city of Amber. There's just, even more so than when you left, there's a sense of unease on the air. It's very quiet, even compared to the normal amount of noise in the city. People are walking with their heads down and looking over their shoulders like there's someone about to jump them. There's just kind of a pervasive unease on the air. And there's also a highly increased presence of Xanthian priests walking around in pairs. These white-robed priests, like the one you saw at the gate, they're kind of just seemingly patrolling the streets. And that's not all the way unusual necessarily, but there's far more of them than there usually would be, kind of walking the streets of Hallowhive right now. Go ahead, boss.
This thing unnerves me, the number of these priests I see. And as I say that, I look around, I whisper that to Ghost. Do I see like more like sentinels like on perches, like watching, like priests or like anybody that looks like the religious nature, like on guard?
Give me a perception check.
It's probably not. Oh, 16?
16. You do see some.
Passive 20?
Right, yeah, passive of 20. You see, yeah. There's most of the Xanthian churches sort of like, I guess I'd just call it what it is, like armed presence in the city are these priests kind of walking in pairs, and sometimes knights and priests in pairs and such like that. And yeah, you a couple times will see like up in one of these stalagnates in one of the many alcoves, like hundreds of alcoves, and then there will be like a priest with a crossbow or a bow and arrow kind of just like on, like watching. You see some even have like spy glasses that they're using to look throughout the city. But on a 20 passive perception, it's not like necessarily pervasive. You have, for example, seen like higher security in like.
It may seem like heightened security, but not overly heightened security.
Yeah, something along those lines. You don't feel like you're in a surveillance state at this point.
Yeah.
But Ghost, to kind of counter that, you kind of feel like this is a surveillance state compared to how you left it, and you've watched it become more and more so in the last like 2 or 3 months, whatever it's been since the eclipse. Bones, go ahead.
There's a point as we're walking through here when all of us are kind of realizing this is eerily quiet and kind of unnerving. Where Bones kind of clears his throat and he says, I don't know if this will be necessary, but just in case, and he looks to Marble. Beep, 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 beep.
And I understand that means.
Just in case.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you were just. Okay.
Just reminding you of the option to speak in Morse code, essentially. Yeah, or sorry, not Morse code, pulse code in this world.
I wasn't sure if you were saying something at that moment to me.
Just the words just in case, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Named after Andrew Pulse.
Yes. And friends at home, just check effect to make sure that was actually just in case and pulse code.
Oh, it sure wasn't. I thought about learning Morse code for this, but I
really hope it's something actually awful. And it's like,
Like the word.
I'm going to say it.
Named, for the record, I know you're being silly, because the way the telegraph technology works is they send little pulses of ether to make the long and short beeps of the code.
I got it.
Yeah.
while we're walking around, can I just be on the lookout for like thieves' cant or anything?
Yeah.
Anything out of the ordinary?
Sure, give me a perception check
I was
and
like-
add your mafia lore.
May I jump in on that?
Absolutely. Perception or investigation and add your criminal lore.
24.
Nice.
18.
On an 18 and a 24, let's see here. On an 18, Cadence, you find... I think what you both find are occasional little markings of what amounts to thieves' cant. It takes you a bit to parse it because the underlying language is totally different. And, like, it's an interesting thing, too. You know, let me reverse what I just said. To your surprise, you find thieves' cant marked the way that surface languages would mark it, specifically in, like, Golden. Mm-hmm. You think about it for a second, and, like, thieves' cant wouldn't work all that great with telepathy because you're kind of sending like meaning and intention. You know what I mean?
Right.
So anyway, the point being, you do find some markings in thieves' cant. They are few, and they largely say like, this is not a safe place to do dirty business. But you do find on a 24 patches, you find a similar sort of marking, just kind of like etched very finely into a brick on the side of a building where you'd have to really be looking for it to find it. An indication that if you are looking to do shady dealings in Hallow Hive, you need to go to the fungal cavern or the fungal canyon. And real quick, I'll show you the map of all of Hallow Hive because this is just the city of Amber, its capital city. You can't see all of this right now, but Ghost can kind of tell you the layout. At the center of this 100 square mile cavern, held up by these floor to ceiling stalagnates, is the city of Amber, bathed under the light of the lamp. And again, many of what I'm depicting here as like mountains are floor to ceiling cave walls. These are essentially little like sub caves of this cave. You off to the west is a ghost, a little essentially settlement called Long Shadows. named because it is so far to the west of the lamp that all the shadows are very long. To the sort of northwest are the worm pits, where the worms that are the public transit system of this city are sort of raised and trained. To the northeast is Deep Hollow, the fortress that guards the only entrance into the abyss, the lower dark, the deep, whatever you want to call it. South of that is Penumbra Passage, sort of a darkened place that is mostly blocked from the light of the lamp, that mostly people don't go to because it's dangerous and forbidden. To the southeast are the Crystal Wastes. You can't see them from here, but were you to see them, they are a gorgeously beautiful place, sparkling with gemstones and ether salt. This is essentially the massive sort of mining operation where crystals and amber and ether salt are mined. There is also here the system that is used to transport all that shit up to the surface. And then off to the west and the southwest, the place mentioned in the graffiti that you find, essentially patches, is the Fungal Canyon. This is a ravine that is mostly shaded from the lamp's light, where it does not get as bright, and Ghost would be able to tell you. I'll actually ask if you. I'll leave Ghost to explain that if you ask about it. But yeah, you find a little graffiti that essentially says, like, if you are looking to engage in trading or selling illegal stuff, leave the city of Amber and come to the Fungal Canyon. Go ahead, Ghost.
But yes, Sam, the number of priests is a little unusual. It's not usually this quiet. It's usually quiet, but not to this extent. I would give us the proper tour, but I imagine we're all fairly tired, and Cadence, you don't look great, so let's hurry off to somewhere we can rest.
Yeah.
Do you still have a home here?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, yep, you absolutely have a home here. You also know that you would essentially live in what amounts to like a giant, maybe apartment building isn't quite the right word, but like a giant, I guess apartment building is roughly right. A big giant apartment building, which is where 99% of the people of Hallow Hive live, is in like apartments in the city of Amber, essentially. And yeah, you also know that you could go to the Society of Enlightenment if you wish to. There's places to stay there. There are, as you walk around, there are like inns and taverns here. They are few, and they are newly-ish constructed within the last 100 years. There didn't used to be any need for inns and taverns in this city, except a couple sparse ones for people that came to travel from like Long Shadows to the city of Amber or something like that. But yeah, you've got places you could take them if you wish to. And yeah, just to, you look up at the sand tower because you've kind of been unaware of what time it is, I assume. It is late. You guys spent the whole day trekking through the Underdark to get here. So it is, you guys are worn out from a long day. On the subject of being worn out from a long day, Ghost, I will say, you finally get the chance as you arrive in the city to take Timothy Crimple down off your back. He is following around on his crutches, asking a zillion questions about everything. And as you finally let him off your back just like aches. Your legs are burning. You do take 2 levels of exhaustion from carrying Timothy Crimple around all day.
Delightful.
Poor man. Shall we go deliver him?
Thanks, Timothy,
Yeah.
you piece of garbage.
Well, thanks for bringing me here. This is the most amazing place I've ever seen in all my days. This is the most beautiful thing in the whole wide world. I'm pretty sure of it. I've seen a lot of things.
Yes, young child. Let's go deliver you to your new masters.
Oh, could we already go to the Citadel? Are they open this late? Is it late here? Is it still day? Is it always day? Is there such a thing as late in Hallow Hive?
It's mostly day, and most things are open at all hours, at least in some capacity.
How does the tower work? Do you still call them the same time as we do? We call it like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and so on. Do you call it that?
As he's doing that, Boss picks him up and throws him out, throws him on his back and says, "All right, let's go to the Citadel."
I think that. That'll be a lot quicker.
And Boss, trying to be playful, skips.
Right.
Skip with this kid.
Just kind of giggling a little bit.
Let's head to the clutch first, just to get these bodies out of our bags.
It's on the way. Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys are going to make your way to the Citadel by way of stopping by the clutch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. You guys begin to move through the city, following along the streets for the most part, eventually crossing a bridge, passing along sort of the foot of the Sanctum of Light, where you are truly almost directly below the lamp, this massive ziggurat.
Is it hot here?
It's not, it's like, give me a perception check, actually. It's a weird silly little thing, but
Passive 20.
20. The heat is like kind of more uniform than you might expect. There's like, obviously, if something that was emitting the heat of the sun was a couple thousand feet away from you, even if it was only the size of the lamp, you'd probably be, burning. So it's emitting like a pretty uniform heat and light across all of the area that it's like can touch. Essentially, it's not appreciably hotter right here than it was where you were before.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Nonetheless, you kind of move along this river, following a cobblestone street.
Oh, sorry. Does that lend to the idea that if I were to, for whatever reason, like reach up and touch the lamp, it wouldn't burn me?
Potentially.
I mean, it would smite you.
Say like that beyond all religious things.
Yeah, sure.
What were you?
I'd say like you're not 100% sure that on a perception check of 20, but I think that's a reasonable guess based on a 20. Yeah.
I mean, if it was too hot, the chains would melt and it would fall.
Yeah, you have been told it's held up by chains, so presumably it must not be that hot.
And whatnot. All right.
Mm-hmm. As you guys pass by the Sanctum of Light, the next place you stop by is the Clutch. Again, we've already described this a little bit. There's a kind of a bit of a foul smell that meets your nose as you approach this place. It's this massive pit dug kind of straight down pentagon into the ground with little like alcoves dug into the side, little holes. There's like, you can see that there's a network of stairs and ladders that leads down so that you can kind of make your way all the way down to the bottom, or the workers can, which is just a pit of bodies rotting. And were you to step and look over the side, you see like little maggots and grubs crawling through them. And when I say little, I mean like the size of cats or so, huge maggots and grubs that will one day be growing thrycreen. Marvel, go ahead.
So it smells disgusting to us.
Yes.
Does it seem to be smelling gross to Ghost? Does it seem to be bothering the other thrycreen around here? Are they like, obviously, like this is, they all went through this?
I'll let you answer that if you wish to, Ghost. I assume that much as like a human body smells gross to a human,
but we don't grow up eating a human body.
Right. It's different for sure. I assume that it's not like a thrycreen grub is naturally inclined to eat the corpses of the dead, so I assume it doesn't smell that bad to them.
Right. To the grubs, it doesn't, but we don't continue to cannibalize after that.
Oh, I wasn't asking. I'm just trying to get a feel. I'm just looking. I don't want to be rude.
I don't think he's like hugely bothered by it, but also like he's not doesn't want to spend a ton of time here.
Gotcha.
Right.
He's not liking this.
As you're sort of approaching, and you can get a little better view of the pit of the Clutch, you see that moving through the Clutch are sort of these workers. It's a little bit. At first, you would assume them to be beasts or awakened animals or something. About the size of like a small dog are these big, kind of Black Widow-ish looking spiders.
Nope.
Yes.
The main indication you have that these are, some sort of intelligent creatures and not just beasts, or that they're wearing quite a bit of like jewelry. They have like golden rings and sort of dangling gems and stuff adorning their legs and their bodies. And you see them just kind of moving through the Clutch. You see every once in a while someone will pick up some grub and sort of pick them up and take them. You watch at one point one of these spiders shapeshifts into like a human, not human, I shouldn't say that, a thrycreen woman, like a standing up sort of spider person instead of like truly a spider, and picks up a couple of grub and takes them into one of these alcoves. So these seem to be some sort of like shape-shifting spider people.
Are they spider thrycreen when they shapeshift to their humanoid?
Yeah.
Okay, so they just have the ability to just shape into a more...
You can do a nature check if you want to know what they are, if you're curious.
What if I want to forget I saw them?
You can also do that instead, yeah.
A natural 20?
Oh, hell yeah.
24?
These are called Anadi. They are just a humanoid people that can shapeshift into a spider form. It's kind of like the way a Kitsune has a fox form. These are just people that have a spider form.
Pretty badass.
Yeah.
Very naughty.
So naughty.
So naughty.
But Ghost, I think you lead your party inside of the Clutch's sort of like orphanage. It's not called an orphanage, but in sort of the, I don't know, I guess the hatchery you might call it, where the grubs, once they are hatched and fed to sort of like a state where they can be removed from the Clutch, where they are brought in to sort of be raised among the belongings and raised to like adulthood, essentially. It's kind of like a multi-purpose like school / child care facility / it's a place where like all of the people of Hellhive start as babies and are eventually raised to adulthood.
kick this
Yeah, I'll
proposed
go
the grub.
see if I can find one of the widows and just let them know that we found some people dead, and we're returning them to the clutch.
Wonderful.
Hey, Ghost Meta, do you turn in the dagger?
If you guys are all willing to pass it up.
I mean, sure, we don't even know what it is. It's probably not even that good. It's probably just a dagger of warning or something.
You didn't warn them very well, did it?
No, they fell to their death. There's no warning about that.
I mean, it could be incredibly valuable, but Bones assumes that it is of significance to this culture. So
I can just make stuff, so I don't really care.
Yeah.
Me as a player, I want to know what it is.
Yeah,
Same,
also, no one's asked about
I
it.
hate doing this, but
Just shake out all the corpse parts out of my bag.
Just shaking a bag.
All right. You guys make your way in, and Ghost, you're eventually met by this woman. She actually does look human in appearance, other than the fact that she has a bunch of spider eyes on her face.
Whoa! Okay.
You know her to be Hystrix. She's sort of the headmistress of the clutch. And she says, you step in, what do you tell her?
good day. Hystrix, we found, me and my companions, we found a pair of individuals. They'd passed. We were returning them to the clutch, along with some of their belongings that we could gather.
Very well. And she sends for a couple of these big black widow spiders that approach, and they, as you set the body, you take the bodies out of your bag, I presume, and lay them out.
Yeah.
They seem unperturbed by the fact that one was quartered. That does not seem to bother them at all. And one black widow spider takes one of each of them, and they sort of spend some time webbing them. They kind of wrap them up in web. And as they're wrapping the bodies, Hystrix says, and what of their possessions?
I will hand them over to her. So
And she will take the possessions of them and this dagger and their clothing and, you know, whatever else they had on them, little coin purses and stuff. I assume you have kept their coin purse, or do you hand that over? At one point, Boss grabbed their coin purse.
We
we'd probably keep the coins.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, you know, that's probably not of all that much value. They normally would not just leave the coins in the clutch. They would return them to the Hollow Hive's economy.
That's a choking hazard.
Yeah. It's also a choking hazard for babies. They'll choke on them.
This is why babies don't have money.
Yeah.
That's true.
And you see that Hystrix hands off these possessions to another one of these Black Widows that turns into its humanoid form and takes all these possessions and carries them off to a room. You guys can see as you're in this like lobby area, you can see like back rooms where there are young Thrycreen kind of laughing and playing, and some that are sitting in sort of like classes being taught. You hear the same story you just read on your way down those stairs being like taught to these children, sort of childlike terms. I feel like probably young Thrycreen children don't yet know how to target their telepathy. So it is probably loud in here in a way that it hasn't been in the whole rest of the city. You step into this place and you're in range of the telepathy of a bunch of Thrycreen children that don't know how to target specific people.
Just shouting out.
Yeah. So it sounds like an actual preschool in here, yeah, like a surface preschool.
Only inside your head.
Right. Yeah. It's still in your head, but you're hearing in your mind children laughing.
So much worse.
Yeah,
It's
it's
so
awful.
much worse.
Really awful. that started heartwarming, and then it got bad when I imagined like talking to these spider people with children laughing in your mind.
Talking about international travel and how every time I fly for like 10 hours, I wear like noise canceling headphones, and then I also wear like earmuffs over top of that just to double down.
Right.
Now you need like a aluminum foil hat.
Yeah, you can't do that here.
Just aluminum foil. I guess you could just if I put a lead helmet on, would it block the telepathy? Because lead blocks like magic.
Importantly, you do have to be willing to receive their.
Right. You can turn it off if it's bothersome.
I'm assuming
to
that
you.
when you walk in at first, like
Yeah, you could essentially like turn it off if you wish to. You can tune it out, but it by default comes to.
That's hilarious.
And I don't think Thrycreen telepathy is magical. Actually, I'm not sure. I think it is just an innate.
I guess it's good that they don't have parents, because when they became teens, they would just ignore their parents and they just would not have to listen to
For sure, yeah, absolutely. You essentially see where the entirety of the population of Hallowhive, with some very few exceptions, is like born and raised and bred to serve Hallowhive. Again, I think something sinks into you, like there's talk of like, well, why don't people just leave? And like there's a level of indoctrination that is easy to do to people in real life without a setup like this, where people are raised by the city. They're raised by the church, by the kingdom, which doesn't mean that they're like families take them to church and then they're brought home to live their lives for 6 days. It's like they live at the church and are raised by the church. And it's not the church necessarily directly, but it's very much in league with it.
I mean, it's a church state, right? So like, the government is the church.
Yeah, state church is equal here. With that, as you guys hand this stuff over, Histrix says to you, Ghost, the Clutch thanks you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
And she kind of looks to all of you, not just to Ghost. There's a bunch of people that did this thing, and kind of gives you all a bit of a nod. And I think, unless you guys have other conversations to have here, you guys make your way out of the Clutch.
Can't wait to leave.
Ghost gets out of there real quick.
Yeah. Not a comfortable place for you.
Oh, because he was bullied.
Did she look at us like she wanted us to all become food too?
Give me an insight check.
A little racist, but okay.
What's your passive rating?
9. A little hard to
My
say.
passive racism is 17.
Okay, got it. Yeah. Hard to say. Hard to read. She was not very expressive. I would say even on a 9, you pick up some hostility. On a 9, you're not sure if it's like, I want to feed these people to the grubs, or if it's like, ew, gross outsiders. Yeah. But there's a spectrum somewhere in there that you're landing on. Marble, go ahead.
I'm going to try to catch up with Ghost and be like, are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Apologies, all of you. That was selfish, and I put all of you at risk to satisfy my ego. Very sorry for all of that.
You have nothing to apologize for.
No, I certainly do. Cadence was absolutely right. This was a foolish endeavor that satisfied nobody but me. And I apologize for that.
You gotta indulge yourself sometimes, I guess.
Why do you still go by Ghost? When you introduced yourself to me, you called yourself Nathul, and I was going to call you Nathul, but then I noticed that all your friends were calling you Ghost, so I started calling you Ghost too. But the way he says it yesterday, he says that you only ever called Ghost as essentially being like bullied by your peers. I think I'd like to just call you Nathul.
Yes, that's how I thought about it for a long time, but a good friend of mine told me that they thought the name was kind of freeing. See, and he kind of looks over into the pit. It's like the vast majority of those grubs in the green are going to grow up and find some object that they latch onto and have an entire history and lifetime attached to it that is imprinted on them, that they either mistakes that they may have to make up for or deeds that they'll have to live up to. There's a lot of expectation attached to that, and there's something very freeing about not having those expectations.
This I understand. The idea of being born with woes is troubling. The idea of being born anew, alone, is projectionless. Does this thing make sense?
Yes, I get to make my own future.
Yes.
Not have to continue a story that I don't remember.
So wait then, which one do you prefer? Ghost or Nathul? It's up to you. Do you not care?
Either is perfectly acceptable, Timothy.
Very well. Well, all I can say is I've been called nasty things too by other kids. I didn't like it very much. And I I think I'll just go with Nathul, if it's all the same to you.
I reach over and I pat him on the head. That's perfectly fine.
He smiles real big.
Why don't we get you over to the Citadel and we can all take a rest there?
This is very exciting.
Is he still on my back? I assume he's still on my back.
Oh yeah, he probably got down for a little bit and wanted to walk around some. Also, he's like a full 14-year-old, so he's probably very heavy even for boss. So you have to go through spurts of putting him down anyway. But
Yeah,
was just-
nobody
that
in
was
this
just me
party
trying
has
to-
any strength.
That was just me trying to hurt
I think
you.
Patches
I like it.
strength.
Patches
he's
is
got-
even. He's got the 10, yeah.
I will say, I glossed over this earlier by accident. Norbu bids you guys farewell. He doesn't come into the city with you, and Timothy Crimple pays him the rest of the money that he owed him.
Does he not? Norbu, we've been traveling for 2 solid days. Don't you want to rest somewhere at least a little safe?
It's quite all right. I will make a small camp just outside the doors where we enter. It is relatively safe at those depths. And give me an insight check. Yeah,
All right, your choice.
yeah. There's that. He says,
There's a religious.
I was gonna say, does he feel safer out?
Yeah, I'm saying, like, he definitely.
one more person can give me an insight check, or anyone with a
I
proficiency
just
in
rolled a
insight.
nat 20.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, he doesn't like it here. He doesn't like it in the city of Amber. On a nat 20, a little bit more than just that. He's uncomfortable here. He doesn't want to go into the city of Amber if he can avoid it. You get the sense he'd go in if he needed supplies or something, but he's okay. He brought extra. And he says out loud, I do not have any, I'm not scheduled to escort anybody back to the surface, so I have the rare opportunity of a little travel by myself, which can be refreshing at
I
times.
also think it speaks volumes to somebody who doesn't want to enter a place that he can.
Yeah. Go ahead, Patches.
Can I insight that he's just going to steal the ring?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
20.
20? No, you don't get the sense that he's going to steal the ring. He strikes you as an honest guy. But yeah, he takes his payment from Timothy, bids you all farewell and safe travels, and you guys then move through everything that we've just moved through and begin to make your way towards the Citadel. Eventually arriving outside of these tall towers with sort of blue-green domes bathed in the light of the lamp. There's a little courtyard out front with some plants that you recognize as being surface plants. They have brought down some plants from the surface to sort of plant a little courtyard here. It's nothing, elaborate or crazy, but a little bit of surface life brought down here to form this little courtyard in front of the Citadel. There's a staircase heading in. Crimple's eyes are wide with wonder. He says, wow, this is beautiful. Everything that I dreamed it would be. I bet it's even prettier inside. Should we go in? Come on, let's go in. And he kind of starts hobbling on his 2 crutches towards the stairs and beginning the laborious process of pulling himself up a staircase. You guys head inside. Ghost, where would you like to take Timothy Crimple? You know that you could take him to essentially what amounts to admissions. You could take him to go meet one of your teachers. You could take him to the library. Where would you like to take him?
Yeah, I think I would probably take him over to maybe Noah, the librarian.
Yeah, makes sense.
Just see if she can kind of help acclimatize him to things and let him know whatever paperwork he needs to fill out and who he needs to talk to.
Understood. Okay. You make your way in, and boss too. I imagine this is kind of an experience for you. You've read a lot about this
Very
place.
excited,
Yeah.
Which, speaking of, I would also go to Noah to ask if she's seen Grim.
Right. Makes sense. And then Cadence, you have something specific?
Basically the same
Same thing.
Just
Okay.
Keep my eyes open for Grim.
Makes sense. You guys make your way into the school, and Ghost kind of leads you towards the school's library, which is this. In terms of just size, it's not as big as the scriptorium, but it's still a sizable place, particularly when you think of it relative to the size of the city, which is quite small, and the size of the subterranean location. There's a lot of books here that are mostly written on papers that are made from different materials than the papers on the surfaces. And long rows of bookshelves with scrolls and cases. And Ghost leads you to this ant-like Thrycreen lady. She's got sort of like a red-brown carapace, and she seems to be the librarian. Telepathically, she says to all of you, but says so that all of you can hear, but speaks to Ghost. Ghost, welcome back. You're back so much sooner than we expected.
Yes, I was not expecting to be back so soon, but...
And with friends?
Yes, many. It's a whole long story, frankly. But met this young chap, Timothy.
Timothy Crimple at your service.
Study.
He reaches to shake her hand. She reaches a hand out to shake his.
Yes, he was hoping to sign up to begin study here.
Oh, excellent. There is the matter of tuition. Have you spoken to the headmaster?
Not yet, but tuition should be perfectly... he should be able to pay, no problem.
I said, won't be a problem. I've also got this. And he pulls out a letter that obviously doesn't go to this person, but kind of unfolds his letter from his dad that says, like, for financial inquiries, contact this address sort of thing. She says, very well. First, I would head to speak with the headmaster. I can check and see if he's in. Just wait right here. And she kind of walks off and comes back not long later with another ant-like Thrycreen. 2 Timothys. Wearing kind of like a blue, nice sort of overcoat, big wide-rimmed glasses, kind of a purplish carapace, little red vest and a blue tie. He says, welcome to the Citadel. Welcome everyone. He kind of looks at all of you, not just to Timothy. I understand that this young man would like to begin studies here. And Timothy says, ever so much. I've been looking forward to it for quite some time. I was at Eldamore at first and didn't quite work out there, so I figured I'd come a different place, try to make my own path and all that. And the headmaster says, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. And he says, Timothy Crimple, at your service. And he shakes his hand. He says, Zebo Wasavai. I'm the headmaster of the Citadel. There will be a few items of paperwork to fill out, nothing too complicated. There is, he kind of like looks out the door. Things are tense in the city. I have no doubt that you have gathered that, especially if Ghost has been your guide. But even more so, nonetheless, the Citadel is still open to travelers who wish to study. If you are not on an exchange, the tuition is 50 marks for a year. Timothy Crimple like opens up his wallet and sort of starts thumbing through bills. He kind of frowns a little bit and says, I don't have all 50 right now. Can I pay like maybe a semester and then I'll make the rest up? The headmaster kind of looks at the money and says, you can. Is this all that you have to live on, young man? Timothy says, yep, sure is. But that's all right. I can, we'll figure it out. Master Crimple is more than willing to pay whatever it is to be paid. The headmaster looks kind of back and forth. He kind of looks to you, Ghosts, like with a look of like, can you vouch for this kid? Can you vouch for this rando?
I will just telepathically just to Zebo. I don't know if I don't know his father, but based on his dress and the amount that he's been able to pay up until this point, I believe that his father will be good for it theoretically.
Very well. Give me a persuasion check, Ghost. And Timothy will help you, so you have advantage.
By talking?
Yes.
18. Unbelievably good for Ghost.
Yeah, that's solid. He looks to you, and he looks again to Timothy's wallet. He says, "For now, young man, just keep your money with you. I would not want you to go hungry, paying for month by month tuition. Just hold on to your money. You're welcome to begin studying with us, and we will contact." And he reaches for the letter to Master Crimple, to his father. It says, "We will contact your family and work out payments, but you're welcome to begin your studies at this time." Timothy Crimple goes, "Oh, thanks so much." And he starts to just hobble off into the library to immediately start reading books. But then he turns around and is like, right. I owe all of you a massive thanks. I couldn't have done this without you. I got on a train and I was like, I'm going to go to Hello Hive. And that was the extent of my plan. It's truly fortuitous that I ran into you and I did. And, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you each and every.
Boss wants to say so much. Has absolutely nothing to say.
Right.
So just, gets down on his knee in front of him and kind of puts his head down, hands him a pebble.
Another one. Now I have 2 pebbles from a magician.
Never forget.
Never ever. Never lose a pebble you get from a magician. That's something I've learned on this trip.
And then Boss just walks by.
Perfect. Go ahead, Marble.
Do you have an hour?
I have all the time in the world.
Does he have a... They give him a room?
No. There doesn't seem to be a room here at the Citadel.
Oh, this is literally just where they study.
Yeah. Zevo does say, we will work out accommodations. There are several places to live nearby. There is one building that is where most of the exchange students and the foreign travelers tend to make their lodgings. We will find a space for you. Just stay here in the library, and I will be back with you and by the end of the day. Well, actually, it's already getting late. How about I will be with you in the morning? Meet me here in the morning, will you? And Timothy says, that will work out right, just fine. I could find myself somewhere to stay for the night. Not a problem. I want to stay up all night and read, but I should get some sleep, I suppose.
We have been traveling a long time. He can stay wherever we end up staying.
I do want to, after we get to where we're going, borrow him for an hour.
Yeah.
After we figured all that out.
For the moment, he goes to the library to do some reading, and you guys, I assume, will eventually find out where you're going to sleep. So he says he'll just, before you leave, just come get him, essentially. Or just leave him here forever, never speak to him again. That's between you guys. He runs off to start, looking for books to read, leaving you, Ghost, with Noha and with Zebo. Actually, Zebo also kind of leaves to go get his papers in order. But Noha. There's a Roha and a Noha. Noha says... So back so soon? Was it just to bring our young friend, or?
Partly. We're also traveling. We have much traveling to do, and this was the first stop on the way.
What was the surface like? I've heard stories from everyone, but I can never get enough.
It was very strange. Dark half the time. Which was very unpleasant.
I can imagine.
The people are quite varied. Honestly, it was somewhat cutthroat. I was expecting a lot of the stories that I read to have been a bit more fictional in that regard, but there was a lot of people who were just out for themselves above anything else.
Heavens, it sounds a little thrilling and quite dangerous. Did you get to see an automobile?
Honestly, it was very different. I did pick up a new game though that my friend Cadence taught me. And pull out the Go board that he bought.
Yeah, you see her antennas kind of dance a very happy body language. She says, a new game.
Yes. I'm sorry. I would love to discuss this with you further, but one other piece of urgent business. Have you had any other foreigners come to take a look at the library?
It's yes. There's been the usual. Honestly, fewer. We've had more foreigners leave in the last month than foreigners arrive. But yes, we did have one individual arrive. This would have been on the order of 3 weeks ago, perhaps. Elderly gentleman, half-elven. He, I believe, she kind of looks a look of kind of concern comes across her face. She says, he was here for a number of days, but then have you heard about the Queen's proclamation?
What is this thing? Boss interrupts. Sorry, I just can't help.
Yeah, you're good.
What is this thing?
Yeah, sorry. Noha, Dagomai, by the way, she shakes your hand. So, you have heard about the eclipse.
Yes.
The Queen, a number of days ago, something on the order of about 2 weeks ago, issued a proclamation essentially stating that the eclipse was caused by contact with the surface realms and that essentially contact with the surface was to blame for the current state of Hallowhive. And as part of that proclamation, she had gathered criminals, heretics, people that had betrayed the faith, and exiled them to the abyss. Many of these are not surprising. They were Devorator's cultists or criminals. I believe there was a murderer among them. But the gentleman that you speak of, this half-elven gentleman, Grim, he was among those arrested and exiled.
Grim was sent to the abyss.
She nods.
This is true?
This is the truth, yes. I'm sorry, I take it that he is of importance to you. It is not... Frankly, it was a great surprise. Such a thing is unprecedented for a foreigner. It is not unheard of for a criminal, a heretic, a cultist, and the like to be exiled like such, but to exile a foreign visitor is a strange and unprecedented escalation.
These things made no sense.
Go ahead, Marble.
Did she mention that this was before or after the eclipse?
This was after the eclipse. Essentially, the eclipse happened, Filler got here, and then maybe a week or so later, the Queen put out a proclamation saying the eclipse happened because of contact with the surface, because of the growth of heresy, because of our worldliness, and as part of that, she banished and exiled a bunch of people to the
How long
abyss.
after was it? Like a week?
And she's a librarian. She knows the date. She will tell you. She actually goes and gets like a little ledger.
Does she go check her notes?
Yeah, she goes and literally checks her like ledger book of visitors to the library and books that she checked out and stuff. She says, your associate Grim arrived here on the 3rd of Sprouts. Actually, she doesn't use the word Sprouts. She says the 3rd of Germis. The 3rd of Germis. And the Queen's proclamation was on the 14th of Germis. I stopped, the last time that Grim visited the library was on the 9th of Germis. So he was here studying most days from dawn till dusk in surface terms for 6 days, from the 3rd to the 9th, and then he stopped showing up. I assumed that he had returned to the surface, having found what he needed, but then a few days later I saw him manacled among people being exiled to the abyss for heresy.
And why would he be a part of this thing?
This I do not know the specifics of. He came here researching the abyss, researching the lands beneath Hallowhive, the deep, as we call it, the lower dark, depends who you ask for a name. She kind of rocks her head back and forth. He was researching topics that are taboo, perhaps is the right word.
So your people condemn those interested in academia?
I she at first, you see a flash across her eyes of maybe being like offended at the term your people, but you see her kind of like shrug. Much to my chagrin, to be clear, I am not among those. This is not something that I approve of. And again, I have never heard of something like this happening before. I have heard of people being exiled to the Abyss for the most heinous of crimes. I have never heard of a foreign traveler being exiled to the Abyss for what his crimes were. I do not know. He was among a group of people that were accused of heresy and terrorism and exiled for their crimes, but the Queen's proclamation did not include the specific details of each person's crimes. What I know is that Grimm came here and spent about 5-6 days researching matters related to the Abyss and to the demons of the Abyss and things of that nature.
Is that all true?
Give me an insight check.
I just rolled 24.
Yes, you believe her. She seems honest. You notice on the 24, kind of like I already said, a bit of an offense initially at being referred to as like your people, but then also like accepting that you're not wrong. She recognizes like, I think what you read, and you kind of already know this, the Citadel is very much at odds with the church in the city, more so now than ever before. So, like, she's part of an institution that is like, hey, can we stop doing this religio-fascist shit? But she acknowledges, like, yeah, this is a religio-fascist state at this point. Go ahead, Cadence.
Is this conversation? I know it's telepathic, but is it being broadcast to
It is,
everybody?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that she's
his boss is asking
unless at some point
things.
that you indicate like, no, keep this between you and me. But I think that she's
Boss is
talking to
asking
everybody.
A lot of questions I wanted to ask,
Go
but I
ahead.
do want to add. Sorry, real quick. Was Grimm the only outsider exiled?
She kind of thinks for a second. Yeah, there were a total of, I believe, 6 or so total that were exiled, but Fillard was the only foreigner among them. The rest were Hallow Hive residents, and they were, again, a pair of Devorator's cultists. There was a murderer among them. There was a very daring and very stupid student of the Citadel who attempted to touch the lamp in order to attempt to identify it. There was a priestess of the church, of the Sanctum of Light, that apparently was a sort of some false agent or criminal. And then there was Grimm. Again, strange and very unprecedented. And Ghost, give me a religion check. Or you can do religion or insight. I assume religion might be better for you.
Yeah, 25.
Hell yeah. This is wild. This is as Noah has kind of said, an unprecedented escalation.
Yeah, total overreach of the church.
For sure. I mean, unless Fillard came down here and like was summoning demons in the street or something. But like, even if that was happening, what they would have done was, or they should have done, in your opinion, is like extradite him back to the surface. The idea,
like, just send it back on.
right? The idea of taking a traveler from the surface who came down here like researching something that he shouldn't have been researching and banishing him to the abyss for it is wild. And if like you look over sort of the books that he was reading in her ledger book, the books that he was like checking out, and it's all books about the abyss. It's books, some are about the Isle of Ash, books about sort of the demons of the abyss and what sort of like cultures they have formed, if any, and like some history books about the earliest founding of Hallow Hive. All of this that he's researching, again, while kind of taboo, is not even heretical. It's not heresy to learn about the demons of the abyss. It kind of borders on, you know, if you're going to serve them or something. But like, I mean, you've read books about the Isle of Ash. You've read books about the abyss. So like, not only is this an unprecedented escalation to banish someone to the abyss for heresy, you look through this and from what you know about the Xanthian Church, it doesn't seem, at least on the surface, just based on these books that you're looking at, it doesn't seem like Fillard was even doing anything heretical as far as you can tell. You're obviously missing a great deal of detail. And then Marble, I believe you're waiting for a turn there.
Yeah, it's actually really great you said that. It's like that goes into the question I've been asked. I wanted to ask. So I look at him like, why the abyss?
Oh, well, that is I don't know how much you know about the Underdark. The Abyss is one word for it. The Deep is another. The Lower Dark is the term that you would use, and she kind of points up as if to the surface. The Dark, as we call it, the Underdark, as you call it, is sort of divided into strata. The lowest of those strata, down where the ley lines run, is referred to here in Hallowhive as the Abyss. It is a place of extreme danger, a place inhabited by demons and worse, and it is essentially a sentence of death for the worst of the heretics to be sent to be killed by the demons that they worship.
Why not just to the surface?
That I do not know, and that is, as I said, an unprecedented escalation.
Yeah. I'm also kind of blanketing not just Grimm, but like
Yeah.
the other people who are from here. Like, why banish people down there versus just send them to the surface if you want to exile them?
It is more complicated with citizens of Hallowhive. They are beholden to the city's laws and the city's regulations, and it is not unheard of for a criminal to be essentially banished from Hallowhive and given leave to go to the surface if they wish to, or to live out their days in the dark, but to be no longer welcomed to the verdant path. But for the worst and most heinous of criminals, being banished to the Abyss is essentially the most dire and foul form of punishment. It is essentially a death sentence with a touch of irony. Often it is the Abyss is the home of demons, and often it is demon worshippers who are banished there and expected to be sort of slain by demons. Go ahead, boss. Or Cadence, go ahead.
Just like I can't remember how it works here. So the queen talks to the lamp and just passes decrees based on that, basically?
Yeah, she essentially, the Xanthian Church teaches that the hierarch, the queen of Hallowhive, is the voice of the lamp, that she is sort of the mouthpiece of the lamp and delivers its will.
So Grimm shows up, does his research. A few days later, she talks to the lamp and then banishes him to the Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, that timeline seems to add up.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, on the 3rd of this month, Filler Grimm shows up in Hallowhive and starts researching. 6 days later, he stops showing up to the library, and this librarian thinks that he's just gone and went back to the surface. And then, I think 9 or something days after that, he shows up having been, like, imprisoned, apparently, as a prisoner, and is banished to the Abyss. Okay. Boss, go ahead.
If someone is sent to the Abyss, how long do they live?
She kind of hangs her head. If you're... Go ahead, Ghost.
Unprepared, they have days at best.
Then I leave now.
That maybe I do not wish to try to stop you, but just be sure to make an informed journey. You likewise will be likely to only have days and to get to the Abyss, you would need to travel through. There is no way to walk to the Abyss publicly, I suppose I should say. Ghost can tell you all of this. She kind of looks at Ghost, but it will not be as one does not simply walk into the Abyss.
For the last 7 years of my life, I have had few friends. Weeks ago, every single one of those was slain, except one. And this is the man that I need to find as soon as I can find him. I will not relinquish, and I will not back off. I will find my friend.
I understand. I would not ask you to. I leave this to you and your friends to discuss. I merely wish to give you as much information as possible to act on. Just know that the Abyss is extremely dangerous, and it will be complicated to even get there. I do not mean to discourage you from doing what you say. She kind of looks a little hesitant, but then says, frankly, I find the exile of any citizen of Hallowhive to the Abyss inhumane and draconian and brutish. And I find the exile of a foreigner here peacefully studying wholesale unacceptable. I'm in complete agreement with you that this thing is a wrong that should be set right. Just act carefully is all that I mean to say.
Perhaps tomorrow. It's late and more dangerous if we don't rest.
Before we go traipsing off into hell anyway, is Grimm not a very powerful magic user? I'm not super familiar, but could he not just leave?
I didn't know to know the laws of these places.
There aren't any laws in the abyss. Can he just teleport out? Is he capable of that?
I believe possible, but why wouldn't he do so out of captivity before he was sent?
Perhaps it is possible he went there on purpose. I mean, he was studying it in books. Maybe he wanted a personal look.
There's possibility.
Yes. Most people would not survive down there for long, but he's spent at least almost a week doing nothing but poring over books about the Abyss. There's a chance that he would have a better chance surviving than anyone else. Even more if everyone was exiled at the same time. If they were smart enough to work together, they have a better chance. The problem is that even if you were to go down there and find him, there's no way to get him back up. They're not going to let him back into the city, and there's no other way up to the surface from the Abyss.
Just real quick, for the sake of our friends at home, Marisco was very hard to understand. He suggested that it's possible that Philord went there on purpose, that he went there intentionally.
This is also something I did assume that this is possible with the research he's been trying to. Yeah, I feel like him being the brash individual that he is could have done something to like get himself sent there intentionally, knowing that he could get out. I think
you run into the same problem then, though. Why not just go?
I think what I don't want you all to roll for, but try to understand our boss at this moment is the rational.
Right.
Right.
His only like true remaining like recent friend is in this state. So, and whatever that means to you at this point, I think boss is like still gung ho and trying to go receive his friend, and it's whatever you want to do about that.
They don't let people down into the Abyss. The trouble that we had getting into the city alone, that has existed getting into the Abyss for far longer.
Yeah, the entrance that you came in through the city of Amber, to your knowledge, is the only entrance to Hallowhive, with the exception of the shipping system in the Crystal Wastes, and the only way that you know to get out of Hallowhive to the Abyss is through Deep Hollow, this fortress that is constructed at the entrance to the Abyss, essentially to protect Hallowhive from the Abyss, from things coming up and in. But it likewise prevents people from going out into the Abyss unapproved, essentially.
I want to make a prediction right now. I bet that there is a thieves' way through the Fungal Canyon into the Abyss. That's my call. Now, I'm not a thief, so I don't know this.
And for full clarity, Hallowhive is a big 100 square mile cave deep in the Underdark, and then there's the whole rest of the Underdark, and then below Hallowhive is the Abyss. But that whole system goes way outside of Hallowhive. You can get to the Abyss, a billion other ways, just through different parts of the Underdark.
And then presumably get back up to the surface from the Abyss. I'm assuming that. I'm not saying Ghost is lying. They might just be told that.
Right.
That way, that if you go to the Abyss, you're
right. My point is just getting to the Abyss via any part of the Underdark is not impossible, but getting to the Abyss via Hallowhive means going through Deep Hollow. And the other thing that some people might know, Ghost, give me a nature check and apply your Underdark lore. You can also do history if you wish to. This is just a Ghost check.
I would love history. $29 if I can apply my lore to
Absolutely can. This is a check about the structure of the Underdark. So, you know that the further you go down into the Underdark past this point, it starts to get a little bit more... what's the word I'm looking for? Segmented. The weight, literally, of the everything above it starts to compress it a little bit more. Which is just to say that it was difficult and grueling for you guys to move through the Underdark for the last 2 days with a professional guide who knew exactly where to take you in the safest ways. Were you to just try to wander through the Underdark and try to find a way to the Abyss, that would be significantly harder and significantly more dangerous. But it is possible.
Does Naha?
Yeah, Noha.
Does she have a list of all the books he was reading?
Yeah, she will show you sort of what he was sort of renting out, and as I kind of mentioned, it's books about the Abyss, books about demons, books about the speculations that the demons are not just wanton wild creatures in the deep, that they have sort of formed little cities and structures, and also a bunch of information about the history of, like, the earliest history of Hallow Hive, and, like, trying to find, you go through, like, the books that he was looking at, and, like, trying to find information about what was the demon situation like in the earliest days of Hallow Hive. He seems to have been, like, trying to find out something about the early days of Hallow Hive. And Noha, as you're looking through these books, she also says, if you wanted, the names of those exiled is a matter of public record. I can find that for you quickly if you're interested in it. And she goes and spends a couple minutes, like, looking through for essentially like a proclamation written by the queen.
While she's doing that, Boss Grimm has either already died or he's figured out a way to survive another night. If you traipse off into the abyss right now, you're just going to join him in death.
Boss is despondent.
Case
But
doesn't know how to do sympathy. I'm sorry.
no, but like reluctantly, like does nod to that. Like that's the pragmatism that Boss does understand. So he does nod to that, and I think, now he pulls his hood up and tucks his head as to not let anybody see his facial expression.
Yeah, it's been a long, hard, and grueling trip to get you to this point where you're hoping to finally, at last, be reunited with Grimm and to be once again have another step put in front of you, and potentially seeming like your friend his chances of being alive are few. I can imagine Boss's heart at the moment.
Look at that smile on the DM's face. He's enjoying your suffering.
I enjoy when you guys suffer.
Okay, this actually physically hurts me.
Yeah. We saw you rip those papers up. We remember.
That's right.
Noha returns with a list of names. She says, okay, the banished and exiled were Philord Grimm, Dira Vodum,
Write it down.
Jagnatani, Caris Okio, and Nessa and Oza Tamai. And Patches, she lists that Caris Okio is one of those that was exiled to the Abyss.
Womp womp. Wait, she was the priestess that was...
So was the murderer?
Did any of us know that name, or just Patches?
I think only Patches knows that. I don't think he shared that with anybody yet.
I don't think so.
I think he started by accidentally holding his paper the wrong way, so you saw it for a second, if I remember correctly.
Step one.
Wild. So yeah, she reads you off those names, and
Do I know how much it would cost to rent a worm to take us to Deep Hollow?
it is, you don't have to pay anything. There's public transit. You can go get on one.
Oh my god, it's not so bad here after all.
Yeah. See, it's not all bad. It's not all fascist bullshit.
Wait until Caden sees an apartment and she's gonna be like, oh, actually no.
Religio-fascism maybe isn't quite right. It's like religio-communism, essentially.
Yeah.
But does public transport like weigh out giant spider people?
No, I'm going to kill myself in a second. There's a giant hole I can throw myself into. So was the murderer a murderer in his last life, and when the grub chose the murderer's possessions, they just let it happen?
Who can say?
Okay, cool.
I assume that's one reason why they send those people to the abyss, so they also can't be reborn.
But he was already reborn. Okay, never mind.
No, but once you're banished to the abyss, your corpse can't be eaten.
Well, now they got rid of him, but was he a murderer in the last life?
Maybe he worked up to it. Like he just pushed someone over once, and
Right.
That makes
like-
sense.
then straight to murder.
Getting slightly more violent each lifetime.
So like if you're a serial killer and then you die and they put you in there, but they don't know about it yet,
Right.
And then the grub like takes it, and then they find out later like, oh shit, that was you. Does that grub like
Put him to
now
death.
have to be like, well, now I
Yeah,
have
for
to be
his
a serial
crimes.
killer?
Yeah. He's destined to be an even worse serial killer.
Manifest destiny.
Right.
How does
Manifest
crime, do you have to
destiny.
pay for crimes in your next life if you weren't caught
he
in the
did.
last
He
one?
did make it sound like you have to atone for some stuff.
All of a sudden, the idea of being born a ghost with no reincarnated
Yeah.
soul feels a little bit freeing, the way the ghost has said.
I guess it's really fitting when you get like a double life sentence now because
Yeah, correct.
now,
Actually,
you
serve it
Actually
out.
serve all your life
Yeah.
sentences.
Sorry, grub.
Nightmare shit. Noha, after setting down this list of names, says, if there is anything I can do to help you, I am terribly sorry. Is it all right if I pass this information along to the headmaster? I think he'll be interested to know it, unless this is a matter of secrecy. Obviously, secrecy within the Citadel, of course. Your secrets are safe here.
I'll leave that one up to you.
Oh, my head's down. My hood is up.
Yeah. I'm sure this is exceedingly obvious, but just to state the obvious out loud, do not share your affiliations with this man publicly.
I think it's probably better.
Honestly,
because,
just don't do anything publicly.
Truly, you jest, but it is not a good time to be in the city as an outsider. It is. You should know as well. The Queen is scheduled to give another proclamation tomorrow morning at the Sanctum of Light.
Wow, what a coincidence!
So, you may attend to what she says, but you do not need to. If you simply step outside, her voice can be heard anywhere that the lamp's light touches.
I hate this.
A murder plot? Oh, what if we get framed for murder?
Unless you think the headmaster could offer an insight you haven't.
I don't suspect. She kind of looks a little bit like wry. He bless his heart. He means well, and he does truly mean well. He believes in the principles that the Citadel stands for, and he wants just as much as all of us to move Hallow Hive on to a new era. But in terms of the insights that the Citadel has to offer, I frankly believe myself to be your best resources.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to know then.
Is that true?
Give me an insight check.
$21.
Yeah, you believe her. You believe what she's saying. She feels like not modest enough to not just come out and say that she thinks that she probably is your best resource. She does say, you may also wish to speak with Roja. If for nothing else, I'm sure he would be glad to see you, Ghost. But I believe in terms of Grimm's activities, I would be, I know more than anyone else.
Yes, I'll try to stop in briefly while we figure out what we're all doing.
Yes, but do get some rest. She kind of looks to Boss for a second and thinks better of like saying anything to you at this point, but to the group in general, so that Boss can hear, but not directed at him. I agree with the notion that you may wish to at least have a zenith before you proceed into the abyss. It is extremely dangerous. You do not want to go down there injured, and some of you look worse for wear.
Me?
Right. Well, then we should make haste. Here, I have a place where those of you that need to can rest. Somewhere you can make it a little dark for all of you. Thank you for your help, Noah.
Of course, if you need anything else. We have some new spells in since the last time you were here, so do stop by if you have need of transcription.
That would be wonderful. I might come by after getting everyone else situated. Timothy.
Yes.
We're heading out. Would you like to come rest?
Maybe I'll just stay up for a few more hours reading books. Oh, no, you know what?
Right.
You're right. No, you're right. I should go to sleep.
No,
I've got all the time in the world ahead of me.
You know what? Actually, you should stay. I'm going to be back in a couple hours, and then I can come and gather you.
I need him for a bit.
Oh, right. I forgot you wanted to speak with me. Yeah.
Right.
Why don't I'm famished. I'll go wherever you're going. I'll get myself something to eat, and then maybe I'll come back with Nathul to do some studying later in the evening. But I am quite hungry.
Sure. And I'll take them to the Society of Enlightenment, because they can all just throw bedrolls there. And
Lovely. You make your way back out of the Citadel and head to just this nearby stalagnate stretching like 1,500 feet floor to ceiling, covered in like pockmarked with little holes where people have built little homes and tunnels that weave their way through it, staircases. Ghost leads you guys into this stalagnate and into one of the many tunnel networks that are carved through it. And you spend a little bit of time climbing your way upward through these twisting tunnels and chambers and antechambers, and eventually arrive at a hidden little nondescript wooden doorway, which Ghost opens, and it opens into a little hideaway known as the Society of Enlightenment.
Or, yeah, I guess secret society.
It is a cozy little space with a crackling fireplace and shelves of books and tables where various texts and scrolls are open to view. The room is decorated with strange oddities like ancient weapons and armor and mounted heads of weird monsters from the deep and exotic statuettes and art pieces. Just a wild collection of relics and artifacts that have been gathered over the years and brought here for safekeeping and study and discussion, things that perhaps fall a little too far outside of the purview of what would be approved by the church, so that they're kept here in this kind of secret place. When you guys step in, the only person present, a ghost, is Celilok. He is this illithid, this mind flayer, who is of about gnomish stature. He's about 3'8" or so. Big lilac bulbous head, like squid tentacles down the front of the face. He's currently seated, like reading a book, as you guys all enter together.
Sorry, I didn't think anybody would be here, actually.
Ghost!
Look, I have,
You're back.
I brought some friends. I hope that's all right.
Oh, of course, yeah, bring him on in. Wow, a lot of friends.
They just need a place to stay for the night, to sleep.
Understood. No, that's not a problem. There's a couple of couches and chairs. What are you doing back here so soon?
That's just a long story. We got into some trouble and are in the midst of traveling, but we've ran into a bit of a roadblock at the moment.
Did you get hit by an automobile?
Almost, several times.
So they are real.
They are real, and they are quite fast, and they're plentiful, and people are very loud when you don't understand the rules of the road.
Dreadful.
Yeah. It was fascinating and very exciting, honestly.
He stands up and kind of starts with absolutely no compunction whatsoever, getting kind of right into your personal space, into your bubbles, and just looking up at each one of you very carefully. Says, well, this is a lot of people that resemble felines.
Is this my first illithid?
I presume so.
Okay,
I can't imagine.
I wasn't sure if DC.
I really can't imagine any of you having seen an illithid before, except Patches in another life. Timothy Crimple says, "What? There's a lot of cats in this group, and also you are some sort of strange squid man. What are you?" Hey, we have a Neo.
Hello, I'm here now.
Welcome back.
Huzzah!
He says, "Oh well, I am. Well, there's a vulgary for us, which I will not even stoop myself to use. We are illithid."
I'm gonna say it.
I'm gonna straight up say it right now.
Ankle biter.
Oh, very well. If it is, what's your name? Celilok. You may call me Celilok. Welcome to the Society of Enlightenment. I should inform you that this is a secret place, and should you betray its secrecy, I will have to individually murder each of you. That's a joke.
Oh.
But seriously, I will.
Nice to meet you, Celilok.
And you as well. I've seen one like you before. Haven't seen any of these cat people before.
Bonicello, good to meet you.
Bonicello. Understood. Celilok. It's a pleasure.
Marble.
If you just need a place to sleep, hello, Marble. If you just need a place to sleep, there's a fireplace and some couches. I'm glad you're back, actually, Ghost. I'm in a bit of a tizzy, if I'm being honest.
What's going on?
Well, you may notice I'm alone in here, which isn't that unusual. But Ral and Talania are gone. They went down into the abyss looking for Nimawort.
Oh, God damn it. For the love of fuck.
That's what I said.
Why is everybody going down into that hellhole?
Oh, Rawl was on one of his crazed ideas about going to gather some mushroom from the Underdark that you can only find in the abyss. Nimawort, it's called. He thinks he can use it to make something fantastic, but being the hobbled old man he is now, he needed help getting there, so he brought Talania along, which of course she's foolhardy enough to go on such a thing. Which they've been on more dangerous things before and have come out just fine, but they left before the proclamation. So they don't know that. I don't know if they're going to even. Wait, you know what I mean? I don't know if they're going to let them back in.
Right. That is a problem.
I was thinking about going down after them, but that feels equally foolhardy.
What's the range of your telepathy? Just saying, like, if you could potentially reach out to them, perhaps you could inform them.
Oh, heavens. My range is much greater than yours. Illithid are, of course, naturally far more intelligent than Thrycreen. However, our telepathy has no range of that nature. It is still measured in feet, not miles.
Right.
I figured with the brain being as big as your head, it would go farther than that.
Well, I figured with your ears being as long as you were that you would be... I don't really know where this insult was going.
Enough.
I apologize for being personal.
Enough.
And you, sir, are based on an animal that I have never seen before, or perhaps you are not based on any animal.
I don't care what you think of me.
Very well. Nor I you.
This is your
I'm glad that we
How
have...
come you did not make fun of him?
I'm glad that we have an intellectual agreement with one another.
Boss just nods.
An elephant.
1,000-yard stare. 1,000-yard stare.
Elephants.
Elephants.
That's the animal he resembles. It is not a species.
Also, based on? Like a species of people?
Yeah. For the record, I don't know if anyone in this group knows this, but straight up, the way that a lot of humanoid species were created in this world was great spirits were like, oh, it'd be cute if a cat was a person, and straight up uplifted cat people. That is how many species in this world came to be, is that great spirits were like, oh, let's make people out of these cats, or let's make people out of these elephants.
Someone was like,
That
crocodiles.
explains why there's so many cats.
Yes. That's why there's a lot of animal-esque people in this world.
Understood.
For our furries at home.
Just so funny to me. Like, you're based
For our
on
furry
an
friends at
animal.
home.
He says, but yes, no, I was contemplating just doing something truly stupid and trying to go after them, but I think that's a fool's errand. But I thought about seeing if I could find some seedy criminal elements to help me make a break out of here. But I think that if an Illithid were to leave this place and try to come back, they would certainly never allow it.
In the current state, I imagine not.
But I did do a little bit of preliminary looking, and I found the name of someone who purports to be some version of smuggler or criminal, a fellow by the name of Jakraush in the Fungal Canyon. So if you mean to sneak to the abyss after them, which I am not suggesting, but perhaps you could go after him, or send your cat and elephant friends.
It seems like the entire world wants that to happen, doesn't it?
Well, I want it to happen. I want Raul and Talania back. Well, this Society of Enlightenment would be just you and I if they don't return.
Yes, I would also society with just the two of us.
Sorry, Marisco, you had something?
I would also like Corral back too. I'm glad he is still down here. I'm glad I didn't make the journey for nothing, but...
Are you a friend of his from the surface?
No, I'm more of a fan
Oh, very
of
well.
his writing. Yeah.
He's a decent writer. It's rather dry for my taste, but I suppose it is about cooking after all.
Aren't you trying to come up with recipes so you don't have to eat brains anymore?
I am trying, and it is a sore subject, and I apologize if I have let that shown a little bit in my evaluation of Raoul's textbooks.
He's the best thing that's ever happened.
Well, I do ask that all of you be utterly and entirely silent while in here. So that I can...
This man understands the untouchable.
so that I can continue my reading.
They'll do their best. But yes, please grab couches, the floor, place your bedrolls wherever you want. Cadence, perhaps you could accompany me down the street. We could pick up some food for everybody.
Yeah, I can do that.
Lovely.
You're asking the woman and not the chef to go with you grocery shopping.
I lean
Sexist.
over to Marisco. I think there may be more than just food going on in that conversation.
That makes sense, okay. Carry on, no problem.
We're gonna come back with no groceries.
A bunch of you guys settled in here and put up bedrolls and stuff. Go ahead. I'll come to Marble first, and then we'll
Yeah,
to Ghost
mine,
and Cadence.
mine will take a little bit of time, so it can happen in the background.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go over to Timothy and be like, come here.
This is the most amazing place. Every time I think I've
Sit
seen
down.
the most... All right. He goes and sits down.
And I just like start pulling out my tools and I start like measuring his legs, and I'm going to start working on the thing I told you about.
Yeah.
Over the next hour, I'm going to be working on making him some like slightly mechanized leg braces to help him walk better.
I'm Iron Man, right?
Hell yeah.
And I'm just going to like listen to him talk.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm used to just like having background talking as I'm doing stuff.
Yeah.
So it's probably kind of nice.
For sure. It's a little bit like being back home and the twins chattering back and forth while you're working. It puts you into sort of like a zen headspace. It takes him... Hold on. Roll me a d12.
$10.
10? That's good. That's appropriate. Sometimes the dice are correct. It takes him 10 full minutes of talking to you about unrelated things before he looks down on his legs like, so what are you doing? Has he been like measuring his legs and stuff? He doesn't mention it at all for 10 full minutes. And then he says...
Making some braces to help you walk.
His eyes light up. Just really? Will it work?
We'll see.
Like I'll be able to walk like a regular person without rickets?
Presumably.
Well, that's the, you see his eyes like water a little bit. So that's the very kindest thing I think anyone has ever done for me in all my days. Even if it doesn't work, just the thought of it, that's in your heart.
Yeah, it smiles a bit. Well, I know what it's like.
Yeah. On a kind of, it's not a...
Yeah.
You and I are birds of a feather, as they say.
Yes, for sure.
You get to work. Give me a crafting check. I guess this is a artificer's tool. This isn't even an artificer's. This is just machinist's tools check.
It's the same.
It's all the same for you anyway as an artificer, I think.
19.
19, cool. You can easily spend the full 18 marks to complete this over the course of
Marvel
this
does not have a lot of money left, so he's just, you see him pull, I'm not sure if Timothy catches on, but he just pull out what few pieces he has to put this together.
He says, I can't possibly let you do this for free, and he pulls out his wallet, and he has, does not have a ton of money left, but
I'll hold up my hand, but no.
How much?
18?
I pay 18.
Look, you can't pay for the whole thing. Come on, let me just at least chip in a little bit. It is for me, after all.
When you get through this school and you learn how to do something very cool for the first time, give it away. Not that you can't do it anymore, but don't charge for it. Whatever the first thing you do is, give it away for free.
I feel as though you've implied that I've not done something cool before.
We need to.
I'm just joking, of course. I'll pay it forward. That's very sweet. I'll try to pay you back as well, in terms of just actually paying you back your money. Master Crimple says one should never give away money for free.
How much money do you actually have, Bones?
252 remaining.
Oh, you're rich. I only have 28 gold. I only have 28 marks. That's very good.
To be clear, was that in gold just now?
No,
I had 28 marks.
So 18 marks was the cost of what you needed to spend.
It's so
It's
cheap.
not very much.
But I'm poor because I keep making things.
Timothy Crimple says, no, I will pay you back. I don't want to be a freeloader. Master Crimple says, nothing worse than a freeloader.
If you are ever in a situation where you can do that, I will take your money.
Absolutely. I certainly will.
And then if I have any extra, I'll start putting it towards the other object we talked about.
Of course, I won't pay you back if you go to the abyss and get eaten by some sort of demon or something. Suppose I won't know, though.
We call that a windfall, when you do not have to repay a debt.
Oh, very well. Very well indeed.
Here is what I'll pull out the little schematics and make here. Make sure this gets out then.
I've heard windfall before, because that was like when Master Crimple said one of the factories burnt down, but then he was a little bit like, it burnt down, you know what I mean? Like insurance.
Oh, God.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, what were you showing me?
I hand him the schematics that I made for this.
Okay. This is a beautiful thing. I can't believe you just drew this up so fast.
Make sure it gets out there for others.
Of course, this is a wonderful thing. A beautiful thing. I think it takes you probably
It takes an hour.
Is it? Oh, it takes an hour? Cool.
Takes an hour. So I'll be doing that and then it can...
Okay, cool. As you're working on that, I'll jump to Boss real quick and then we'll come to Ghost and Cadence.
I just want to play what Boss is doing during the scene.
Yeah, totally.
I just want to once again harp on the despondence or whatever. So Boss went over to the fireplace area.
Yeah.
And has just been sitting, still hood up, back towards everybody, not really feeling it. And I think has actually taken a few pebbles and thrown them into the fire.
Yeah.
Just not having a good time with this idea.
Yeah. You're sitting kind of by the fireplace and you toss a pebble in there. You see that the fire kind of reacts unnaturally. It's clear that this is like an ever-burning magical fire, not like a true fire of wood. So you see her pebble just kind of sit there in the fire and just sort of fire wraps around it but doesn't burn it. Just kind of hood up. Morisco is kind of, I think, across the way from you, sort of resting on a couch, probably getting ready to go to sleep.
Boss speaks the word Roshani, pulls his staff out, and the staff just glows, and he kind of just hugs it, like holds on to it.
Yeah.
Not like hugs, but like pulls it in tighter and just sits with the staff in front of the fire and has nothing else to say.
Yeah. As you're doing that, Cellolock goes back to his reading. Marble and Timothy, with Bones kind of close by, are working on Timothy's new braces. Maurice, are you doing anything particular, or are you just getting some rest?
Nah, he just fits perfectly on the slub seat, like long ways probably. And
yeah totally. Patches up to anything, or are you just kind of resting now?
No, just resting.
Chilling? Okay. All right. Then I will cut away to Ghost and Cadence as you guys sort of step out of the Society of Enlightenment. Where are you guys headed?
I assume that there's some kind of a restaurant or something that I can, like, grab some food for everybody.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. There's places that you, as a resident of Hello Hive, can just go get food. You don't need to pay for it or anything. For a visitor from foreign lands, you would need to pay for it. Actually, that's not quite true. You'd have to pay for your own food in Hello Hive. There is like an economy here. They trade in gold and silver and copper. So, but it essentially like costs out of towners more for their food. But one way or another, you can kind of circumvent that and just buy a bunch of food. They're not going to hassle you about who's getting it. Patches, go ahead.
Is it Applebee's?
Yes, sure is. You head over to Applebee's. It's still spelled exactly the same.
Yeah,
the question mark at the end of it.
They say with like a buzz, like Applebee's.
Right. Applebee's. So you guys sort of wait in line for a little bit to get some food. Ghost, if you wish to, you can tell me like what the food is here in Hello Hive, what this meal is, if you have something in mind.
I didn't really have anything in mind. I imagine I'll probably get some kind of like a mushroom stew type situation.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, there's not a ton of meat down here. There is some livestock that is raised here, but a lot of the food is
it's just sugar water.
Yeah. Sugar water.
We'll get some mushroom stew and sugar water.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, as we're just walking over, we'll just ask Cadence, are you all right?
I am as okay as I can be, I suppose. Why do you ask?
Well, there's a few things. One, you've had a few close calls, and I think a lot of us spent a lot of time giving you a lot of shit without actually asking if you were okay. And also, you just seemed especially upset by everything going on here.
Close calls happen, but I was a little closer than I usually get. I can admit that. I may have lashed out a little bit. I don't like what's going on here. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, and I do think it was a waste of time and dangerous to take the bodies, but I'm used to working in a team where everyone is on the same page, working towards the same thing. It's quite an adjustment. But thank you for asking. I am tired and sore. I would like to not get that close to death again, but you know. You live and you learn, so they say.
We'll try and make sure that doesn't happen again then.
Blind sight. I'll keep that in mind for next time.
Yes, that will be even more prevalent if we go down into the abyss.
Your friends, they're always that foolhardy? Everyone here seems to be in a huge rush to literally run into hell for some reason.
Yes, I am with you, honestly. I went down into the abyss once, and I was the only person that came back. I have no interest in going back down there, personally. And when it was just Grim that was down there, I really thought that maybe we could convince Sam to accept the reality that he probably wasn't going to make it out alive. But now knowing that Ral and Delania are down there as well, and also the person Patches is looking for, I don't see a lot of other options for convincing everyone to just leave.
No, I don't imagine that's going to be a winning argument. You really think they're all dead? Is there any reason to go?
I think that Ral and Talania are likely fine. They have made that trek before. The problem being that now that there's so much tension here, it's them getting back that I'm more concerned about. Normally, I would say that anyone who was sent down there unprepared is certainly dead by now. But as I mentioned, Grim has been doing research about the place, and if everyone was sent down there together, and if they're smart and are capable of working together, then they have at least enough chance to survive for maybe a week. After that, it becomes a matter of how many supplies they have, whether they can find a stable source of food and water and that sort of thing.
I guess it gives us a little time to work with.
At least a little.
Can you always, cut the tension here with a knife? Is it always this bad?
Normally not this bad. Honestly, it's a little unpleasant, and I can see why people wouldn't want to be here. I'm sorry that you're seeing it in this state. Normally it's actually quite pleasant. You don't have priests on every corner, and it doesn't feel so stagnant.
It's undeniably beautiful, but, ugliness behind the beauty and all that.
Yes.
You look around, Cadence, and I think there's something familiar about this place in a weird way, despite the alienness of it in a natural sense. You look around and see people walking around and through, tall towers and busy streets organized neatly into blocks. An industrious place where things are being made and built. It's like there's a you can imagine a version of this place that is not all that different from Daybreak City and not all that different from Matinag.
Are you okay being back while it's like this?
It's a little strange, honestly. It does make me a little bit sad.
Yeah, I could see that.
What did you write in the book?
The book that the old lady was the game book?
Yeah.
I wrote that I left somebody behind in Daybreak City that I shouldn't have.
Do you regret it?
Writing it in the book?
No, leaving them behind.
I don't know, and I think that's the worst part. I don't think so. Maybe, though. I could have made things different, I guess. I don't know how, but I know I could have. What did you write? I can't remember.
I didn't say.
Oh, okay, that would explain it.
I The last time that I was in the Abyss, I was the only one that survived. And I feel very responsible for that.
Sure wasn't your fault.
It might not have been my fault, but I certainly could have made a difference. If I'd been willing to try.
Well, you're here now. You can make a difference now. It's not a loss until you
This
give
is
up.
my way to atone for that.
Atone. I don't care for that word. What are you atoning for? A mistake? Something out of your control? You're a person. Shit happens. You pick yourself the fuck up and you keep going.
Are you trying to convince me, or are you?
I don't need any convincing.
Can I do an insight check on that?
Absolutely, you can. $13 against
Terrible. Piss.
You get the sense that she's being genuine. If it's a lesson she believes in, she learned it a long time ago.
It's about this time that you have a couple of big kind of clay bowls handed over to you of mushroom stew that have like pot toppers on top of them, like huge, like family size bowls that are passed over to you. You can like take them with you and bring them back when you have time.
Start making our way back.
Yeah.
After playing the game and after talking to all of you, I've felt a lot lighter. So, if you ever feel the need, I recommend it.
Go, it's great.
Yeah.
Do we pass by, or I'll ask Ghost, is there like a curio knick-knack situation we could stop in at?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. There's like a little block that's only maybe like 7 or 8 buildings total that has like an inn for surface people and a souvenir shop for surface people. Yeah. And there's like it's not even the embassy of any specific nation, but like a place where people check in and be like, what the fuck is going on around here as a surface visitor. And yeah, just if you look, there's like a little spot for travelers, and one of them includes a spot that you could get some sort of knickknack. There's like all kinds of whatever souvenirs you can imagine here. There's a lot of like glass beads that are sort of like cut to look like gemstones, but aren't actually. There are records here, which is a little bit unusual. That is a weird like middle ground of technology where a gramophone requires a crystal, but the actual record doesn't. So they can sell the records here. They just can't sell the gramophones.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
They've had like a weird niche little loophole, but so you can buy like some music from Hallow Hive. Or,
is there like this might be a stretch, like a meditation cushion?
Yeah,
just
totally.
A pillow or something?
Yes,
okay, I'll
yes,
just buy
absolutely.
like a meditation cushion situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Easy to find that. There's this little shopkeeper is a like firefly looking Thrycreen with a little glowing sort of glowing butt. It's kind of like lighting up the shop a little bit as she looks around and passes you over this meditation pillow. As she passes it over, she says, "If you're picking up a prayer pillow, a meditation pillow, you may also want the Xanthian scriptures." And she kind of puts her hands on some holy books that are a bunch of copies of the Xanthian scriptures that you can buy here if you want one.
I've already got so many at home.
Well, she charges you not even a whole silver. It would just I'd probably about a mark. She charges you 1 mark.
1 mark. Okay.
And she does take, if you want to give her like a actual mark, if a bill,
yes,
you can.
That's all I have. So.
Yep. There are places here that if you wish to, you can like exchange your cash for precious metals, but it's like a bad exchange rate. So
Gotcha.
And you guys begin making your way back to the site of enlightenment. Unless you wanted to continue any more conversation there, you can make your way back with your mushroom stew.
Ghost, if we wind up down there, for whatever it's worth, I've got your back, okay?
Likewise.
I'm sure as fuck not dying down there, so...
It's a strange thing to feel like you have spent an arduous, hard day hiking through terrible wilderness, arrived at a place and had the time to sort of unwind a little bit and learn about this stuff at the library, find your lodging, set up bedrolls, go to fetch dinner, and to be walking back with your dinner, and it is noon. The sun is as bright as midday. Your body and your mind cannot reconcile with your senses right now. But it feels a little comforting, I think, as a surface dweller, to walk into these sort of like tunnels of the stalagnate where there are still torches and stuff, but there's not the light of the lamp shining here. And eventually into the Society of Enlightenment once again. Those of you there hear the door open. Bones, you got a hand raised?
Bones has a couple things. One of them probably later. For timing this all out, how long does Marble work before he has something functioning on these? Or does he even get something functioning tonight?
It only takes him an hour.
It takes him an hour to finish it because he's a very skilled artificer.
When he puts them on, he tries them on, he gives them a test run?
Yeah, Timothy Crimple, puts them on. He says, I am going to say that I have never been more excited to try anything than I am to try to stand up right now. And I know that I've said at least a dozen times that I've never been more excited about anything that I've...
Come on.
Okay, I'm going to do it. And he just tries to hop up to his feet. What was your check again? It was
19.
19? Yeah. He, pulls himself up to his feet with his crutches and is very sort of hesitant to slowly let go of the crutches. But when he does, he kind of leans back and forth. He has to get his balance a little bit, but you see him...
Squat.
Oh, I'm going to try to squat. He tries to squat and immediately just falls over on his ass. And you get the sense you might need to make a couple more little tweaks to fine tune it. Did you see that? I stood up straight. No crutches or nothing. All the way straight, just with my own knees.
I'm going to have him do extra, jumping up and down, just kind of really stress testing.
Yeah. I think on the 19, you're going to probably have to tinker with it a little bit more tomorrow just to get it all the way perfect. And also, it's not entirely your check either. He's a child learning to walk for the first time, essentially. So it's going to take him some getting used to.
I'll probably also write up some paper how to maintain it, and how to adjust it as obviously this is rickets.
Yeah,
rickets.
Totally.
I assume that he's going to get all this vitamin D and he's going to be cured.
Right. I made a really big mistake. I'll come above.
Giving an alligator rickets.
Well, not just that, but here I'm going to tell you guys how this happened. I was all right. It's going to be fun if there's a silly little alligator guy who is essentially Tiny Tim. And then I went on Google. I was what did Tiny Tim have that made him not able to walk well? And it was rickets. Cool. This guy has rickets. Did not look up what rickets was. Did not look up what caused it.
Yeah. Something really easy for a rich person to probably not have.
So here's the official thing. In this world, rickets is a completely different thing than rickets in our world.
Okay, good.
It's a birth defect.
Also, I want to throw something out there while we're on this string of brevity. I hope Cripple never looks over to the western wall and sees the middle head.
Right, truly just an alligator head. Yeah. And then Bones, I think you had something else in there too.
Master Cripple.
That's phenomenal work, especially how quickly you did it, and for nothing. 18 marks of scrap metal.
Yeah, I wish I thought of it yesterday.
It's never too late to do an amazing thing, though. I mean, this is amazing.
I was watching some of the process. I understood some of the mechanisms, but it is outside of my field of specialty.
I base some of it off my suit. It uses similar motors.
How much for someone with no legs?
It'd be double. It'd be essentially 2 prosthetic limbs, about 36 marks.
36 marks, maybe?
36 fucking
Do you know
marks.
someone with no legs?
You may not die if we go into the abyss. You understand this? You are not allowed to die if we go into the abyss until you come out, and then you may die afterwards.
Oh, what?
I mentioned in passing on the train, because I had to, that I was at least partially responsible for many people being injured and a few killed. At least one of them does not have legs. I would like to fix that. I can afford to fix that.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too difficult. Do I have enough left over? And well, how much would I be able to build for 19? Would I be able to start working?
Yeah, you could finish like one leg's worth essentially.
So I could do it. Was that enough to start another leg? Because I forget how much a 19 would get me.
Basically, each leg is 18 marks.
No. I rolled a 19.
I see what you're saying. No, that is. Oh yeah, that would have been enough to do another one. Yeah, because you could build it to 40 marks worth of stuff, and you only spent 18.
I could
keep working on it tonight if you wish to.
I mean, you made it so quickly. I don't know.
So I can do that I can do both these within the hour, mechanically speaking.
I mean, I don't have exact measurements. It's close. I mean, it's. I don't know if you can extrapolate from that.
Marble, roll me just a straight intelligence check. With advantage.
I don't need to. I rolled a natural 20.
Amazing. I think I'd have to go back and...
so 24?
I'd have to go back and look at episode 9 again, but I think Marble was the only person to hear Bones say to Pavlo Kalashnik something along the lines like, when you go get my superiors, take this gun or whatever, and he said, my brother was there.
Yeah.
So, when we get to the surface and we find the free time, I will save 36 marks.
Yeah, of course.
Great.
Also, my armor's now 22, so I'm going to be fine.
Wonderful.
I know you're already kind of hinting at this, Bones, but it strikes you like 38 marks is not no money, but it's not that much money. And it strikes you also like the thing that you recognize for sure, just being also like a crafter. Marble is giving you the exact cost of his parts to produce it, not charging for any labor or making any profit. And I think the thing that strikes you, like, Marble, the first thing that stands out about this is how cheap it is. You would expect it to be so much more expensive that it strikes you that Marble could make a fortune selling this for 100 marks, and that would still feel cheap.
Instantly, yeah.
So, I don't know, it says something about Marble that his first answer is just like, what's this money, this much in parts? He never thinks to say what it would cost to make a profit.
I do give my business card to Networking.
Of course. I have to tell Master Cripple about this, and me mum. They'll be so amazed. I'll have to see if there's like a post around here. I don't know if they take mail out of. But we'll find out.
Snail mail.
We can take one up for you when we go. If you
perfect. That'd be just perfect. Assuming you don't die in the abyss, in which case I'll just send it in the post. Cellarlock steps over and says, all right, tell me about it. He gestures with his hand at this machine you built that's on Timothy. Tell me about it. I want to know. If I ask you to remain perfectly silent in here and you will not remain silent, at least tell me what it is that you made. It looks quite impressive.
Immediately pissed.
I would also like to know.
Immediately annoyed.
I'll take the blueprints from Timothy and just hand them to him.
Thank you. And he takes them and starts reading them. Well, this is incredibly impressive work.
I'm going to look over his shoulder and probably not understand what these schematics are.
Yeah, trying to decipher essentially like an engineering schematic. You can make me you're making me just basically a straight int check, Mauricio. You're doing an artificer's tools check, but
really it's just like some metal bracing for the legs, and then at the joints there's a little bit more where it can actually like motorize and help him move his legs.
You have tiny little bits of like steampunk hydraulics in there.
And I'm trying. I try to make it as condensed as possible so he can wear it like under his pants, so that he doesn't have to be like just
hell yeah,
a little bit of some confidence. He doesn't have to like just everyone see his. I'm sure they can probably hear.
Right. Still, on an 11, Mauricio, you can it's not a god awful roll. You can see essentially what the schematics are of. You wouldn't be able to like reproduce it by any means, but Telok says, so are you some sort of rich and famous inventor or something?
Not rich and not famous.
Just an inventor?
Mm-hmm. And a race car driver.
Race car driver?
Mm-hmm.
What is that, like an automobile?
Mm-hmm. It goes real fast. Whoever is fastest wins.
He takes a deep breath and inflates his chest a little bit. I'd like to know everything that you can tell me about automobiles and race cars. Have a seat. And he gestures at the chair across from him.
I love that we walked in like
This is
bleeding, tired, and he's like, sit down and tell me everything you know about race cars.
This is my favorite NPC. I've never seen an NPC so delightfully on the spectrum of
Yeah, I will say that tonight I had one thing I also wanted to do, which was talk to Cadence. So I will talk to this guy until I have a chance to talk to Cadence.
I think you are
Yeah.
seated at the table with him talking about race cars.
I'll pull up some of the schematics and just kind of walk him through it with my stutter.
Yeah. He says, I respect the fact that you're an intellectual who is out to make a profit, and also that you're a race car driver. This is very cool.
It's very fun.
I respect a man who understands that intellect and bravery aren't mutually exclusive. One can be smart and brave.
Mm-hmm.
This is very interesting to me. I'd like to drive an automobile someday.
You should.
I'd like to build an automobile someday.
You should.
I don't think they'd let me build it down here. And I think if I went to the surface, someone would shoot me to death.
Do I? Okay. I haven't made this check yet. Do I know what an illithid is?
Give me a nature check.
Okay, it's actually pretty good. Nature, you say?
Nature, yeah.
18?
18? You probably on an 18 have heard of a mind flare. You maybe
Illithid,
have
please?
not. So you maybe have not heard the word illithid. You probably have heard of mind flares as like a monster from caves.
Yeah, but this guy's like shorter than me.
Yeah. By a bit, yeah.
Oh.
I just assume that, from what I've heard, Rahl has told me that if I ever go to the surface, I'll probably be shot to death. Because he's been to the surface a lot of times. He's from the surface, you know? And, well, he says that up there, our people are kind of a boogeyman sort of fairy tale thing about brain-eating monsters, which we are brain-eating monsters, for the record. But we're brain-eating people, you understand? And I'm trying to do away with the brain-eating thing. Rahl's kind of helping me with that. For now, I just eat brain soaked in formaldehyde from the clutch. It's disgusting.
Yeah, that sounds gross.
The formaldehyde doesn't affect my internal organs.
Huh.
Okay.
I think the hardest thing about Marvel is I have to use this, like, one word to answer anything.
Bones, go ahead.
A thing later, but for right now, is this crystal powered? Can he be walking around on these legs?
This is arcade.
It is not crystal powered. He's done some old fashioned fishery here, just old fashioned artificery.
Amazing. While that conversation is probably going on, I do go over to Marisco before he falls asleep on this couch. Marisco, I have had molasses in my fur for 4.5 hours. Can I borrow baking soda?
Yes, no problem.
Wonderful.
I wonder who did that.
I assume there's somewhere around here that I can take a bath. He kind of looks around, not necessarily expecting privacy, but with a face that makes it obvious that he wants to have a conversation that might not be appropriate in front of everyone. And he says, the train was a lot. Would you like to talk about it at some point?
Yes, I would. Maybe
I'm
not right now.
very well.
He'll, what's boss doing?
Actually, I was kind of holding. I have something I want to do in this room in this moment, but I was kind of waiting until everybody kind of started getting into what they're doing.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I said I got something for boss when I get back, so I don't
I think at the moment, as this conversation is happening, Boss is still just kind of standing by the fireplace. And
Okay.
Patches
You
is-
like looking at the fire, though?
Zeke, if you can move me to like the further right of the room, away from everybody.
Yeah, that makes sense. You
Up
kind
by
of
the
had said you
wall.
were deliberately kind of being away from people, so that makes sense.
Put me right beside the wall, would you?
Yep. And then I believe Patches is like halfway asleep, kind of dozing, napping.
Staring intently at
Okay.
Bones and Marisco.
He's staring directly at them, listening so hard.
You just hear me just.
Boss is not paying attention to anybody else.
Okay.
I
Boss has a
really
thousand
know
notes.
Pat just sleeps with his eyes open, and he just like stares at people while you're
Marisco will glance over at boss, and then for a moment, I mean, now would be fine too, I suppose. Company is not too. He'll glance over at Patches, who's staring. Maybe later.
Very well. I am going to go get the molasses out of my fur. We can talk whenever it is convenient for you.
Yes, here, take this, and I will come to you and take the rest back later.
Okay.
It is a reason to go talk to you. Never mind.
Right, yes, I understand what is happening. Very well. I will get up and I'll go over and find a moment to interject myself in Celluloc's conversation with Marble.
Yeah.
Celluloc, do you have a shower or a bath anywhere in this building?
Oh, heavens, no.
Is there one anywhere in the town?
No, there's probably one in the building. I just don't bother with showers and baths myself because my skin is naturally very oily.
Formaldehyde, yes.
Yes. But no, we can find you a bath. He looks around for somebody else to do this.
You are the only... I can just explore the building if it is safe for me to explore the building.
As if on cue, the door opens up and Cadence and Ghost walk in and you smell the smell of mushroom stew.
Oh, that smells so good. I can sit through molasses for 30 more minutes while I eat your soup.
Lovely. So you guys all sit around the table, I presume. I'll jump to Boss. You had something that you kind of had going.
This is like the perfect time. Boss has been stewing
Hey.
in his own sadness over here. In this moment, that like suit of armor that's in front of him,
Yeah.
he just smashes it with his staff and just drops the staff, starts punching the wall until his hands are fully bloodied.
Yeah.
Just beating the fuck out of the brick, screaming incoherently, and just absolutely losing his absolute shit. Yeah, like there's nothing else to it. He's gone. I think he finally crumpled. None of this makes any more sense after. Yes, crumpled. After everything that happened, he was just. This is devastating.
Yeah. I think you guys are like seated around the table, getting out little bowls to pour soup into, and like starting to settle into relax. And then there's just an incredibly loud thud and clang of metal. This armor is like magical, so it leaves no dent or anything. Your staff almost like vibrates in your arms, and you end up kind of like dropping it, and then just kind of start punching into this wall. I don't know. Does anyone do anything to intervene as that begins to happen?
Once, guys, I mean, I'm also putting out the energy that it's like okay if you don't. Does that make sense? Like if you saw a friend of yours like absolutely losing it, but you know that they just need to kind of do it, like you can intervene, of course, but does that track?
Yeah,
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Bones, I think, at first just kind of watches, and then he realizes, like, oh, right, I am paid to deal with these sorts of things. And he stands up and he comes over and he... I don't think he, like, tries to intervene so much as he comes over and he is just like, Boss, my friend, are you okay?
Fuck no. And that's the first time I think you heard that. He just keeps punching a wall.
Yeah, Bones kind of does he pulls the armor off to the side. It's like the wall I don't give a shit about. Pull the armor over to the side. This is going to be an even more dangerous venture than we thought it would be.
Yes, I do not care. I do not care. I need to find my friend.
Oh, I want to be clear, that was not me saying we would not do it. It just means we will need to stock up before the next leg of our journey. You will have people with you. We will all be coming.
Boss stares at the wall silently for 2 seconds, screams like a banshee, and punches it again.
Yeah. You, give me a wisdom saving throw.
21.
Bone says this thing to you, and you wail back and slam one more fist into this wall. And you, about this time yesterday in World, maybe the day before, I can't quite remember. It was about this time yesterday. Were squeezed between two walls of rock, one pressing your back and one pressing your chest, and beginning to panic, beginning to become overwhelmed by some very powerful emotions, and found a way to center yourself, calm your mind by sort of like the sort of meditative ritual that you have had your whole life of sort of touching stone, of being with stone. You look at your like bruised and now slightly bloody knuckles from where you've been punching the wall, and there are little bits of like stone and gravel that are sort of embedded in your knuckles. I don't know. I'm not going to prescribe feelings to your character, but I think
that was it. You just did it.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? That was a great thing. Thank you. No, that's it.
You find yourself able to like take a deep breath and close your eyes for a second.
I think the connection to the stone there, like actually seeing it as part of me again, helped me level set. That was really beautiful. With that, I mean, I don't feel good. I feel better enough to like step back and put my hand on your shoulder bones, and then I'm sorry for not responding properly to you. I do appreciate you stepping forward, though. This is kind.
You have been through a tremendous amount. Patience and stoicism are great, but you have to vent sometimes. Just,
I went through a lot. I've lost so many. I think Boss is just going to sit down and put his head back against the wall and just close his eyes now. And not just to rest. Finally feeling at peace slightly for the first time today.
Bones kind of pats his shoulder, and then he grabs the helmet of that armor. And
Patches, go ahead.
So 2 things. One, does his unarmed attacks get better now that he has gravel in his fists?
Yeah, so good. Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
They don't do any more damage, but they put
That's
a little.
what I was like,
the next person that you punch will get a little gravel on them.
Perfect. And 2, seeing this off to the side, do I
funny? No.
Is everyone reacting to it like a oh damn, or are they reacting to it like a watching a 13-year-old throw their Xbox controller at the wall type thing?
Sure, yeah. Roll me an insight check.
Is everyone ugh? 25.
25. Anyone here can say how they are reacting to this. The only person I can speak for is Celadalak, who is just I just really need him to not break anything. Just don't break any of the things. These are rare and valuable treasures. But he doesn't.
Also, do it quietly.
Right.
Yeah.
You see,
it's definitely the Xbox controller. I brought you into my home and you were immediately breaking the wall.
I mean, Cadence works with a bunch of emotionally irregulated gangsters, so the calm thing was way weirder than punching the wall.
Right.
Yeah, that's how I felt. Where it's just I work with a bunch of
for sure
weird ass mafia people.
Yeah, to the two of you, this is some Fungo behavior, or Porco behavior, or Tommy Finnegan behavior, or
motion.
I assume the only difference is that they have their punching bags and dedicated punching things in their establishment.
Yeah, it's the people that we kidnapped to bring back.
Yes,
exactly.
The problem with this place is they don't have a punching bag.
Right.
Everything's
right.
punching
They
bag
just
if
need
people
something that
leave.
you can hit. Maybe it's magic armor, and you wouldn't damage it if you hit it. And that's what it's there for.
Maybe it punches you back.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Bones is weird. He's conflicted because he on the one hand he very much wants to make sure that Boss is okay, but his first instinct is holy shit, that's expensive armor. I think deeper than that, there's kind of just the idea of we do not destroy out of frustration, and that is what gets him to step in.
Right.
Go ahead, Cadence.
So I, after that is done, and you slide down to the floor and close your eyes, will push myself away from the table and walk over. You just hear a soft thud land next to you. It's that can't be comfortable when I walk away, and I threw the meditation mat at your feet.
God, that's so sweet.
Really, really sweet.
I fucking hate how I love it. I don't even know. Boss also just
the heart of gold.
He doesn't even pick his head up. Just lifts his butt off the ground and slides the cushion underneath.
Yeah. Marble, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to answer Sochi's.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Marble was definitely, he probably jumped and probably almost felt his stoop when it first happened because his back is to Boss. Sam?
Yeah. Well, you all know me.
I don't know. He definitely looks to the people who are typically the talkers to see if they're going to react. But you see him get ready to get up, but then see Bones get up and is thank goodness I don't even know what I would say or how I would say it.
Yeah. On rare occasions, more so when you're younger than contemporarily, you have seen that kind of outburst maybe from Yo-Yo, less from Top. But
yeah. I do pour a bowl of soup and I bring it over to you and just kind of set it down.
This is kind. These are all kind gestures. Thank you.
And then, Mariska, what'd you have?
Yeah, are you okay? I can patch that up for you if you want. That looks like it hurt.
Oh, this is fine. I need this. I need to feel this for now to remember why I did this. This is foolish. This is uncalled for and unnecessary. I shame myself in doing so. I just felt too much pain, and I needed to feel it physically rather than just emotionally. Does this thing make sense?
Not personally, but I get it. I can see that. Yes.
I've had enough loss, and I do not want to see any of you lost either. Especially you, Marisco. And I don't understand what is happening inside of me at this moment, but the anger and the frustration of not being able to control and protect those around me is, it's taking the last of me.
The world is very big. The ocean, covers most of the planet. We only can be affected by a very small area of the ocean at one time. It is hard to know what is going on outside of that. It is getting easier too with new technologies, but you can't be everywhere at once. You mustn't beat yourself up over it. If that makes sense?
Yes, I will try. I will try.
You can keep that for now, but if you change your mind later or just start on, let me know.
Thank you, friend.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Marvel.
After it's kind of calmed down, I'm gonna go over to Ghost, and I'm gonna partially pull the camera out of my bag and be like, "May I?"
I'll say really quick before you answer that, Ghost, just to unpatches your insight check, 25, reading the room to everyone's reactions to this. You see Timothy Crimple that first just kind of like freeze watching it, like he's scared.
Trauma response.
And then you see him watch amazed and befuddled at a group of people responding to an emotional outburst with comfort and not with like berating. I don't know. It's a 25 is a very good insight check. Timothy Crimple would not have been comforted for this kind of outburst. It is not the response he would have received had he had an emotional outburst.
Master Crimple.
Well, I mean, if he has an outburst, I'm obviously
right. Of course. Sorry, Marvel. Back to you.
Throwing
And
that rickety ass bitch off and first.
just drop him off in the pit.
pit over here.
Yeah. So I'll kind of. Oh, I'm gonna ask. Yeah. So Ghost, I kind of I don't pull it all the way out because I know it's bad juju, but asking, may I?
It might be better to hold off until we've all rested a little.
True.
I'm realizing now that I'm back, having carried all that soup and carried Timothy this whole way, that I am the closest to falling asleep that I have ever been in my life.
How am I supposed to start Instagram if I don't have 1,000 photos? No. Okay. I understand.
Before you
Everyone's, we're all patched up before we leave.
It's gritty and real, though.
Before you do whatever it is that you do instead of sleeping, is there anywhere in the city that has a bath or anything like that?
And yeah, Ghost, a place you could take him to have a bath or shower.
Yes, I can take you to one.
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, you take him to essentially like a bathhouse where there are little individual sort of hot springs and... Excuse me.
It takes him so long to get up.
Yeah, there's something about like hiking and spelunking for 16 hours and then having some emotional trauma and then topping it off with a hot meal where standing up just feels like an utterly impossible task. But
he looks over and he kind of looks over Ghost's body. For about 250 marks, I think Marble could help you to do that without standing.
Tempting.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you take Bones to a bathhouse of some sort. Neo, you got an urgent hand raised there.
Yeah, I would like to go with, and then that way Ghost can leave, and then Bones and Marisco can walk back.
Yeah.
Mauricio doesn't think the foreigners should be alone.
Fair.
Right. Here.
And also, it's a good excuse to talk on the way back.
Yeah. I will take you to. Ghost is going to head back because he's exhausted and needs to rest.
Right.
But he's going to leave Specs with you guys.
Okay.
So if you get lost, he should be able to guide you back.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
This weird little lizard snake creature with 2 arms pops up onto somebody's shoulder.
Oh, no, not me.
But he's so cute.
Oh, no.
He's so cute.
He gives you a big smile.
Oh, yes, you are very cute.
Okay. Here. Mariska will offer his shoulder.
Climbs up onto your shoulder and just curls its awful tail around your neck a
It's
little
not the
bit.
worst thing I've seen.
It's like an eel, and I hate it. Eel, worm, snake. I don't know. I hate all of
It somehow like troublingly feels both wet and dry.
Oh, God.
Does it seem worse because it has 2 arms? Like if it's just like a
Yeah.
little snake,
Yeah.
would it be like better?
Yeah, no, the arms make it weird.
Yeah, just like it's like a little snake wrapping around, just like
Little snake giving a little massage.
Little hands like
It's bad. It's bad.
No.
just, like rubbing your cheeks, like hey.
But
The more legs you give things, the creepier they get.
Bones and Mauricio, you're led to a bathhouse where you guys can get a little hot bath.
You and Jules spent a night together. And I don't want to read too much into that, but I also don't want to not read enough into that. I do not know how close the 2 of you got in that short time, or if you enjoyed his company, but I imagine that it is not easy for him to have gone like that so short after you got to know him.
Yeah, that was quite a lot. It was probably just a crush, but the crush is the stage where, the crush happens.
Right.
He left me a note, so I know a little bit about what happened and the situation, and it is a lot to handle. Are you okay with?
Oh, well, as okay as I can be, which is not very, but it is enough. The main reason that I wanted to talk is because I have spent a very long time knowing that I am guilty for many things and not really knowing how to deal with it or what to do with it. And this is one of the first situations where I can look one of the people who I've hurt in the eyes and say that I was responsible for that. Perhaps not the only person, perhaps not the main person, but it is my fault that he is no longer here. It is my fault that you were hurt by that. And I'm sorry. I've made a lot of mistakes.
What was that you said about mistakes?
Hypocrisy is what that was, yeah. But I'm working on it.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying that I'm working on it. I've been given a gun and some bullets.
I see.
We only get in trouble if we plan sedition against this city, in this city, right? I think I can say that aloud. Yeah.
Yes. If you need help, I think it would feel good to help.
Murdering a state official.
Getting justice for people taken away from us before their time.
He nods a little.
It is odd how quickly I felt things, I guess. I don't know.
I have been meaning to ask on that note. This is a bit of a diversion of the topic, and I don't know if it will be better or worse. You have a wife.
We are not married yet. No, we've been
fiancé.
engaged for a while.
And I assume that she is all right with all of this. I noticed first when we were having dinner with Marble's family, and then since I first noticed, I've been watching closely. You have trouble talking to women.
Yes, that has been a thing for as long as I remember.
Before you met her, then?
Yes, before that. It was a long-time thing. It is very hard to express yourself when you cannot say things.
I am making a lot of assumptions over the course of this conversation. I assume that you do not know why that is the case. It is just the way that you are.
Yes, it is just the way that I am. It may be something from before I remember.
Then
There is a period of my life it is blank. Hence the no last name, not sure where I am from.
yeah, the possible smuggling vessel, the possible memory change. There's a lot of I have a lot of questions too now that I know all this. What makes her different? Or do you not talk to her?
It took a long time. I can do most talking with her now. It is like with Cadence, I had I got a sentence out at a time. It builds eventually. My mentor, Chef, Ginger, she was very intimidating at first. I mean, being, the chef in the kitchen, sometimes you have to but over time, I eventually have come to be able to talk to her. I'm not sure why it is, but...
Fascinating. I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you found someone that you can speak to.
Thank you. It is nice. I miss her greatly, but yes, she is fine with all of this. So do not worry about that.
Right. Okay. That is all I had. I just wanted to make sure that I had cleared the air.
I appreciate it. It is nice to talk about it. I'm glad someone knows about it. And at first I thought that it would just be me, but...
Yeah, nobody should carry that alone.
Right. No one should carry that alone. Yeah, I would like to help you with that, if that is at all possible. The gun.
Right. I mean, I won't say no. That is a big commitment. I still am not. I'm still deciding how serious I am about it. It's that's the wrong way to say what I'm trying to say. What I mean is, I don't have a plan for this. This is a week ago, I thought I was just going to build a radio for the next few years of my life, and then the radio got stolen, and I was given a gun, and now I'm rethinking a lot of things. So,
believe me, I understand. I was, a chef in a restaurant mere weeks ago, and now I'm in another country in a cave looking for an author in a cave. And now going to hell to find the author in the cave.
So, okay, hang on. Yes, this is another thing I've been meaning. So, okay, Patches is looking for a priest. Ghost is looking for a mentor. Boss is looking for his associate and former friend from the place where he studied. And you're looking for an author of a book?
Yes.
Just...
See, is that weird? No?
No, not necessarily. Is the book important? Is this like a relic, like Boss's thing?
No, it is not nearly as significant and magical as that. It is a cookbook, actually.
It's a cookbook.
Yes.
We are marching into hell for a cookbook.
Well, I am marching into hell for a cookbook. You are here.
Not even a cookbook, the author.
Oh, for money. It is no less noble, I assure you.
Right. See.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It is an important cookbook. He is a good chef.
He is a very good chef. Yes, I have tried many of his recipes, but there are some that I have not tried, and I would like to speak to him about them. And possibly working on a recipe together. I am looking for inspiration, and I think it would help.
Okay. It all suddenly clicks. This makes sense now. I understand. Okay. All right. Good. Well, then we will find your chef. You're a good cook, by the way. Everything you've made has been delicious. It has all been very good.
Thank you very much. I am glad you like it. If you ever have any requests, let me know. I do like those.
Certainly, I will keep things in mind.
Specs has rolled over onto his back and is laying with his head down towards the water and splashing in the water with his hands upside down, watching it like splash.
In my mind, he was just staring at the lamp.
I can stare at the lamp.
It doesn't apply to animals.
Eyes being burnt from his skull.
He has looked upon the face of God.
I know I just said this to Cadence, but for the two of you, like, it's bizarre to be as relaxed after a long, hard day as you are, and then look out the window to the bright light of midday.
I assume the bones is done.
That's just Feck's life.
Right. This is alien to me because I'm like, this is my everyday. When the sun hits noon is when I'm sleepy. But I assume Bones has done a few late nights, but nothing quite that severe. All right. Well, thank you again for the baking soda. I think I've finally got all of it out. We should probably get back before we are missed.
Probably I could use a nap or 9 hours of passing out.
Yeah.
Specs scurries off and leads you guys back towards the side of Lightman if you couldn't find your way there yourself.
I don't get lost, thank you.
Of course. It's like maybe approaching midnight at this point. Again, it's noon outside, but the sand tower says that it is midnight. It doesn't even say it in hours. It says that it is 6 hours until the next zenith. And then Marble God.
I want to get a chance to talk with Cadence alone if I can.
Yeah.
I even might pull her outside. If
Just outside into a hall or whatever, yeah.
And it's kind of like, I don't know, find a nice place to get comfy and sit. So you were pretty passionate earlier.
I'm a passionate lady, what can I say?
What's your relationship with religion?
My relationship with religion? It's a waste of time. It's never saved anybody important, so what does it matter?
What was your relationship?
I really never had one.
Then why were you so passionate?
It's just, it rubs me the wrong way, I don't know. It's this pantomime, this con. Just a giant con tricking a bunch of people into thinking they have safety and they don't. I don't buy it. Rubs me the wrong way. Great racket, though. You can make some good money doing it.
I'm gonna do an insight check, and this is gonna be on whether she is not wanting me to push this topic, or if she's just being. I guess whether or not she's like trying to be open, or she's trying to just kind of like steer the conversation by not answering it. I rolled a 19 on my insight.
She's trying to redirect the conversation.
Okay, okay.
It's really not that deep. Don't worry about it. I was tired and hurt, and I don't care for religion, but don't worry about it.
Marble gives Cadence the thumbs up.
It's so hard. Did for Crimple. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it would have been better day one, but I didn't even think of it.
It's better late than never.
Yeah, I know what it's like to suffer.
Yeah, but you actually did something about it.
Yeah, well,
better than any religion I've ever heard of already.
Okay, I'll take it.
Alright, come inside. I need your tail. I forgot my night sleepy face mask situation. I'm not going to sleep without it.
You guys walk back inside and set up your bedrolls.
It does get, well, when you say that, it does like poof up.
It's a big giant fluffy tail over Cadence's face as like an eye wrap. With that, it's getting very late. It's hard to tell by the looks outside, but you guys' bodies inform you that they're very tired. Anybody not just going to sleep besides Ghost, who I assume is not going to sleep because he's a not sleepy boy.
The cat followed you guys home.
I will come to Ghost then. Ghost, do you do anything with your night other than just kind of decompress and rest? Since you don't have to
mostly
sleep.
just kind of decompresses. Do we have any spellcasting materials here that I could borrow?
What do you mean?
Borrow, I mean just take.
Yeah. No, do you have something specific in mind as far as reagents, or are you trying to
Yeah, I was hoping to grab a couple of 10 mark gemstones.
Yeah, give me just a luck check to see what's here.
53.
Yeah. You find, we'll say two gemstones worth 10 marks each for the purpose of your spells.
Perfect. I will let Solok know that I am going to be borrowing these two.
What for? I don't need them. I'm just being nosy.
My teacher had a spell that I need them for, and we're probably going to need this spell if we're going to the Abyss.
You can't possibly have moved on to calling him my teacher. Use his name, Thaltugamai. He was my friend too.
Yeah. They'll had a spell that I think I can at least approximate myself now, hopefully.
Wonderful. You've gotten better at magic then, yeah?
I think a little bit here and there.
Well, you might have graduated to some of these books then, and he kind of points at bookshelves. And between sessions, you and I talked about you looking for some spells. If you want to look through the books here to see if some of the spells you want to learn are here, you can do so.
Yeah.
Give me an
we'll
investigation check.
And he will attempt to copy the ones that he can find.
Yeah, sweet.
So it's a luck check.
Just give me investigation for this one, which I assume is much better for you than luck. I just assume Ghost has strong investigation. I don't let you know.
Yes, he does, but he's also a very tired boy.
Oh, that's true. That's fine. I will tell you, if this is bad, you can repeat it at a time when you're less tired. On a 14, you look through some of the books that, in your previous times here have been a little bit too advanced for you, but now you've kind of got your spellcasting ability high enough. And you can add 2 of the spells that you want to your spell book from the ones that you sent me.
Sweet. And it is, I believe, 1 gold per spell level?
It's different for this campaign. It's marked down. I'll look it up on the break and get it to you exactly.
I can double check.
Okay.
You're DMing. It's fine.
Well, on the subject of that, if you are spending the rest of your night copying down spells and everyone else is sleeping here under their bedrolls, I assume you guys sleep in a little bit past the zenith, but at some point your sort of dreams are interrupted by the fractal, green, swirling, trippy psychedelics of a zenith. Cadence, go ahead.
I'm so sorry. Right before bed, can I use the Ascending Stone?
Yes, absolutely.
Super simple. Just kind of message Solomon. Hitch on the plan. Made it to Hollow Hive. I'll keep you updated.
Cool. Does he get to message back? I don't remember how Sending Stone works.
It just sends it to the other stone. So if the stone
it's
has a
sending.
charge,
But he could send it back to you. Yeah,
Right.
he'll message you back and say, very well understood. Just keep me appraised of your location and any updates you receive.
can't respond,
Just kind
but
of do a little check in with him.
Yep.
And then eventually the zenith comes. You guys are awash with magical energy. You receive the benefits of a short rest. And we are going to take a little break. So we will be back in about 30 seconds. We will see you all soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It is the morning of the 29th of Sprouts now in the city of Amber. As you guys awaken, well rested after a harrowing couple of days of travel to the Underdark, here in the Society of Enlightenment, within one of the stalagnates of the city. The day is yours. The only things on the agenda per se are that the Queen is giving some sort of proclamation this morning at some point, and you have a bunch of friends in the Abyss, apparently.
I have got to buy souvenirs for my parents.
Absolutely. At some point during this morning, you guys, whenever you make your way out, you can head to the same place where Cadence is buying her little souvenirs.
I'm gonna. Hey, Ghost or Nathul?
Yes.
Where can I find some authentic souvenirs?
There's plenty of places. I assume we have some kind of like a shopping district area.
Yeah, totally. It depends on what you mean by souvenirs.
I'm looking for, like, I don't want to just get like this is the tourist trap.
Well, that's the thing. Like, there really isn't a tourist trap in Hallowhive. There is not a tourism economy here. The place that I've described that they went to it's like a spot for foreigners to visit, but it is like actually a place where you go if you're a foreigner for comfort and like for, I don't know. If I described it as touristy, that was not the intent. It is a place to go to buy things of Hallowhive, but you can also just go to the place the local
I just
shop
didn't want to go to this is where we make sure all the uppers go. So they
no, I feel you. Like you could, if you wish to, instead go to the place where the actual workers of Hallowhive buy their real like tools and clothes and stuff or whatever if you want to, but yeah, much of the sort of bric-a-brac and knickknacks that especially your mom would like probably do actually come from the tourists.
Yeah.
For the moment, though, you guys wake up in the Society of Enlightenment as you're sort of getting ready for the morning. Sololock comes over to you, Ghost, says, all right, so are you going to go get Rawl and Talania? You don't have to, but are you?
Well, we're at least going to go and look for them, try to contact them if
Great.
we can.
I'll give you a little more information about what I know. And he brings out a long list of paper that he has written down already. Says, so they went to the Abyss in search of Nimawort. It is a kind of mushroom that grows. It grows on the remains of collapsed Illithid colonies. It's the only place you can find it, so it's very rare. Raul thought that maybe he could cook it up and make sort of like psionic dishes that would maybe give you psychic powers, some sort of craziness like that he's always on. So the only Illithid colony I knew of that they could go to, it's not an existing one, but a long collapsed one, is on the Isle of Ash, which I know is a bit of a sore subject, but I'm just telling you what I know. I believe that is where Raul and Talania went. I went to go seek out a long-dead Illithid colony to see if there was any Nimawort growing.
This is the most exasperated you've ever seen Ghost.
Believe me, I am right with you. I may not be as expressive as you, but my feelings inside are the same. I cannot believe that they went down there into that death trap for mushrooms.
Did they at least bring anyone else with them?
No, that was just the thing. Raul was at least smart enough to know that he should not go alone, but he was not smart enough to bring anyone besides Talania. Trouble was, you'd have to get a permit, obviously, to go through Deep Hollow. You can't just traipse your way through, and the smaller the group, the more likely you are to get approved, so he wanted to keep it as light as possible. But foolishness, absolutely foolishness, if you're asking me.
All right.
Well, the good news is that he's maybe got 6 exiles down there with him now, so got that going for him. You heard about all that, right? The exiles and everything?
Yes, and hopefully they all met up. If they did, then they have better chances.
Apparently the Queen's giving another speech today.
Yes, I should probably go listen to that before we leave.
Probably wise. I should as well. Well, like I said, before I knew you were coming back, which I did not know, and that's good that you came back when you did, because if you come back only a few days later, there's a real chance that I would just be dead in the abyss with Raul and Talania. I was thinking of going to Fungal Canyon and speaking with a fellow there. I got a name, and he looks over his paper. Jacrouch. He owns a little shop called Shadecrag Bazaar, and I've heard that he has, contraband and such there, and if he has contraband, then he has ways of getting contraband, which means maybe he has ways of getting people to the abyss. That's where I'd go anyway, but I'm less the type for this sort of thing. Foolishness.
You've given us a pretty explicit step-by-step plan here, so I think we should probably follow it.
Oh, I've always said if you can have one thing, it should be an explicit step-by-step plan.
He did say that multiple times last night.
You see that he's got a bunch of papers sitting on his table that all say explicit step-by-step plan for various things. One of them's for becoming a race car driver. One of them's for becoming an inventor.
If I've ever said one thing. I love this guy.
He would love Patch's plans.
Absolutely. Step-by-step.
So
clear directions. People think that to be smart, you have to be complicated. And frankly, that's a bunch of phooey. Keep it simple.
Amen. Amen. He gets it. I understand this guy.
So what is you guys' plan for the day?
If you are going to go buy trinkets and souvenirs, I would like to look for music.
Before that, though, I'm going to be... You see him, like, pull out his, like, magic tent. He just starts, like, fastening a rope to it before then just, like, throwing his backpack. And then I also want to check on how Timothy Crimple's doing.
Yeah, he slept so hard and has gotten up and is now, like... He's, like, walking around the room now. He's, like, figured out how to walk. He has to move his entire body in, like, 90-degree swings to move through a room. But his crutches are sitting on the floor, and he's moving through the room. He is, like, I haven't quite had the daring yet to try to jump, but... Walking's good enough for now. I'm interested to see how stairs go.
I'll go ahead and just grab a whole bunch of pillows and throw them around him. Jump.
All right. Immediately jumps. Let's see. Acrobatic check with disadvantage. Not one. Fully like...
Immediately dies.
Yeah, he can't... He doesn't have... It's nothing to do with your equipment. He just doesn't have the, like... This man doesn't have glutes. He just tries to get down into the crouch required to jump and just continues all the way down until he just lands on his back.
But like there are motors.
I know, but on a nat one.
Okay. I assume
that's all right. A little more practice. I'll be all right. Could you help me up though? And he reaches his hands for you, like pull him up. So well, maybe I'll keep the crutches with me at least for now, but won't need them as much. More practice.
Probably some exercises will help.
Exercises? That sounds great.
Honestly, for him, it probably does.
Well, thanks. And he gives you just the biggest hug. He pulls you in so tight.
Give him a hug back.
It's like you've changed my life. It would have never been this way without you. So thanks.
No problem.
I'll make sure to pay you back. I don't want to be a freeloader. Master Crimple hates a freeloader.
Worry less about what Master Crimple says and what you think you should do.
I'll try. You're quite smart, though. Taught me everything I know. At least most of it. Everything I know about business and money and such. And how to be around people. My mum taught me some of what I know about how to be around people. Tried to, anyway.
Most of what you say he says is cruel.
Well, he means well, I think. Tries his best, I think.
You said he burned down a factory for money.
Well... I don't think there was any people in it or nothing. It was just a factory. It was just walls and buildings and stuff. It all belonged to him anyway.
Yeah, but those people lost their jobs.
That's a fair point. That's a good point. Yeah, you're right. I suppose I'm half a world away and another half a world underground. I suppose I'll try to think for myself. Not worry so much about Master Crimple and me mum. Just try to be my own man. Try to make my own way. And on that note... I'm going to make my way to the Citadel. Thank you so much for helping me get here. I hope I'll see you again soon. Try not to die in the abyss. If you do die in the abyss, I suppose it was just serendipity we met for this little time. And I'll try to carry on your legacies. Tell everyone your stories.
One last thing, and I'll lean in, I want to whisper in his ear.
I know the truth. No.
You are craftier, smarter, and stronger than Mr. Crimple gives you credit for. Take him for everything he's worth.
That's the scariest thing I've ever heard in all my days.
Take that with you.
I really love this thing. She's like, this isn't what he really is. You know what? We're going to fix that.
You know what? If he's not a villain, I'm going to make this motherfucker a villain.
I love that twist. It's great. Like
Such begins Timothy Crimple's arc to becoming Iron Man.
the seed has been planted.
Right.
I think Boss just pats him on the head.
Thank you, Mr. Boss, and thanks for the pebbles. I'll never let them go as long as I live. Never get rid of a pebble a magician gives you, especially if he gives you 2.
I give him a 3rd.
3 pebbles.
His head explodes.
I just say, learn to juggle.
Juggle I will. Just yesterday would have told you that learning to walk wasn't in the cards for me, but now I'm on that, so I guess learning to juggle is in the cards as well.
And then I just walk away.
Thanks for the pebbles, and also for escorting me through the Underdark. And you guys then all make your way out the same door and awkwardly walk like fully 15 minutes to get out of the stalagmite. You guys make your way out of the stalagmite where the Society of Enlightenment is located, out into the warm, bright midday streets of the city of Amber, where nothing has changed since you were last here. Nobody slept. Everyone works all the day through. And you guys make your way over to this little block, essentially, where there's like services and shops for foreigners, for out-of-towners, where you can buy whatever you're looking for. You tell me what kind of thing you're looking for your parents.
Probably some jewelry for the twins. Well, probably a hat for Top, and then like a ring for Yo-Yo.
Yeah.
I don't know. My mom would probably want like some type of gardening tool that's unique here.
Yeah. Well, they have those for sure. There's all kinds of like interesting,
like something that's just like weird. Like I don't know.
Yeah, just unusual like gardening tools and some Hallowhivian clothing, hats and jewelry. Of note, the jewelry does not have gemstones in it. It's just precious metals. It's only like
yeah. And probably like I don't know, an interesting book.
Yeah. You can get, if you wish to, the Xanthian scriptures. I doubt that's quite what you're looking for, but you could. It is the book from Hallowhive.
Yeah, I mean, you'd probably find it at least interesting,
fascinating at least.
And
I'd say
maybe a second book on top of that, just for like I don't know if there's any like novels from here. I don't know if that's
There's people that write novels and stuff. Yeah, you can find them.
Yeah, I'll buy a novel and then I'll buy the scripture for like reference of culture.
Right, makes sense. I'd say for all of that, you can spend like 4 marks probably to get 2 books and a few bits of clothing and bric-a-brac and knickknacks and stuff. Boss, go ahead.
Would there be like when we were to leave the same way we came in ish? Is there like a customs where like we have to like claim the goods that we purchased here?
You would guess.
Do you think we're going to be questioned again? Like, hey, do you have any possessions that you acquired here?
Right. Since you've basically just said it, you're probably going to be asked similar questions if you go out through the official gates.
I'm assuming they give us like receipts that like have.
Yeah, you guys have paperwork that I should have narrated that, but you guys have paperwork showing that you've been like approved to be here. And really, I forgot to say at the start too. They probably asked like, how long you're going to be here? What's your date that you're departing? And have a date that they're like expecting you to leave. So that's probably all on record.
I assume that if we try leaving earlier than that, they're like, you can't leave.
I mean, we probably told them a day or two, and now we.
I would say more than that because we didn't know how long we were going to be here.
I say you could have given.
I would say 3 days at
longer,
least.
just in case.
Never. We love it here.
I guess what I'm thinking is like, if I were, or like, if not I, hypothetically speaking, if somebody were to steal an item and we have to face one of these priests with the candles,
right?
They ask that, like we are.
Yeah, there's a very real chance that you'll be asked, did you steal anything while you were here? And have to face the lie detecting candle. Okay. Go ahead, Cadence.
Okay, sorry, I missed this. When we exit, we have to do an interview as well?
You don't know that for sure. If you want to go like scope it out and see, you can. You would guess that's likely.
That's fine, I can work with that.
Okay.
When they asked us how long we're going to stay here, did they log it down somewhere?
They wrote it down in their book, and then they handed you a piece of paper that says like this permit is good until this date.
Does the date that Grimm said he was leaving show up in that book?
Give me
Was he questioned on the way out, got detained, and then sent to the abyss?
Roll me a perception check to see if you spot that as they're opening their ledger. It's going to be kind of a high DC because it would be like a page that they quickly flipped past to get to the current date. But
So I can assist.
You can do it too. Just take a second.
Does it matter if it's much lower than my passive?
You can use your passive.
My passive is 20. Yeah,
20 is 20. Still not going to be
That's
enough.
fine. Yeah.
So yeah, it was a really high DC because you're looking like essentially to see the details on a page that they flip through very quickly to get to just the current date. You just didn't spot it.
Makes perfect sense.
So unfortunately, you're not sure about that. If you want to go, just like either look or just ask if you're going to be interviewed when you leave.
I think.
Seems like probably a safe assumption, though.
I'm also just trying to narrow down if he went down there like intentionally or if he was caught.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a little bit more what the exit strategy would be here. So if I don't know if you want to like out of character real quick, like we devised this plan while they're going to go to the stores to go get trinkets. We'll go back to the entrance and just kind of play dumb, like to see.
Yeah, we can do that.
To see if like they're gonna like talk to us about anything.
Right.
I'm like, oh, we're not intending to leave. Sorry, I thought we were just turning around, something like that.
Yeah. I'm down for that.
That's fine.
Fake it
I
up.
will say, if you want to, go ahead and roll me an investigation check, and you have advantage from boss simply helping you, or your party helping you, however you want to do it.
23.
23. Okay. What you're essentially looking to do is change your departure date, right? Or find out if that's something that you can do.
Yeah.
On a 23, you find out that can be done. You can just say, hey, we're staying a little longer than we planned. And it's a fairly minor clerical thing that you can actually just do right here in this, like, you can go to sort of the embassy. I remember I said there's like an embassy here. You can just visit there and say, like, hey, we're extending our stay till X date. And, if you said we're extending it for 3 years, they're going to be like, we need to talk. But if I'll ask, you go in, you talk to the embassy worker and you say,
the friend of mine that I am looking for, I have not found at this time, and I would like another day or two to be able to seek him out.
all right. What is your new departure date?
I would believe 2 more days? 3
I
days?
think 2 more days. I'm sorry. Can I just be bold for a second? Me and my husband came here looking for just this friend of ours, and we know he's down here. He told us he was coming, but are you allowed to tell us if he's still down here, or did he just leave?
Give me a persuasion check.
Oh, can I sell you on deception?
Yes. Deception's totally fine. Yes.
21.
Of other people. Somebody make me a persuasion check to try to help with this. The deception, she believes what you're saying. This is trying to convince her to do something outside of protocol. Give me one more.
We know what day he came in, right?
Yes. The third of Germus.
So he entered on 3rd of Germus, last name Grimm.
Yeah.
And we were just wondering what his departure date was as well.
Yeah. Someone give me a persuasion check.
What's your persuasion? Oh, well, yeah, go for it. Say mine's not great.
Oh, neither's mine. 12.
12? Okay. She says,
Does it get help because we're both doing it?
Yeah. I'll say you can have advantage.
No.
Okay. She says, I'm sorry. I understand you're looking for somebody. I understand this must be stressful. But I really just can't give out other travelers' histories to just anybody that asks. I do apologize.
We understand. The orphanage can wait another few days for us to get back to them, right?
I suppose so. I feel that this is going to be bad news for the children, but yes. This is what it must be.
Roll me a luck check, one of you.
Not me.
Me?
I'll tell you about board. I'll tell you about board. The name Philord Grimm has just been name dropped and to see if she knows who you're talking about as the exile that was just banished.
Did they say?
Did somebody say Grimm?
They didn't say the name.
Oh, I didn't hear you say Grimm.
We were specifically told not to.
Yeah.
Give me a luck check. They might not know who you're talking about.
They know who we're talking about.
Okay.
4.
Got it.
Sorry, it's a 4. Didn't have my button.
Nothing changes about what happens right now, but she sends you along your way.
Did you just name drop him?
Yes. I did not lie.
They're gonna... You gotta start lying.
I need to find my friend.
Can I lean over and be like, "Did you just say just the G word or something else?"
I think you might have just said Grimm. I don't know if you said Phil.
I did not say Phil.
I've got a wild question for you guys. How many Grimms do you think are down here?
Me raising my hand slowly.
You didn't give him a last name. You just said Patches.
Well, I know.
No, he's just saying
But I'm just saying
he's saying he's a Grimm.
We don't know that you're Grim. Neither do they.
you guys do.
Oh well, they don't. Because you.
Well, yeah.
I don't know that you have said.
No, we spoke about it because we spoke about
I was about
other
to-
people were just I
don't know.
I know a Grim because you're
Oh,
just
yeah,
boss and someone else were just
We need to find-
take the hint of a Grim because when I said Tamarius Grim back about who my
Oh,
father
yes,
was,
yes, you're
so
right.
they know that my last name is Grim.
Right.
Is he your grandfather or your son?
I don't know.
Brother?
Who can say?
We need
Definitely
to
something
find
I was going to
Ghost.
find out.
Yeah.
And we need to keep a low profile while we do it.
But I'm just saying, if you do that again, just trying to be oh, I mean him.
I'll turn back. I've been to him. I found him. We're fine. I'm sorry. The orphanage will be okay.
If he tries to do that, I try to intervene. It's so much more suspicious.
Never mind, I found him.
Oh, he was just right outside the whole time. Don't worry about
The
it.
orphanage will be okay.
So, with that, Marble, you've got a bag full of souvenirs, and you guys have your departure dates changed in your paperwork. You guys depart this little square. You do see that a large crowd of people are sort of beginning to assemble in the vicinity of the Sanctum of Light. There's kind of a crowd gathered there, as apparently the Queen's proclamation is going to be soon. What do you guys wish to do? You don't necessarily have to go to hear the proclamation. You've been told it will go anywhere the lampsight touches.
I wouldn't mind watching if you guys are down. Like, proper watching, not just hearing it off in the distance.
This is okay.
It would be nice to see. Hopefully, nothing bad happens.
Would you like to try our experiment later, or just forget it for now?
I think just maybe later, but probably just drop it for now.
What is the purpose of this experiment?
Try to understand what they will ask of us if we try to leave.
Oh, I see. I understand.
I want to know if
Just to pry
well,
slightly.
I'm not going to say this out loud in the crowded streets, but if we're alone, I'd like to know whether Hollow Hive's official story is that Grimm left when he said he was going to leave, even though they bandaged him, or...
Oh, I understand. I see. It will be tough getting them to show you the official records, especially if they are using it as a cover story. That would draw a lot of attention.
It sure would.
Yeah.
Yes, a nation willing to ban a foreigner to hell? This makes no sense.
If we already know where he is, and it sounds like we do, maybe we save that risk for not now. Maybe we save that for after we go into the Abyss and get him back, and then we get the story from him.
I'm sure once we go back into the Abyss, they're going to let us in with open arms.
Yeah, I have been thinking about that. There is, and I look over to Ghost, there is no other way around the city to the surface.
There's no way. I mean, I don't know. I know Villard Grimm is a very powerful magician, but like I don't know that he has the ability to like cast himself out of the abyss.
I mean, you give me a history check for how much you know about Villard Grimm, real quick.
God, rolling like
Do
hits.
I roll decently well on my Villard Grimm check?
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, give me this is a different check, but give me
Yeah.
a new one, which I'll allow you to do because of how good your check was before.
Sorry, history.
Yeah.
Do you guys have like a connection down here that could smuggle us in?
That seems to be the you guys don't have a connection. The only connection you have is Kurisukiyo, who is one of the people exiled.
Well,
but
we have Jack Roush now.
yes, Salalock is giving you a reference to this guy Jakraush. So
My 14.
okay,
12.
12. On a 14 even, this guy is a close friend and associate of yours. You would know for sure that Villard Grimm is capable of teleportation. You're not totally sure if he has like a full 7th level teleport spell, but you know for sure he has teleportation circle, which is only 5th level. What I'm saying is like it doesn't matter how far under the ground you are, you can cast teleport and teleport somewhere. So if he has the faculties right now to cast spells, he could get himself out easy, no issue at all.
Okay, I didn't know that would work. Does Boss know that would work that well?
Give me an Arcana check, but this is DC like 10.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah. Yes, you absolutely know that for sure. A teleportation, there's no like distance limit on a teleportation spell.
Beautiful.
So now to be clear, what was your Arcana check actually? What did you actually roll?
Just off Arcana.
Yeah.
25.
25, brilliant. You know that there are certainly ways to abjure against teleportation. If he's in some sort of anti-magic field, or if he's in there's certain like other spells, Hallow and stuff that can like prevent teleportation. So there are ways to stop teleportation.
But there's not like a
just being in the abyss will not
Okay,
prevent it.
cool.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes me feel a lot better. I assume there was something like that being the abyss.
No, not necessarily. And Ghost, to the question that Bones just asked you, there, like it kind of like we talked about earlier, like it's theoretically possible to just traipse through the Underdark and find your way to the Abyss and just skip Hallow Hive altogether. Hallow Hive is one little pocket in the Underdark surrounded by Underdark. But as far as official channels, not maybe official's not the right word, as far as the paths that exist to your knowledge from Hallow Hive to the Abyss, there is only through Deep Hollow, and you aren't aware of other paths to the Abyss through other parts of the Underdark. You would be just stumbling through the Underdark looking for a way to get to the Abyss, which is not impossible. It just is a different sort of challenge.
Yeah, I'll fill everybody in on that.
Stumbling through the Underdark does not sound like my idea of a good time.
It would essentially be the last 2 days that you just did, but a lot harder,
right, with
no guide.
If it were to come to that, I would rather just bolt through the city and see if we make it.
Is there any maps?
Not in Hallow Hive. There might be at the Citadel. That's not true. There might be some of the Citadel potentially. Maps of like the surrounding area.
We know what books Grimm looked at.
Part of the problem is, as our guide told us on the way down here, the paths that they take change. The geography changes.
True, but if Grimm found something there, we would have the same information he does.
True. What is curious to me, if he is capable of teleportation, then there are two factors. Either he has already teleported out, or he needs something down there and has not. I suspect when we go down there, we will either not find him, or we'll find him and he'll want to keep going down there.
This is my mind as well.
Right.
But if the first happens, then we're fucked.
We are fucked either way, I believe. But I need to find my friend. I'm sorry. You do not need to follow me. I will find my friend.
He's gotta be down. He would have contacted, I keep wanting to say Lydia, that's not her name. Olga, thank you. He would have contacted Olga. She hasn't seen him in, what did she say, like a month? Months? They're close enough.
3 weeks.
It's like about 3 to 4 weeks, something like that. Was the last time she'd seen him when you talked to her.
You as well, yes. You've been trying to get in touch with him. If he was on the surface, surely he would have gotten some of your messages.
Yes, I believe so.
Then he is still down here. We should go look for him.
I agree. I must find my friend. I need to relate these informations, and I don't understand who to become without him at this point.
Yes, but rushing in might kill you, and then you can't. So it's best to think this through.
I will take your counsel. Yes, I will take all of your counsel. I just need you to know where my heart lies.
You guys are having this conversation as you walk through the streets towards the Sanctum of Light. Go ahead, Ghost.
I can attempt to guide us back to the Isle of Ash.
You know this place, yes?
You've been there?
Yes.
Is this from your tale?
Yes. That's where I got trapped. The only one who got out.
The place of darkness.
Why were you there?
We were doing research on the ruins there. That's where Ral and Talania are headed, and it's also one of the locations that Philip Grimm was researching. So if he's down there, there's a chance that he was heading.
What's so
that way.
Special about the ruins?
You, Ghost, didn't quite get to the bottom of it. Thel was there researching. Essentially, there's ruins on this Isle of Ash, this ancient sort of locale in the abyss, which no one quite knows the origin or the nature of. They have not been studied enough to find out what their true nature is. And Thel had theorized that they sort of held the ancient secrets of the start of Hallowhive. That they were Hallowhive began somehow something to do with these ruins, and you weren't sure what. And when you got there, he had deduced that they were fiendish, that they were demonic ruins of some sort. But then that was about the time that the event happened, and you got trapped, and everything kind of went to shit. And just to provide a little extra context, there is a little bit more that Boss knows from Olga and just things that Boss knows. When Philord left on this research expedition, in your very first scene that we saw in your prologue in episode 1, he said that he was going to research a demonic possession that took place in the Ocasian uprising in the 1000s AO. So essentially, I can't remember exactly how many details you have. I think you know that Xerxes is part of what he was looking into. Okay, yes. Yeah. So basically, Philord had read an account in some book he found in the scriptorium describing that the dragon Xerxes, the founder of arcane magic, had been possessed by a demon during some fight. Right. And he wanted to learn more about it. Basically, just got kind of an obsession with the idea of exorcism and possession and its ideas related to necromancy. So he went to go research this exorcism.
Real quick, I believe that's something Boss would have clocked emotionally. In this state, though, I don't think it's something he would for sure consider.
Yep, no, that totally makes sense. And I think that
I've considered the Xerxes angle a couple times, but I just don't think Boss is.
Yep, nope, totally makes sense. I'm absolutely with you. Yeah. And then I think you also aware of Zorbaxis, the Hungering Maw, was also the demon involved. Okay, cool. Go ahead, Marvel.
So I don't think I've done a check like this before, but how do I want to say this? I'm curious about the properties of amber and its ability, because I know that it can be used to store magic.
Well, yes.
Or converted, I'm not really sure. does it react differently to divine versus arcane versus sorcery versus demonic?
Sure.
Energy?
Give me.
And can it convert it to a different form? Sure. I guess what I'm asking is, does it seem likely that a demon could be trapped in amber, and the amber is transforming its demonicness into radiance?
Interesting. Give me an Artificer's Tools check.
And then I say this out loud.
I have ideas about how the lamp works.
Demons are responsible.
the whole time.
I'm speaking clearly for the first time ever.
The church is demons.
Okay, well, this is quite unfortunate because I rolled a natural 1.
Oh,
11.
bummer. Okay. Even on
Unless I can add ether soul.
you certainly add your lore to it, yes.
Ether soul, so then it's going to be a 14.
Okay, cool. That's not that bad of a roll, even on a nat 1. You don't know everything.
Wait, hold on. Can I use my puzzle's wit?
If you have charges left, yeah.
You have
your last one.
I didn't use it because I didn't have to use it.
Yeah, you talked about using it and decided not to.
Okay.
You didn't. Yep. So this is your last one for the long rest, but you're just about to have another long rest tomorrow.
Much better. I rolled an 18 for 31.
Ooh, Jesus Christ. Okay. 31 is such a good roll. Okay. A little bit of a lore dump. I'll give you the core of your question first.
Okay.
Amber does not react in any special way to like demonic magic versus holy magic versus arcane sorcery, whatever. It reacts similar to any kind of ether being put into it. To clarify on that a little bit, any kind of using crystals to channel magic is arcane. That is always arcane magic that does that. It is never sympathetic or sorcery. So amber is special because when you put ether into a crystal, let's back up even further. Arcanotech is based on crystals. You make literally physical prisms that are crystals of any material will do. The cheapest ones are just made of glass. Those give them the way they are carved and the sigilry put into them lets them facilitate the movement of ether through them. You either put ether in and store it, you convert it over literally physical distance, or you convert it into a magical effect. Glass is the weakest and worst element for that. It's ether inefficient. Essentially, you put a bunch of ether in, it produces magic, and then it kind of like off gases a bunch of ether. It is literally the green plumes of smoke that rise over Daybreak City, or ether emissions. The higher quality and more finely crafted gemstone you go, the more ether efficient you get. To where you put ether in, you don't lose as much, and you can get more powerful magic out. In addition, the weaker and worse it is, it just can't tolerate as much. So if you try to put, say, a 5th level spell through a glass prism, it's just going to shatter it and break it, and it won't work. You're just going to lose all the ether into the atmosphere. Amber is special.
Can I
yeah, go ahead.
Amber is organic.
So yes, I will say
Amber is made from plant.
So I'm glad you asked. I was just about to say, lore of this world different than real life. Amber does not form in this world the way it forms in real
okay,
world.
Okay, it's just called amber because of the color.
Exactly. It's based on the color. Yep. It is an important distinction.
It's a gem much like a diamond.
Yes, it forms like a diamond or a sapphire.
More dense than a diamond? Well...
But the point being, real amber in real life forms from tree sap.
Yeah.
That is not what amber is in this world. Amber is just like a sapphire, ruby, diamond, whatever. So when you get to the point of a diamond prism, it's nearly 100% ether efficient. You put ether in and it uses it all, and you can use really powerful magical spells that way. Amber is special for a couple of reasons. It's incredibly resilient, meaning you can put magic through it without breaking it pretty much, almost without limit. It's also special because it is the only gemstone, when crafted very well, that can actually flip the script and amplify it. You put ether in and you get more magic out than you put in. It is very, very prized and valuable by artificers for that reason.
Is it known as why that happens?
It's basically just a property of the stone. It's just a property of the stone, essentially. Yeah.
Okay.
On a 31, there's not it's not there's nothing special magically about it necessarily. It just is the best at conducting ether.
And I guess it's this one literally just takes in power from whatever is in there and turns it into sunlight.
Yep, so the sunlight, warmth, and apparently the ability to grow plant life and stuff. And also literally hallowing all of the verdant paths so the demons can't come here.
Yeah.
One of its most powerful
that
traits.
Is a divine effect
Not necessarily.
being produced. Well, I mean,
you
I
could
don't know.
accomplish that with Arcana.
I mean, is there certain spells that like you cannot produce through Arcana?
That is not true in this setting. There's almost nothing that you could not necessarily do with Arcana in some circumstances.
Okay, because I know that like there are certain spells that like Arcana.
I see what you mean. There are some spells that are like literally not on the quote unquote artificer spell list, meaning you can't literally put that spell into an item. But
I mean, even just like even wizards, like they can't learn like cure wounds,
right? For sure,
it's just not something.
But even then, like to jump above board into gameplay terms, there's like the Theurge wizard that can learn cure wounds.
Yeah.
There's like sorcerers that can learn cleric spells. There's enough overlap in gameplay terms that in world building terms, there is no such thing as like a divine spell that you can only get at with sympathetic magic. Any spell could theoretically be accomplished.
Gotcha. So it wouldn't really necessarily even need to be a divine being to produce sunlight. It just needs to be something with magic. Something producing magic.
Potentially. The thing is like perilous
such as
is known
as the creature that they all fear and they hate the cult against.
On the same wavelength.
They captured it here and all the demons are trying to get here to get it, but they turned it against them.
Vanishingly,
and now all of a sudden it's whispering to their queen to start sending people to the abyss.
Vanishingly little is known about how the lamp works or what it is. It's not even known.
I mean, above the board, there's a clear reason why they're like, don't look at it and don't touch it, because they don't want people to know what's actually inside of it.
I couldn't possibly comment on that.
Okay.
Have you ever questioned a religion?
Me or Marvel? Marvel, he doesn't go to church.
Okay, so with all that, as you guys are thinking these thoughts as you're walking under the light of the brilliant lamp towards the Sanctum of Light, Ghost, did you have something there? I think I might have interrupted you when that all started.
No, it's fine. It's just people questioning my religion and faith. No, I did have actually one question. With Find Familiar, when I look through their eyes, can I look through their eyes at any distance?
I believe so. I think you have to initiate it within range, but then you can.
It's same plane, but yeah, any distance.
Right.
Sick. Okay.
He's gonna look at it. He's gonna look at the lamp.
You begin to make your way towards the Sanctum of Light. And arrive, there's a massive sort of throng crowd gathered around the base of it. And you arrive kind of like just in time.
Just in time, you say?
As among the sort of crowd gathered around the foot of the Sanctum of Light, stepping out onto sort of a raised balcony on the sanctum, on the ziggurat, you see emerging the Queen of Hallowhive, the hierarch of the Xanthian Church, the voice of the lamp, Faye Atumani.
What's her name?
Her name is Faye Atumani. She is an ant-like thri-kreen, quite tall, quite slender in build. She has sort of almost amberish colored eyes and sort of brown-red carapace. She's dressed in sort of like long, flowing white and golden robes. By far, however, the most notable feature of her is that literally emerging from her body, like growing from her carapace, are crystals of amber, sort of emerging from her flesh. As if sort of like born from her body. She's surrounded by priests and by knights, including one very, very tall, like the mountain from Game of Thrones, a Hercules beetle knight that stands close behind her. Ghost, you know this to be Kagatorum. And she, as she steps out onto the balcony, the crowd sort of starts to cheer and shout.
Real quick question.
Yeah, go ahead, Marble.
Going off of that check I just made about crystals, is that normal? Did she embed those, or is it like
So I'll answer this first because you heard Ghost's letter, which I know was like 3 sessions ago in real life. This is a rare according to the All Known. These types of thri-kreen are called amber touched. It is a rare mutation, seemingly, where thri-kreen and Hallowhive sometimes grow amber from their bodies. And the Xanthian Church and the culture of Hallowhive kind of use this as like a demarcation that these people are like chosen ones, or have some destiny that is important. It does not look like she's embedded it in her. It looks like it has grown from her body.
Okay, thank you.
as she steps out and she like gives a moment for the crowd to sort of settle, she kind of raises a hand for everyone to be silent. And then, despite her great distance from you, you can hear her voice telepathically. And from what you were told, everywhere the lamp's light touches hears her voice telepathically. As she says, "People of Hallowhive, children of the lamp, I thank you for your patience in these frightening times. Your unwavering faith has not gone unnoticed, and the lamp has spoken. 53 years ago, in the 649th year of our kingdom, the Treaty of Prospect was ratified, allowing for the trade of material ether with the surface realms. My mother, the hierarch Viola Toomey, did what she believed best for her people, to spare them from war with the surface. But even in doing so, she spoke of her concern for the consequences that the treaty might write upon the future of Hallowhive. She warned us against the possibility that the treaty would begin a spiral into worldliness and abandonment of our most sacred principles. And for the last 53 years, her warnings have been neglected. We have allowed ourselves to be seduced by the temptations of the surface realms. We have allowed our kingdom to be sullied by their influence. We have welcomed their people into our home, and we have defiled Mayol's gifts in the pursuit of riches and worldly gain. In its mercy, the lamp has given us a warning," and she kind of raises her hand up towards the lamp, "one that we must heed, lest our holy kingdom fall into darkness and ruin and be consumed by them all, and those who serve its terrible will. I hereby decree, in the name of the lamp and of the first god queen Lei Zama, that effective on the 30th of Floridus, Hallowhive shall end all relationship and contact with the surface realms. All trade, diplomacy, and travel agreements shall be rescinded without condition or exception. Our gates will be closed and the shipping routes sealed. Our holy kingdom shall once again be as it was in the days of our ancestors, before we were polluted by contact with the surface realms." There's kind of a murmur that moves through the crowd. She continues. "In order to facilitate this transition, the shipping routes leading to the surface will be opened for travel for the next 90 days. Any who wish to depart Hallowhive are given leave to do so. The holy kingdom to come must be a land of the faithful, and faith by definition must be a choice given freely. Any who are not prepared to obey the lamp's commandments, to honor the holy kingdom and offer unto it our labor, should take this opportunity to depart the verdant path. Take no shame or guilt if you cannot find faith in your heart, but even so, do not take this decision lightly. For once the gates of the promised land have closed, they shall not open again. The times to come shall be difficult, my children. Each and all of us will be asked to sacrifice for our kingdom. Nevertheless, when we walk under the light of the lamp, we want for nothing. The lamp provides, and if we honor its will, we need fear no evil. May the lamp shine on you, my children, now and forevermore." And she kind of steps back a little bit. A couple of knights step in front of her. The crowd begins to react in various ways, some of them with cheers, some of them with scoffs.
We should inform young Master Crimple of this development.
He presumably heard it, unless he's in a closet or something.
Yeah.
I mean, but does he like?
Well, he'll do.
Yeah. So you might need to contextualize it for him a little bit.
Don't force him out of the closet until he's ready.
To give some frame of reference, she mentioned that the date that this all goes into effect is the 30th of Floridus. That is about like 100 days-ish from now. So it's, a phase out.
We should leave, and we should leave now.
And to contextualize a little bit more of what she said, I think you guys probably pieced all this together, but she said that the shipping routes would be open for travel. Down in the Crystal Wastes, there is a system that is currently used to get ether salt and other necessary things to the surface and back that has, for the entire time it has existed, you were not allowed to travel that way. She essentially is saying anyone who wants to go can go that way now. We will lift you up to the surface the easy way. Anyone who wishes to leave may leave.
A week ago, they were deporting foreigners into the abyss. We should leave.
We should certainly not take those shipping lanes.
No. Yeah.
I don't know where they lead, but I don't trust that. I assume that we find somewhere.
Right,
Yeah,
sorry.
so I assume you walk away.
I'm not
yes.
saying this in the crowd of silent,
Of course.
right?
Yeah.
I assume you have walked away and found some privacy.
They're gonna kill us all.
Let me just roll like how much of that was true. Can we all roll for that? Like what we feel.
Sure, someone can give me an insight check. Anyone who's proficient with insight may give me an insight check.
Well, that's me.
I am, but I'm not going on.
Yeah. Oh, that's it. That's cool. 24 on insight.
All right.
22.
22, 24, 27.
Very bad.
Okay.
13.
13, okay.
Thigh Queen says,
I can't wait
look
to
at the lamp.
I can't wait to fight Kaga. Look at him. We're gonna fight that guy someday.
On the 20-something, on the 13 roll first, it's a little hard to get a read on the God Queen, or not on the God Queen, on Faye Tumanai, because she's just far away, and you're just hearing her voice. What you see, what you get. I think on the 13, you focus on a thing that seems like what Cadence would focus on anyway, which is kind of the crowd. And you're largely seeing, 80+% of people are excited, happy for this. Less, the mood is, even on a 13, the mood is less like, oh, thank God the foreigners are leaving, and more like peace of mind after the eclipse. It's like, all right, we'll be safe.
Yeah.
I feel like they're returning to safety.
Yeah.
You do see some people that are disgruntled about this. You see people that are like, that don't want this, that feel like this is the wrong move, but certainly they're not saying it.
The pro-capitalists.
They do.
And then on the higher rolls, you see a look of genuineness on Faye Tumanai's face when she speaks. You don't feel that you are being lied to. You don't feel that this is deception. There's almost an undertone of desperation when she says, when she said, I forget exactly the words, but something along the lines of the lamp has given us a warning and we must heed it. There was almost a waver in her voice of emotion. She is desperate. She believes what she is saying, and she believes it zealously.
Is that coming from the place of practice religious political leader, or
that's, I would say, kind of up for you to determine. What I'll say on the dice roll that you made, it seems genuine.
Okay.
It's up to you as a player to decide if you would think it's true or not. But it came across as genuine.
So she believes it.
I'm sure she does.
I think that's even scarier, though.
Brainwashed. They're all brainwashed. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, she's amber washed.
She's got amber in her brain.
I don't say any of that in character, but
No, of course not.
With that, you guys kind of move away from this crowd. You are getting, you've been getting a lot of looks since you got here. Looks of oh, you guys stand out. You're weirdos in a big group. There's 6 foreigners here all together. You, especially with this crowd, with the people that came to see the Queen speak on this matter, are getting dirty, hostile looks.
Yep.
No one's moving to attack you or do anything to you. You're getting looks that say you are not welcome here.
This definitely reads. So,
and it comes those are good insight checks. You are getting looks that make you think these people are xenophobic, asshole racists.
Right.
You are all getting a feeling of these people are desperate and afraid, and they think that you're trying to blow up their son.
Right.
They think that you are responsible for their son dying.
Yeah.
They think you're aliens from another planet that came to destroy their son. These are people that have never seen a tabaxi, have never seen your species, have never seen the way you dress, have never heard of your religions and your beliefs, and think that they've just been told by their supreme leader that you are trying to blow up their son.
So there are 2 possibilities here. Either this entire thing is a farce and they intend to kill us, or they're giving 90 days of amnesty. In either case, we are on our own for getting up, which means we should continue our business here quickly and then leave.
What's this? So we're out of earshot now, I assume.
Yeah, you guys have made your way away and found
What
some
is
private
this?
space.
What is this place that the valley? The Valley of Thieves.
The fungal.
Fungal Canyon is you found some graffiti that says it's a good place to do crimes, and Salalock says that there's a guy called Jacrouch there who may be able to help you smuggle your way to the abyss if you want to.
I mean, abyss or not, this is the place where we find our exit. Yes.
Should be.
Yes. Obviously we deal with all of that too. I insist I am not leaving Timothy here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was on the fence about it before. I said, well, yeah, it will not happen.
This thing I agree with.
I know that will disappoint him tremendously, but we will find another way.
He seems on the up and up.
I will
We
say,
can't take him down to the abyss.
We are not taking him to the abyss. No, I do not want that child to die. But when we go down, we need to have a plan to pick him up on our way up, is what I'm saying.
I will say, you guys are fully entitled to not believe what you have just heard, but the Queen's proclamation is essentially that starting on the 30th of Floridus, no longer will there be like approved trade routes or diplomacy with the surface. She didn't say, at least necessarily explicitly, that like everyone who is here when that happens may not leave. She said that for 90 days we're going to facilitate people leaving that want to leave, and then after that, like
that is where
no
it's
one
headed,
is
though.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is,
and obviously you're fully entitled to not believe that also. But
and that, yeah, right. Assuming it's like face value, we have 90 days of amnesty. I don't know if I take face value. I'm not
totally. I get it.
Yeah.
Also,
Just to
may not
clarify.
leave is walk into the Underdark and die.
Right, that's the thing. She's only going to help you get to the surface for 90 days. After that, if you leave, you are just that's the sense that you get. Ghost especially is like if big capital I if she is to believe at face value, your guess is starting in the 30th of Floridus, no one enters Hallowhive anymore, and anyone who wants to leave is on their own.
Right.
Walk to the Underdark and figure it out.
And can't come back in.
And can't come back in once they have left.
Yep. Okay, we should move. We should not dally here. We should go find your contact and see if they can get us into the abyss.
Yeah.
We should contact Timothy and tell him. We give him some. Does anybody have any sort of long-range communication spells that we can?
Same question.
You've got voice on
The wind.
I've been trying, but it's been a struggle.
Yeah.
If you give me till tomorrow, I can prepare a sending.
Okay, that's great. We just need some way to tell him we're ready to go meet us at the front gate.
I will say, also, there is, I know you guys are in a time crunch. Ghost, if you want to go spend a little longer at the Citadel, you can go try to copy down some more spells. And tomorrow morning is a long rest if you guys want to wait for that, but I leave that to you.
I would love to more than anything, but I have no money.
Oh, right, there is that, I suppose.
Yeah. That's the biggest hang up.
Well, here's what I'll say.
Buck Ryan?
I'm going to say that if you copy spells at the Citadel, you don't have to pay for them. You're a student of the Citadel and a citizen of Hallowhive. They will provide sort of your like inks and vellums to copy spells into your spell book.
That's really hot. You should do it.
It's quite hot.
That's pretty hot, but also, everyone is dying. And
Yeah, so it's up to you.
hell, so
It's
Yeah,
up to you
but
if
we
you want to
don't
spend the
even-
time on it. But
I mean,
Go ahead.
split up.
No.
No, definitely not.
I don't know if you saw how that crowd was looking at us. We do
Definitely
not.
Can't do this 2 campaigns in a row. No.
I need
While
to hear-
while we're all alone, I am going to say this. Grimm's name slipped at the embassy,
Oh, fuck.
so there was already target on her back. It's worse now. Ghost, do you know anybody at the Citadel who might have a sending spell or something who is familiar enough with Grimm to send to him?
that's I don't know who all met Grim or had any relations with him. There are several people at the Citadel who could potentially cast sending if they had any
What if,
interactions with him.
what of a scroll? We can buy a scroll. Someone of, you have met Grim. You know him. If we get a scroll, you can
buy a
cast.
scroll.
Yeah.
yeah, it's an option.
I just think we need a trustworthy source to confirm that Grimm is even in the Abyss, because if he's not down there, I don't want to sound paranoid here, I don't think they will let us back into the city once
I
we walk
agree
into
with
the
you.
Abyss.
I don't think they will let us back in.
I think if we go down to the Abyss for Grimm, our only out is him teleporting us out.
I can just basically tell you this to be true. Ghost will confirm this wish to. Already the situation is, even before the eclipse, if you want to go to the Abyss, you have to get a special permit from the Queen allowing you to do so. Then you go down there, it gives you X amount of time, and you're expected to return, and those people only return. Since the eclipse, there's been a big sort of reeling back of those permits. Yep. Now they're probably not going to give those permits out at all. If you try to re-enter Hallowhive from the Abyss, you simply cannot unless you have a permit. They won't let you.
The answer to that question may be with our smuggler. How much is a 3rd level spell scroll?
It is 50 marks for a 3rd level spell scroll.
I can cover the scroll if we can find one here for sale, which I assume we probably can at the Citadel.
So if you guys wish to go to the
This is
Citadel,
my friend, I will pay.
Okay, that is fair. But yes, I agree with Cadence. It would be good to know if we are actually headed in the right direction and to have any inkling of what we can expect to find down there. We should assume that we cannot get back into the city once we leave it. We might be able to get around that with our smuggler, but we don't know that for sure.
Let's be honest, don't we have other people we intend to contact there? Other people that we intended to meet here that are now disposed there?
Yes,
That seems kind of like pales in comparison to being locked in the abyss.
No, this I understand. I'm asking these questions.
Well, yes.
Are
yes,
there others
yes.
that we intended to meet that are now there?
Ghost
Isn't that
correct.
coincidental?
But they're all together.
We don't know that they're all together.
Theoretically.
We don't know that they're alive.
Sat there together.
We also don't
If
say.
they're
You actually, and I will go further. You don't know if the exiles were sent to the Isle of Ash. To clarify for you, Ghost, you're the one who has the most knowledge on this. The Isle of Ash is a location in the abyss. It's not necessarily
the
clear.
That I suggested it because you said that he had been looking at books.
For sure. Yeah,
regarding it.
absolutely. But I was just saying that you don't have any proof necessarily that they were sent to the Isle of Ash. They were just exiled to the abyss.
But I feel like
but you do know that that's where Alan Talania went. So, and you know that Phil was researching the Isle of Ash.
I feel like if you're exiled with a group of people, you're probably going to stick with a group of people because
Stands to
survival.
reason.
Seems reasonable. If they
If
travel,
they're smart, at least. But admittedly, one of them was accused of murder, so if they didn't want to stick around with one of them, then potentially that could have caused friction.
right?
If we head to the Isle of Ash, God willing, we can find Talania there. She's a very good tracker. If Krim and the others haven't made it over there, she would probably be able to help us track them down if we don't run into them.
I was about to say I'm also very good at tracking people. If they've gone through, I will be able to find where they went. Your friends, did they get a permit to go down, do you think? Or do you think that they absconded without permission?
Cellarlock gave you the details. They got a permit to go down there before the Queen issued her proclamation that the eclipse happened because of contact with the surface realms. And Cellarlock also says they have now overstayed their permit. They've been down there too long. So potentially complications there.
They are contraband either way. So no matter what, we are not getting back into the city through official channels, which means we either have our smuggler or we walk around or we teleport. If we teleport, we need a plan for Master Crimple. But that we can deal with later.
If this is the case, then we must first contact Master Grim.
I agree. I think our first step, we need to go get that sending scroll immediately. Yeah. And if they have additional sending scrolls, we should get another one for your cook friend. We should get one for your priest friend. We should get one for some of your comrades' ghosts.
Well, I will take care of the cost of mine.
So it sounds like as a group, you guys make your way back to the Citadel to look for spell scrolls and also to potentially ghost copy some scrolls down to talk to Crimple, etc.
I will, not that it super matters, I will try to stealth, I guess, through this. Not trying to be sneaky, but just trying to stay out of sight.
Totally. Give me a stealth check. You could also do this with charisma if you'd rather, but I assume your dexterity's better. I'll let this kind of just be for the group. And apply your criminal lore.
15.
Okay. Yeah. You kind of lead your group in ways that sort of make you look a little bit less descript. And eventually make your way to the Citadel.
I have such good stealth knowledge.
I switch into my Xanthian vestments.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you put on your sort of priestly robes. That helps. That helps quite a lot, as a matter of fact. In fact, that helps enough that roll your check with advantage. Ooh. It helps enough to give you literally the help action.
You have Xanthian robes?
Yeah, you see him put on... they're not quite fully priestly robes with the whole face mask and everything, but he changes clothes into nice church robes.
Wow. Would it be really weird if we got those too?
You probably...
Yeah,
we are with the lamp
that
too.
would be heretical. Yes.
The
Bumps it to an 18.
Outfit that I've drawn him in a couple times. That's what he's wearing now.
Gotcha.
And then, sorry, what'd you say, Kate?
No, you're good. Sorry, it bumps it to an 18.
Okay, 18 is a little bit better. Cool. You guys make your way back to the Citadel, head in. Timothy Crimple is already here. You don't immediately find him. He's not in the library, so you assume he's gone off to a class or something.
He's dunking hoops.
Yeah, something like that. He went to join the basketball team. Noha welcomes you back to the library. Says, you're all looking much better today. That was still processing. She looks out the door at the light shining in. I hope that the Citadel will find some way to push back against this change, but it is hard to resist a frightened people that frightened as they are.
Do you agree that it would be unwise for Timothy to stay with the Citadel?
She sighs. Hang on, let me have a roll die. I believe that he will be safe here. I believe that I do not think it is unwise for Mr. Crimple to stay here for the 90 days that have been allotted as a transitionary period. I do not think he should overstay those 90 days.
I agree.
I do believe the Queen when she says that she will allow people to leave if they wish to. And I do believe that I do not believe that she would lie about the time frame. That seems a silly thing to lie about.
My concern is what if... is there anyone else in here?
It's just you guys.
Sure, I'll do a little crime. My concern is what if in a couple of days another event happens and timelines get accelerated?
That is certainly possible. It is impossible to know what... The eclipse has never happened before, and it has not happened since, but it is impossible to know what time frame could...
Right. I will go speak to him. I think he is wise. He's the best of us. I think that he'll understand.
Right.
It will break his heart, but he will understand.
Yes. If you're asking my advice, I would feel comfortable keeping him in the care of the Citadel until such a time as he must leave, 90 days at the latest. But I leave that to his judgment. It is not my decision to make. In the meantime, you're looking for scrolls, spells, and such?
Yes.
Someone give me a luck check, just to see if Patches can do it. See just how many spells, how many scrolls of sending they can produce for you in a short time frame. Whether they already have them or have to make them or whatever.
19.
Ooh, Jesus. Okay. On a 19, you could buy as many as 5 scrolls of sending if you want to. This is among the more popular scrolls to buy. It's not cheap, but... So 50 marks each to buy scrolls of sending for those who want them. If someone wants to try to haggle,
You get like a bulk discount.
so, someone can roll me a persuasion check to try to get them cheaper if they want to. I will give advantage.
There's been some. I don't have a ton of money.
17?
17. Okay. She says, honestly, this is a terrible time for me to be giving a discount as tense as things have suddenly just become. But I understand the importance of what you're doing. We could part with them for 45 each instead of 50.
I will take one. Yes.
Okay. So for 45 marks, Boss, you purchase a scroll of sending. Mauricio, did I hear you say you're buying one?
Yes.
All right.
It may be worth casting these one at a time, because if we contact one and they are with everyone else, then we can save ourselves some money.
Makes sense. So you want to hold off on buying a second one until you do the first one?
It doesn't hurt to have one, but...
Oh, I just want it.
You just want one anyway. Okay. So for now, you've bought 2. Do you use it immediately, or what's the... We're going to hold off on that for a second?
Yeah, I think we'd hold for a sec.
Okay, got it. Let's say these scrolls aren't going anywhere unless someone else tries to buy them, which they don't on the 19th lecture.
This is just trying to be me remaining a character. I don't trust Boss to send this scroll.
What I was about to say is, are you familiar with this spell and how it works and the limitations of what you can say?
No.
Okay, we are going to coach you in it. You get a very limited number of words. You should prepare what you're going to say. Write it down. Grim will understand.
He will understand, yes.
Okay, good. He will be able to respond in kind with 25 words, which you will also understand.
What are the words that we need to ask? This is not what I understand about myself at this time.
Who you're with?
He will automatically recognize that it is you. Don't waste words identifying yourself. Say, I am with mercenaries in in Hallow Hive.
With crew and HH.
Yeah, with crew and HH, plan to come for you. Where are you? Are you alone? How can we find you?
As you guys are doing that, Ghost, you want to go and spend some time copying some spells down?
Wait, kind of, but also, I don't know, Ghost. wood in this.
Do you have words left over?
Up to you.
Message?
Yeah.
You should ask him if he can get out.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, good. Yeah, we got lots of words left over.
I should have written that down. As directed. Yeah, but I would ask. Fuck, let me rethink this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Give me a
you
minute.
literally take a moment to write down.
Yeah, I assume Boss literally sits down with paper and starts writing down a message.
Yeah, this is an expensive
in
spell.
world.
We should get it right.
Yeah, if you like put it in the chat, then do it.
Yeah.
Pretend you're writing it down, and we're all like, no,
For sure.
no, say this.
Absolutely. While you're sitting around a table trying to figure out how to condense this message to the proper number of words.
Well, I'm not good with words, so I'm going to go find Timothy Grimple.
Right. Yeah, you eventually do go find Timothy. He is...
Well, they're working on that.
Just cut away from this for a second. He is up in a classroom where he is speaking with a professor, Roha Atone, who is this pillbug Thrycreen. Just Timothy Crimpling, just picking this guy's brain about every single thing, asking him about how to learn and what are your classes about and what do you teach? What's your kind of magic? Where did you learn magic? And so on and so forth. And Roha is fully engaging all of it, chipper and happy. Because you seem like a bright young lad. I'm excited to teach you everything that I can. And then he sees you walk in the room.
Yeah, I'll probably stop, stop at the door for a bit and kind of just like watch. I don't know, this is probably, I assume that most of his teachers probably aren't like, I mean, I don't know his other teachers, but I know how annoying he can be.
At the moment, this seems to be maybe the first one he's meeting because he's like asking him all kinds of really general questions about the school and what's it like and blah, blah, blah. So,
I guess probably just like rap on the door.
Yeah.
Before walking in.
This is Marble. This is what I was telling you about. Who built me the machine? He like pulls up his pants leg and shows this little thing. He's like, he made me be able to walk. This is my first day walking, you know. And he like hobbles, moving his whole body in big swings to get over to you. Just what are you doing here so soon? I thought you were going down to. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I thought you would. Did you hear the thing just now? A queen?
Yeah,
I could hear it through the window.
That's what I came to.
I tried a crazy thing where if you step away from the window and the light's not on you, you couldn't hear it no more. But when you stepped back into the window,
I wasn't curious.
Has to be a light.
But I was not near any shadows.
So what brought you here? What brought you back here so soon? I thought you guys were taking off on
Just to
little things.
check on you.
Oh.
Especially with the announcement.
Yeah, it's well, here we are, I suppose. I don't know quite what I'm going to do yet, but I figure I'm here, so I might as well study while I can.
Yeah.
90 days, right? I think you can learn a lot in 90 days. Who knows? Maybe things will change. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe I can stay longer. Things are always getting better for me these days. Every day's better than the last. At least the last 5 days or so. We're on an upward swing.
It would be wise to learn what you can. Just be ready if you have to leave.
Oh, I'm faster than ever now. I can make my way around over here lickety-split. This is Professor Tunham. He seems very smart. We've been talking for about 20 minutes. I'm pretty sure he's the smartest person I met today, except for you. But I didn't meet you today, so I guess meeting is still today. Still him.
Ooh, what does he teach?
What do you teach, Mr. Tunham? Tell him all about it. And Rose says, spellcasting. Really, it's not as flashy as perhaps our young friend is making it sound. Just spellcraft, mostly abjuration. Roha Tunham, pleasure to meet you. And he like
gives you one of his 1,000 arms.
Gives you one of his so many arms. Meanwhile, as that's all kind of going on, you guys are downstairs working on your sending spell.
Who could have foreseen that he would not be worried?
Oh, Timothy Gripple worried? He's not capable of it.
He couldn't do it. Can't be bothered. Stressed.
Ghost, if you wish to just like maybe start looking for spells, at least as long as it takes your friends to write a sending message, even if you don't get a ton done, give me an investigation check. If you don't think you do it, that's totally fine. I'll push you into it.
Well, I got 12.
Excuse me. You get an advantage because know-how will help you. Search the library for spells.
Ooh, 12.
So bad. Well, you do find 2 more spells if you wish to copy down. You can copy them down without cost if you have the time to do so.
Right. It kind of comes down to, like, how much time are we staying here? Because I assume that we have some other equipment to purchase.
As a matter of fact, here's what I'll go ahead and say. You're looking for spells with Roha, and she finds a few. Says, you were all leaving in a hurry, it seems like. Everyone seems on edge, understandably.
Quite likely. I suppose it depends on the results of our sending spells.
Well, there are not very many students that I would trust with this, but you are among them. Why don't you just take those with you? Copy them down, and when you're done, just bring them back to us. I trust that you will do so.
Are you certain?
I am. This is a strange time. I suppose strange measures are required. But it sounds... If these spells, and she kind of puts her hands on them, can help you and your friends put right the wrong that was committed by the exile, then I think that it is the mission of the Citadel to do so.
Thank you.
Of course.
I'll do my best.
She'll kind of hand you over a couple spells that if you don't have time to copy right now, you can at least take them with you to copy when you do have time. Cadence, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Can I do a retroactive insight check on Noha?
Sure.
When she was like, I believe the queen will honor her 90 days, XYZ. Yeah. How much of that is she actually believes it, and how much of it is she's scared and she defaults to that, like, brainwashed hollow hive is great and the queen's going to up her word response?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
16.
She seems to believe it. She doesn't seem at all to be the type to be drawn in by the sort of brainwashing and rhetoric. She seems, if anything, kind of contrarian against the church's more dogmatic things. Yeah. So, I think that you believe that she believes that. You don't know if she's right, but you believe that she believes that, at least based on her knowledge of the city and its queen.
Yeah.
But again, you also don't know, as Bones alluded to, if there's another eclipse, shit might change a lot faster. But do you guys have your sending message written down, and do you want to cast that, or is that still for later?
I just also skimmed it down a couple words, but with the 25 words, basically what is written there, in Hellhive with 6 mercs, how can we find you? Can you teleport to safety? Gates closed this time is with you, right? So it's under 25.
Lovely. All right, so you get the spell scroll out, begin to read this incantation. I do have a question. Sending is not on your class spell list, right? So you actually can't. Well, that's a good point. You would have known this in advance. You can't use a spell scroll if it's not on your class's spell list. I don't think. Let me check.
No, I thought it was a check, wasn't it? Or
no, he's right. I keep forgetting.
Oh, it's not an item.
I'm special, but I've never met.
Do you got some sticky hands over there?
Maybe.
Does Noha met Grim? Can she cast?
Oh yeah.
She seems trustworthy-ish.
Noha met Grim. Noha does not. She has a little bit of magic. She doesn't have 3rd level, so she would be making a check about it.
We can buff a check.
That said, also, Roha met Grim as well, and he is able to cast 3rd level spells. No problem.
Has our illicit friend?
Celalock?
Celalock never met Grim, unfortunately. But that said, Roha can do this. No, this is not a problem for Roha.
Okay.
So I think you guys eventually end up walking into the same classroom. Where Mo and
I will do one more thing before.
Yeah. Go ahead.
At one point, I will just grab Timothy by both sides of his face and look him in the eyes and just you need to be careful.
Right. Yes.
Be realistic.
I'm always realistic. I think. Am I not?
No.
Well, I would say being realistic is thinking that if you have rickets, you'll never walk again. I think you've taught me not to be always realistic, to have some hope in my heart.
You can have hope, but...
So maybe things will get better here. But maybe they won't. You're right. Maybe they won't.
Be careful.
I'll be careful. I'll be quite careful. The people here are quite nice.
Feel free to message me. You have my card.
Your card?
Yeah, it probably has my address.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought you meant
my business card.
I thought you had a magic card that you could message you. I'm with you. Yep. Yeah, I'll send you something in the post. Let you know how things go.
If you leave, let me know. When you leave, let me know.
Yes, I'll make sure to let you know. Not a problem.
When you leave in 90 days exactly.
The door opens to the classroom and a bunch of folks walk in.
We weren't doing anything. No.
Yes.
Those are the people who caused the eclipse. No.
I like to parade.
Roja sees a bunch of people come in, and he looks to Ghost and says, Ghost, you're back already. I'd heard that you'd returned to town early.
Yes, had some plans changed. I have friends, so you've met some of them. We were wondering if you could help us, actually. I hate to show up and immediately ask for a favor, but there was a man here before, an elder man named Philid Grimm.
Oh, yes, I spoke to him briefly. He was an interesting conversation. He was an arcanist and some sort of advocate for magic rights on the surface, I suppose. Interesting fellow.
Yes, we were wondering, we have a scroll we can pay you with. We were wondering if you could send a message to them.
You see him like the dots connect in his mind. He also knows this guy was like exiled. Yes, certainly. Noha told me a little bit about what was going on yesterday. I will. Yes. I can help you. I can help you with this. It won't be a problem at all.
Do you want to do some heresy?
And he sits down at the table and says, "May I have the scroll?"
Gesture to whoever has it.
Hand it over to him. He.
Do you have to speak sending out loud?
No. I think you think it.
I'd really like to know what he's sending.
I understand. He sets in front of himself a blank sheet of paper. Says, "I will write out what I hear. I prefer to write it at the same time, so I don't forget anything." And you have the message you would like me to say? And
I assume it's just that one, but instead of I'm bosses.
Sure.
It's basically just boss and Hellhive with 6 mercenaries. How can we find you? Can you teleport to safety? Gates close. Whatever month, 30th?
Yeah, the 90th of Floridas.
Yeah.
The 30th of Floridas, yeah.
30th of Florida man.
Yes.
Who's with you?
Okay, cool. You hand him this note that says what to say, and I will say, though he doesn't have to do this to cast the spell, you see him begin to move his hands over this spell scroll. The spell scroll, the ink on it starts to sort of like flash bright light, and starts to the letters almost like lift up off the paper as light, and behind them there's just blank paper left behind that looks like almost burnt or scorched. And as he does, he closes his eyes and he begins to telepathically to the room say out loud what your message says. I guess his eyes aren't closed because he's reading. So there's a universe where he's simultaneously saying something out loud and thinking something different, but he's at least saying out loud what you guys have asked him to say. And then after he's done reading it, he closes his eyes awaiting the response and places his finger on the paper. And you see his antennas kind of fold back, like a body language of concern or discomfort. His hand starts to almost tremble and starts to move really fast, faster than seems natural. And he starts drawing centipedes. He starts making crude sketches of black centipedes all over the paper. And then after a few seconds of that, he drops the pen and opens his eyes. That was very strange. There were no words in the response. There was imagery, just crawling centipedes, mounds of them. I have no notion of what that means. He leans back in his chair and kind of crosses his arms in front of him, looking perturbed.
But you felt him?
I'm certain it was him. I felt his magical signature, but it seemed that this is what he communicated to me.
Well, this makes no sense. The man can teleport. Why would he still be there if there are just a mass of centipedes?
I believe he's not in a clear state of mind.
Yeah. Can you...
Why is he traveling by foot if he can teleport?
Anybody proficient with Arcana, roll me an Arcana check.
I have...
15.
15?
Like dog water.
17.
17? 12.
25, and I can bump it.
Beautiful. 25 is enough. I think the 17 and the 15 are also enough, but certainly, I guess it would the 17 and the 25 are enough. There is a spell called Tongue Tie. The way that this spell works is it prevents a person from being able to speak. And whenever they speak, some other phenomena happens. Either they babble incoherently, or sometimes like bubbles pop out of their mouth, or light comes out of their mouth, whatever. It can be anything, really. Attempting to circumvent this spell using things like telepathy or things like writing causes it to not work. It causes them to either just start, if you tell them to write something and they start drawing whatever the thing would be coming out of their mouth, or they start thinking that thing.
For many years, they gave our spies pills that they would crush between their teeth that would kill them, and eventually they found a more humane solution. This prevents somebody from talking even if they want to.
It is something of a curse. Go ahead, Patches.
Is that a ZE spell or?
Yes, yes, that's ZE.
What level? Do I know, or
I think you rolled what?
15.
I don't think you know. I think it's second level, but it's not on the cleric spell list, so I don't think you. It's a witch. It's a witch only spell.
Oh, okay.
It's a witch spell.
Witch. What does witch magic look like?
I should step back from that a little bit. It's a witch only spell in gameplay terms, and I guess roll me an Arcana check. See what you know about a witch. A witch is a real thing in the world.
I found it.
23.
23. You.
Also, it's also a warlock spell.
It's warlock too. Thank you. Okay.
Warlock
and I think, actually, just for the record, the raw version of the spell says that you can still talk to them telepathically. On your 25, you know that they're like. I think the 25 gets you like. This is something along the lines of a tongue tie.
Yeah, well, especially because the duration's only up to 8 hours.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, there's also that too.
So it's like a long-term curse, though.
Yeah. This is some
like a
sort of
very high
long-term
level.
curse.
Either that, or
along the line.
that he's just within that time frame of being.
Also potentially, yes. A witch is the thing that witches can be any version of like sorcerers, arcane casters, or sympathetic casters. They don't necessarily, there's not like a separate thing from that. They could be any one of those things. The big thing that makes people think of like a witch as a witch is they have like reciprocal magic, where if they are wronged, it makes their magic more powerful as like retributive, where they can like curse people with very long lasting powerful curses that are hard to get rid of if they are like attacked or if they are wronged in some way. And then they're also very good crafters. They can like imbue magic into items.
And I'm assuming it's not uncommon.
Being a witch? Nah, not necessarily. Not any more uncommon than being a wizard or a sorcerer or whatever.
Okay.
So I guess I don't know if it really matters, but just reading the spell, because it also says, while cursed in this way, the target can still perform the verbal components of spellcasting.
Unless they crit fail.
Okay, unless they crit fail. Okay. I see.
Yep.
So I guess, like, we wouldn't know if he, like, crit failed.
Yeah,
So
this is all you have to work off of.
If he is in there, if he is here,
I think on the
unable to leave because he might have crit failed. He might not be able to teleport out.
I think on the 12, you're not sure. On the 17, you're like, this seems kind of like a tongue tie, but not quite right. On a 25, you're like, this is a powerful curse, something like a tongue tie spell.
Which would definitely prevent verbal components of spells.
Right.
The next question for us is, do we have a way to fix this if we get to it?
On a 25, you're going to need something like a remove curse spell.
All right. Does anybody have a way to remove curses?
I think it's a third level cleric spell, potentially.
Yes, clerics have remove curse.
Okay, perfect. Yes. So
I
you,
can
a third level remove
prepare
curse would
next
be.
Does it require any special?
Does it need to be upcast?
You have to upcast it to match the level of the curse you're removing, essentially. But it doesn't require any special components.
So if they
In other words, if this curse is of 5th level or something, you need a 5th level remove curse to get rid of it. I am sorry that I did not produce better results for you. But yes, I suppose you're probably right. This man seems to be cursed in some way.
should we try with and I'll kind of just point to Morisco.
To Raw, try messaging Raw.
Probably Roja has met them, maybe?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
Well, actually, I don't know. Ghost, I'm going to have you answer. I trust you to be honest here. Do you think Roja has met Raw or
Ghost has
Talania?
3rd level spells.
I don't know. He probably wouldn't have met Talania.
Yeah, maybe Rawl. Yeah, Rawl
Maybe
has.
Rawl.
I'd say Rawl has certainly been to the Citadel to like read books and stuff.
I assume that.
Yeah.
That's also true. Ghost can just use a curse or a scroll of sending.
I can't.
Oh, right. He just had
evocation.
that Grim.
I don't think there's anything mechanically preventing you, but I do appreciate you leaning into your character like that.
Is he just too shy about it?
But yeah, no. If that's a ghost weakness, I love it. I respect the hell out of that. And yeah, Roha could message Raw.
I thought he was weak at evocations. Is it everything except for illusions?
I think
No, it's just evocations.
Oh, well, isn't sending like
it's evocation.
what?
Yeah, it shouldn't be. It should be
divinate.
Yeah,
as
so
well. But
Oh, yeah.
I could see illusion maybe.
Either
I see
illusion.
both sides, I think.
Yeah, that was a weird one that doesn't fit nicely into any school.
illusion or enchantment.
I say enchantment is what comes most naturally to my mind.
Can you change it right now?
No. Go ahead, Patches.
I guess like this would be going back off of what other people rolled. Would I know if it's higher than a third level?
You just looked at tongue tie. It's second level, right? Is the baseline tongue tie spell?
Yes.
I would say that you would guess.
But I guess like with bones rolling, what,
Right.
25, like
With what they're telling you, I'm going to say that on a 25 that Bones rolled, he thinks that a third level remove curse will probably get rid of this curse based on the limited information you have. You guys have very little to work off of, but it was a really good check. Cadence, go ahead.
Okay, when people are exiled here, how do I want to ask this?
Are they tongue-tied?
Basically,
Like, do they curse them to
right?
No, Ghost, you know, like this is not a thing that Hallowhive does to people when they exile.
It's not a thing Ghost knows that they do. When
True.
people are exiled, is it like a public, like, we're exiling these people, just like the proclamation? Do people gather and watch people get exiled?
Kind of. And the reason I say kind of, they're, at least in this case, sometimes no. Sometimes it's just a prisoner is taken and exiled. In this case, it was a very public thing. It was a whole demonstration. Now, I will say, even in this case, they were very publicly like loaded up and put on a worm and taken to Deep Hollow. There weren't necessarily a lot of people that traveled all the way to Deep Hollow to then watch them go to the Abyss, and certainly no civilian like went into Deep Hollow and watched them leave.
I
the
mean,
gate.
if you have a heretic who's looking up information and you don't want them spreading that information,
You would
tongue-tie them.
and then send them to the Abyss to die. Is Noha around?
Yeah, she's with you guys.
Did you, when Grim and the rest of them were exiled, did you see it? Did you watch it?
I saw the demonstration that happened here in the city. I saw them loaded up and taken off, but I did not travel to Deep Hollow to pursue any further.
This might be a long shot, but I'm grasping at straws here. Did Grim seem coherent?
As far as I could tell, it was hard to say.
Did he say anything?
He did not say anything, but they were, I presume that they were bound in such a way as to not be able to perform the components of spellcasting.
Incredibly convenient. Thank you.
Can someone be a witch religiously?
Yeah, sure. Yep.
Okay, so they could have someone whose literal job is just cursing people.
Potentially. It's potential. It's, yeah.
It's just a method of magic.
Yeah, it's just one way to get at magic. Yep.
Gotcha. A witch of the lamp.
Oh, my witch.
Lamp witch.
Is there a prayer room in the Citadel?
A prayer room?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you answer that question as the dude who did the world building of this place, really. My gut says probably... my gut says probably there is. It's not a main feature of this place, but this place is not like anti-religion or anti-Xanthianism.
Right.
They don't like the sort of dogmatic isolationism, but they aren't against like the worship of the lamp and what the sort of like core principles of the church are. So I would say probably.
Then yeah, I think Ghost is going to go and head over to one of those rooms for a little bit while everybody else is figuring out what they want to do.
Okay. Yeah, Ghost kind of disappears from the room for a little bit as you guys are talking. So you have this information about Fillard, that he seems to be cursed in some way. You have one more sending scroll, and you have the option to purchase as many as 3 more after that if you wish to. You know that Rawl and supposedly went off to the Isle of Ash. And there's a person that none of you have ever met, but the priest Karasokio that Patches is looking for is among the exiles, but I don't think you guys have a way to sending her. None of you have met her, and none of these people have met her.
But, what's his name? Celoloki?
Celolock?
Celolock has met the cook.
Yeah, Raul. Yep. And so I think Roja has as well. Roja could send to him as well. And I think, well, no, Maurice hasn't met him, but also Ghost could do it potentially. Oh, no, sorry, Ghost can't do evocation. So, yes, Roja could do that for you as well if you wish for him to. Or Celolock.
Or we can just, just go.
Up to you
What's the
guys.
worst that can happen?
Yeah, I guess that's where we land. What is it that you guys do next?
Whether we go or not today, the next step is to talk to our smuggler and see if we can find a way back.
Should we...
Right.
I assume we were stepped away from Roja and Roja.
We probably did, but also they just did the sending for.
Right.
We don't want to incriminate them anymore.
I mean, they're already incriminated. They just sent a message to a
known heretic exile.
Saying, hey, we're coming for you.
So I guess the question now is: are you guys going right now to go meet with this smuggler guy, or are you going to do a sending to Raul first?
My vote's another sending.
Right, my vote is also another sending, but it's not my money or my contact.
So I guess this is a question for you, Marisco. This is your choice as the guy who bought the second scroll. Do you want Roja to do a sending to Raul, or do you want to hold on to that for now?
Oh, this was going to be for my fiance.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
We could buy one if you would like. I have extra money. I could do that.
I also have money I can throw at this. I don't have a ton, but
I would chip in 10 gold towards this. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. 10 gold or 10 marks?
10 marks. Yeah.
All right, so that's 10 marks from Bones.
What does that leave
total
us
of 45. We need 35 more.
Okay.
I'll do 10 more.
10 more from Marisco. We need 25 more.
I can do 25. That's
25 from Hiddens. Okay, so you guys have purchased one more scroll of sending, and you guys are having Roja contact Raul Nikosi. What do you want Roja to send?
I don't really know the guy, so
I feel like it should
for me.
If you shout something similar, but also maybe ask what happened to Grim.
I was gonna say, yeah, maybe cut the entire "Can you teleport us to safety" and just replace it with
What's up with
"Is Grim okay?"
Yeah,
Sure. So you have Roja contact Raul Nikosi and say essentially here on the surface with.
We should replace that with, have you met any exiles? Because they aren't together, presumably.
I think we already include who are you with or something.
Right. Yeah, who are you with is in there, yeah.
Okay. So you send essentially the same message with some tweaks, essentially like who this is coming from and have you met Grim, etc. And Roja sends it, and he once again places his finger to the paper, and you see him kind of wait, furrow his brow, his head tilted to the side for a little bit, and then he kind of grimaces and shakes his head. This is another strange and disappointing result. I contacted him. He's not. He did not answer. There was no response. But he was conscious and received the contact. I don't know what that necessarily means. There was no response. Patches, go ahead.
All these bitches got too close to the truth and got compelled not to say anything. I hated her.
Sorry, how long ago did they get sent down? Did we see on the ledger,
Yeah, so the exiles got sent down to the Abyss on the 14th of Sprouts. Today's the 29th of Sprouts, so 15 days ago.
Oh my god.
And Raul and Talania went down into the Abyss well before that. It's the 12th. The 12th is when Raul and Talania left. So they were 17 days ago.
The fact that they are both alive is frankly miraculous. We should move. We should go find our contacts, see if we can get out.
So with all of this information gathered, or non-information, it is still information, I suppose. You at least have confirmation that both Philord and Raul are alive. Both the messages were received by living, conscious people.
Sorry, I do know, you said my contact was one of the people that got sent down at the same time as...
With Philord. Okay. Yep, it was Philord and your contact and a few other people. Yep. you guys exit from the Citadel for now. I think you have to go find Ghost. So you find him in like a little prayer chamber. Ghost, what is there anything you wanted to like? I don't know, play out there, or are you just spending a little bit of time in prayer?
Nothing super serious, but like Ghost is essentially grappling with the idea that he either ditches all these people so that he can stay in his home, or potentially like never sees his home again. And like that's a lot to kind of come to a decision about suddenly.
Yeah,
and he also knows that there is a bit of a time pressure because two of his greatest friends are potentially dead in the abyss. And he has to potentially go back to one of the most traumatic places in his life.
Yep. This is extremely...
Yeah, it sucks. So he's essentially just like praying, asking for guidance, and that
this
sort
is
of thing.
an extremely heavy and bad time for Ghost. He is like... Yeah, he's essentially just found out, like you said, that unless something changes here within the next 90 days, he needs to decide if he is a Hallow Hive person or a Surface person. A truly terrible ask.
Yeah.
Roll me a religion check as you sit in prayer. You can do it with wisdom, but I assume your intelligence is better. Okay.
11.
Yeah. You... I'm going to ask a question just because I kind of want to know about Ghost. You're in a situation where if the trajectory of Hallow Hive doesn't change, if things go as they are pointed right now, in 90 days or sooner, you're going to have to decide whether Ghost is going to stay in Hallow Hive or go to the surface, and whatever choice he makes, he will be stuck with. Does Ghost believe that that can change? Does Ghost think that the arc, the trajectory that the history of Hallow Hive is currently headed on can be altered? Does he think that this can be averted? Or does he feel like this is what will happen?
I think he feels like it's a little bit inevitable, or at the very least, he doesn't see the way out of that currently.
Yeah. I think on the 11 religion check, you know so much about Hallow Hive's history and how devoted it is to... It's hard to see a way out of it, I think, on an 11 religion check. It's hard to see a way to turn this trajectory away from where it's going. And I think as you're sort of grappling with those thoughts, your friends kind of knock on the door and say it's time to go.
Right. We should stock up on a lot of food.
Yeah.
Maybe potions?
Yeah.
We have the money for it.
Oh, really quick. Don't you still carry a lot of food?
Yeah, you guys still have a great deal of food.
Marvel.
Oh, yeah.
Because Marisco has a bunch of food in the cooler.
My mom.
So much Pendleton food. They had a whole dragon flank to cook still, so.
Yes, but I believe
I
this...
gotta save that for Raoul, or I was gonna want some.
Right.
Right, just remember that there are potentially 8 other people that we're trying to contact who will have been down there for 2 weeks.
Right.
Well, we can take more food, yes, and potions. I just believe that it's imperative that we make our move.
Yeah.
Yes. We should also fetch a worm. It'll be faster that way.
But should we find our way to the valley?
Yep. So if you want to buy potions, let me just...
Yeah. And then it's a consumable. I assume that I don't know if I need alchemy for potion making.
No, you can just make them with crafting.
Okay. Because it might be cheaper for me to just make them.
Potentially. As far as ones that are available, there are 4 potions of healing available for purchase if you want to buy them. They cost 10 marks a piece. Those are just regular 2d4 plus 2 potions. Cadence.
Real quick, as everybody's filing, we go to get Ghost, we file out of the, prayer room. I would like to hang back for a second And just after everyone's left, I'll turn around to, is there like an altar? Is there
Yep, there's just a little altar and a few like little places where there are like prayer mats to sort of kneel on and pray at prayer benches.
Yeah, I'll just walk up to the altar and I'll stare at it for just like a second or two, nothing crazy. And then I'll just look at it and, you don't deserve him. And I'll turn around and I'll leave.
She doesn't have any problems with religion.
No. No, she doesn't.
Just yesterday, you were noticing how there's not all that many differences between Hallow Hive and the surface, really, when you really look at it hard enough. And as you step into this little prayer room, it reminds you a little bit of the Holy Order Black Brick Church that you visited with Father Hastings not that long ago. You guys make your way into the city. If you want to spend some time just picking up like extra rations and stuff, we can hash out those prices between sessions. No big deal. Boss, you got something?
I'd like to take Ghost really quick. Since we shared that moment sitting on like the shelf watching that giant slug, whatever, you told me the story. So just kind of like alluding back to that, I'd say I know this is no small thing to ask you to take us back to the Isle of Ash. I understand that this is probably harrowing, and I do apologize for even having to bring myself to ask you of this. But I also believe that you understand the peril that I am in with this friend of mine, and I do appreciate you greatly for the efforts that you are taking to help me with this thing. It will not go unnoticed, and I will forever be in your debt. Anything I can do to repay, I will repay.
Just get us out alive.
I will do that as to the best of my ability, yes, but I will also never leave you without light, as long as I may be with you. I will stay by your side and always provide if I can.
Thank you.
Just help me find my friend, please.
Do what I can.
As you move through the city streets, gathering your last bits of supplies for your travels, the city is a far cry from the sort of quiet, tense place it was yesterday. The streets are alight with chatter and speculation and discussion of this wild revelation of today, of the Queen's proclamation of these plans to close off Hallow Hive from the surface forever. You move through the city fairly quickly, knowing that, the heat is on you now and that there are eyes watching you. And eventually make your way towards sort of the western edge of the city of Amber to what looks like a series of sort of deep grooves through the earth that are sort of like canyons almost. They're not deep enough to be called a canyon really, but they're maybe like 50 feet deep or so.
Ravines?
Yeah, kind of ravines about 50 feet deep and maybe about 20 to 30 feet wide across. And you hear rumbling and rocks churning as sort of approaching in one of these long sort of ravines. Just yesterday, you guys did battle with some worms that were, maybe the size of a large automobile, like a school bus or so. They're not quite that large. They're maybe the size of like an SUV or so,
A Honda Odyssey?
Something like the size of a Honda Odyssey, that's correct.
We aren't sponsored. We should.
You see approaching, moving through the ravine in front of you, a creature that is the adult of that little infant that you fought. These are huge, not quite like Shai-Hulud, but massive purple worms that move through these canyons. You see that seated in the front is like a rider with like stirrups attached to these huge contraptions of metal that attach to the front to guide these worms along these ravines. You see that they are equipped with these massive harnesses of leather and metal that have chairs sort of strapped along the sides of the worms. As this worm arrives to the city of Amber, you see people get off with their various wares from the farming settlements and places that they're coming into the city from to do trade. And I think with Ghost leading the way, you guys climb onto one of these worms to take a ride out to Fungal Canyon.
Hell yeah. how fast do they go?
Quite fast. They move something along the lines of maybe like 20 miles an hour. Alarmingly fast for a worm.
Yeah.
Awful.
Let's go.
Honestly, I can't wait to explore the place named Fungal Canyon.
You guys depart the city of Amber, leaving behind you its stone buildings and leaving behind you the lamp, though it still hangs in the sky above you, and riding this worm along these sort of ravines, following the worm roads, specifically following this worm road right here, down towards the Fungal Canyon. It makes several stops along the way, letting people off at little farming settlements and little places like that along the way. You guys move through what amounts to what is called the Verdant Path for a reason. It is like a thick tangle of strange plant life and giant mushrooms and bizarre animals. A low mist hangs over the land from the combination of the lamp's light and the heat, the moisture of the river. Making much of the terrain like a humid jungle. Your senses once again betray the reality of the fact that you were 8 miles below the surface. Although you're occasionally reminded by the sight of towering stalagmites stretching from floor to ceiling. And again, you occasionally pass by little villages and agricultural outfits where farmers are growing alien fruits and cultivating giant mushrooms. You see ranchers tending herds of enormous snails and slugs and molvar that are like these bizarre livestock animals that look like a cross between a mole and a cow. Kind of grotesque looking to you surface dwellers, but perfectly mundane.
So cute.
to the subterranean.
How dare you call that grotesque?
And yeah, you spend maybe the next 20 miles an hour was too fast. They don't go that fast. They move more along the lines of maybe like 10 miles an hour.
That's still too fast.
It's still too fast, for the record. But the entirety of the Verdant Path, as kind of vast as it looks here, is only a 10 mile by 10 mile cavern. It's 100 square miles, so it takes about an hour, less than that really, about like 30-40 minutes, to bring you to the edge of the Fungal Canyon, where the river that you've been kind of traveling beside deposits itself into a large canyon, a ravine about 200 feet deep or so. Which the river cascades down into and then flows through the middle. You, in the bottom of the canyon, see built into its walls tents and villages and campfires, little homes carved out, excavated into the canyon walls and connected by rope bridges. All of this, as you look on from a distance, as you get off of your little worm transit, seems to be mostly occupied by myconid and kobolds and other species that are kind of ill-adapted to the lamp's light, sort of humanoids that don't do well in light and instead prefer this sort of shade provided by this canyon. And as you guys sort of get off your worm and make your way down into the Fungal Canyon to start looking for Jakraush at the Shade Crag Bazaar, I think that is where we will wrap up tonight's session. So we will pick up there next time. Thank you everyone so much for watching, and we will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.